play for all of these players involved as well. Of that show match from last month, Team Purple Nova was the team who won it out. Now, the other team that participated last month was able to make it this time. Reckless Gamma is looking solid competitor here in this first matchup today.
Yeah, so this is going to be the first matchup. We do have the bracket ready. Paris.
Same place, really, if you think about it. But yeah, there should be, I believe it was 4 matches that we had planned today for this. So, we are starting, obviously, the upper bracket Reckless Purple Nova here, and I am very excited to see how Purple Nova in particular are able to carry forward their momentum. I mean, I hope they've been practicing and improving as a team the whole time. Really, it's just a matter of getting all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited to see Team Purple Nova play again. I did have the opportunity to cast their show match last month, and really impressed from this this squad. And I'm taking a look at some of the names that are on this team here for Team Purple Nova, and I'm recognizing a whole lot of them. So it's good to see a bunch of. And it was really exciting to see a backline that, you know, stays together, build up that synergy, come into this next round.
Oh yeah, it's always very exciting, especially considering how important the backline is to really any team in the modern state of Overwatch, with supports being as powerful as they are right now. That level of synergy could prove to be what pushes them over the edge here against Reckless Gamma. But let's go ahead and take a look at them as well real quick, because again, they didn't play last month, so I'm very interested to see how they end up stacking up. They are going to be rolling out with Floor 13 and Spectre on their DPS line, Jacob on tank, and then Venti and Sterlin on support.
Yeah, interesting. Some of these names may be a little bit familiar to me just from being kind of in the community. Spectre and Venti stand out as kind of mainstay names that I've seen in some other kind of grassroots tournaments here. But I love when players show us kind of like what their preferred heroes are. Will we see the Torbjorn Wrecking Ball composition come out? Maybe not, but it would be a whole lot of fun if we did.
It would be fire. That's all I'm saying. I'm a big fan of both of those heroes. Maybe not in conjunction with one another. I don't know how well that works, but who knows? You know, we could be seeing anything today. It's wild. The Wild West out here. Map 1, it's going to end up being Oasis here, and I am actually very interested to see how the bans work out, because if you are not aware, bans on heroes work a little bit differently in the GitGud tournament series. They operate on a 1-2-1 system. So the first team will ban a hero, the second team will ban 2, and then first team will ban another in response. So rather than 2 per map, we have 4 heroes out of the picture on each map, but teams can still only ban a hero 1 time per series.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And we do already have these hero bans ready to go. So Reckless Nova got to start with the first hero ban, selecting Hazard as their tank ban. Reckless responding with a Kiriko and a Cassidy ban, and then Nova wrapping up here with a Freya ban. So we have at least 1 hero banned out from each role, but with Cassidy and Freya being out of the mix here, those are 2 heroes that do have a decent amount of playtime right now and offer a lot of really consistent damage.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense. I am a little bit curious to see how Nova plans to ban out going forward, because obviously, I mean, all 4 of these characters are very prevalent right now. Maybe Cass less so, but Hazard, Kiriko, and Freya are all extremely good right now. So it'll be very interesting to see where the bans go from here. Particularly, I think, from Nova, because Hazard and Freya off the table in the first map. If you don't want to play into those, that's cool, but now you're kind of forced to for the rest of the series.
Yeah, that's exactly it, because like you said, Getster, each team is only going to be able to ban out that hero once per series, which I think is really interesting because, of course, if we go the distance here, we're going to see a very, very wide variety of bans compared to some of the other tournaments where you're only getting kind of 2 heroes banned out per map. So it really gets into a lot more kind of adjustment that is needed when you have 4 heroes off the table right away in a map.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one, and I mean, as we said before, we are going to be going into Oasis, but I figured now might be a good time to bring up the map pool. I don't know if we have a graphic for it. I can just read it out right now. So, yeah, no graphic. Thank you for confirmation there, production. So, on Control, obviously Oasis is on the board, but so is Ilios, Busan, Lijiang, and Nepal. A very big map pool in comparison to what we see in OWCS, for example. Usually only 3 per category there, but we've got 5 each here. Hybrid is going to contain Blizzard World, Kings Row, Eichenwald, Hollywood, and Paraíso. Escort is going to include Gibraltar, Junkertown, Rialto, Havana, and Route 66. And then Push and Flashpoint are merged together. We have Esperanza, New Queen Street, Runasapi, Saravasa, and Atlas. So those are going to be the options going forward. And map 5 will just be any of the unplayed control maps. So this is it's gonna be a potentially a long series. If we go the full distance, we may end up seeing that second control map, and it could be a banger the whole way through. But eventually, we do get in to our first map here on Ilios.
Yeah, looking like we're going to be starting with City Center here. All of this traffic and, well, Reckless Gamma, they are going to bring out that Wrecking Ball. Spectre, the TP out, but is going to swap over to the Tracer. So we have Tracers for both sides. She is very, very strong right now. That DPS passive, plus the little bit of a boost to the damage as well, has proven to be very, very impactful for this hero. Now, it is the Genji coming out from Reckless Gamma here. So you have kind of a greedy backline in this Ana, but you have a really, really strong amount of kind of hit potential here with this Wrecking Ball plus Genji Tracer.
I think another big difference here is that Ramatra from Primal going to be coming out here. A fundamentally very different play from the Wrecking Ball, but the dive comes through super early onto Flagon. Reckless Gamma looking very solid. They do eventually take that first point. They aren't going to be bothered by a very brief contest from Primal. The Wrecking Ball there to just stop it in its tracks, and now it's just a matter of getting the rest of these players off the point, and Reckless Gamma off to a very, very solid start.
Yeah, I really like this. They're playing this composition very, very well. When you have all these kind of flankers, you really do need to be taking a whole lot of angles, which is something that Primal on this Ramatra might have a little bit of a struggle with. You know, the Ramatra has a shield that can basically go one direction, and you're not really going to be able to kind of cover all of these angles. So it's really going to be on Clover and Hyde, the DPS players here from Team Purple Nova, to try and keep Floor and Spectre in check here, because although we do have the Juno break backline, you have some pretty good sustain. You only have so many cooldowns that you can use to try and peel for each other.
Definitely not an easy composition to play into if you are the Purple Nova backline here, but eventually Floor is going to be punished for a slight overaggression. Down goes the first player for Reckless Gamma in quite some time. Maybe this whole map so far. But either way, the trade's not going to come out quite yet. Hyde is punished by the Wrecking Ball. Good displacement from this character, and now it's just a matter of, can they get any other picks here? Venti falls, so very, very back and forth as it stands. Scrappy as all hell, but this could prove effective. Pulse Bomb just barely misses onto Surlin. Is able to get back in. This Nano could be it, what shifts the fight's momentum completely. This fight has been going on for so long, by the way, but Clover falls! Presumably to his own Pulse Bomb. Flagon as well. That's really not good for Team Purple Nova, but they do get the trade out onto the Ana. There's not going to be a nano boost for the foreseeable future here in this fight, but we're already at 90% here, Rain.
Yeah, and this is, Reckless Gamma are playing this so well. The longer that this fight
Primal
goes,
dead.
and Team Purple Nova just having so much trouble trying to find the opening picks, and Reckless Gamma just shutting down every opportunity that they have.
And yeah, Ray goes down right before the Orbital Ray even comes online. Genji pops the blade, gets the nano, it's over. Team Purple Nova not even going to get 1% on this point here. City Center convincingly going to Reckless Gamma.
I have to say, Reckless Gamma have played their bans very, very smart for the composition that they want to run. You ban out the Kiriko so that you can run this Ana, you can get those anti-nays, and then you ban out the Cassidy so that you can play this Ball and the Tracer and the Genji, who can all be kind of shut down by that Hinder nade from the Cassidy. So really seeing Reckless Gamma playing to the strengths of using these hero bans, and I think that it's really going to work out in their favor that this next sub-map that we're going to is Gardens. We aren't going to be heading to University for the second map, which is arguably a little bit harder to run that Wrecking Ball on, but we'll see if Team Purple Nova opt to kind of stick on this composition. I think that, you know, you have a little bit more cover here in the Gardens map where you can potentially run this Brawl composition, and they actually are going to swap up the back line. So Ray going to move over to that Baptiste, Flygon on the Lucio here, so you still aren't going to have anything really to kind of deal with this anti-nade, but you are going to have a little bit more sustain in with this Baptiste healing and the lamp available.
Ooh, but that's a quick dive onto Ray's Baptiste. It's a good pick, but unfortunately, Spectre on this Tracer has been on point this entire time, finding another follow-up pick onto Hyde. The Lucio likely will not escape either. That is another extremely convincing first fight win for the side of Reckless Gamma. They do lose out on Spectre, but the contest won't be there, and the progress will start to roll through very quickly. A pick onto Venti also just will not matter.
Yeah, that Lucio is going to be able to get back into the fight very, very quickly here, and it was a great opening pick. I mean, you scout out that they have the Baptiste. That is going to be kind of the primary source of healing for Primal to try and stay alive here. You take that out, and everything basically just crumbles down to the ground here for Team Purple Nova. And now you have this Sojourn as well. You need to kind of find some angles here, but when you're playing against the Genji, the Tracer, the Ball, it's really hard to get yourself set up on an angle and to be safe while doing so.
Spectre looking for a little bit more pressure on the backline right now, but a Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide from Clover, and recall is forced right now, so a lot of the resources gone for this Tracer. But Spectre will be the first Tracer to fall in this fight. Ray shortly following, but it is Trade City out here. 2 for 2 as it stands, and looks like eventually Team Purple Nova is going to get the better of it. Couple more picks, both supports in a very precarious situation. But if the contest does come through Venti, they could get back to the point here, but they just continue to play this so evasively. Flygon was actually the next one to fall, not Venti. Both Lucios still in danger though. With Jacob out of the picture, it's just on to a couple more heroes to stall, and I'm getting a strange sense of deja vu about stalling points for years and years, but this time around, Team Purple Nova, they are finally able to flip the point.
Clover really, really came alive in that fight, and I have to say, no ultimates used, despite that being a very long, very scrappy fight. So Reckless Gamma are coming back into this. You're gonna have 5 ultimates, but there are gonna be 4 on the board here for Team Purple Nova. That Annihilation could be very, very impactful, but it's all about kind of trying to find the opening, because everybody on Reckless Gamma, except for Sir, is gonna have a lot of mobility to basically just kite away from that Annihilation.
Spectre goes down to a headshot railgun very early on from Hyde, so that's a lot of your damage pressure just completely out of the picture if you're Reckless Gamma. This Wrecking Ball is doing his absolute best to just put more and more pressure on everybody on this high ground, and will get away, but with only a tiny amount of HP. Nano Blade comes out, and this is what sealed the deal in the last point, and it looks like that might be what seals the deal this time as well. A whole lot of damage going out from this Genji, but it doesn't find many final blows. Instead, those will go the way of Jacob on this Wrecking Ball, who will find 2. One with the help of the mines, and 1 just off of pure aim.
Yeah, and not a lot of time here for Purple Nova to get back into it. You use 3 of your ultimates there too, so you're working with this Overclock and the window. Primal is swapped over onto the Wrecking Ball to try and get this last touch. Now, Pulse Bomb is out from Spectre. Oh, yeah, just finds the lamp.
Lamp goes down, but that's an important resource out of the picture, and now Flygon completely done. So is Ray. Both supports out of the picture for Team Purple Nova, and just like that, it's all but over. What stall they can find will be essentially meaningless in the grand scheme of things. Primal doesn't even end up making it back to the point, and just like that, Reckless Gamma taking our current champions down a notch. 1-0.
Right, and looking, you know, fairly convincing. On the second sub-map there on Gardens, we saw Team Purple Nova, you know, fighting back a little bit, at least getting some percentage on the point there. But Reckless Gamma, I mean, you're rolling out on a composition that you definitely know how to play. Now, that, you know, showing kind of your trump card right at the beginning, you know, it can sometimes come back to bite you a little bit, because now Team Purple Nova, I mean, you got to be prepared for this Wrecking Ball, right? They looked really, really good on it. Now this is where these hero bans are really gonna come into play. We see, you know, the first one, you can kind of guess maybe what your opponent is gonna run, but once you get to that second map, that's when you can really start to target people.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of it also comes down to loser picks the map as well. So Team Purple Nova, they can take this wherever they'd like. There's no map ban or anything, so it's just a matter of going to a map where you can not only potentially mitigate the effect of a Wrecking Ball, but like if you can't do that, then you can resort to banning him outright. So obviously Jacob very comfortable on this hero, but you don't need to necessarily ban him out yet, because you might be able to take it to a map where he's not as good and you can take advantage of it.
Yeah, and I'm speaking of that, when we were kind of going through the map types, that is something that kind of stuck out to me about hybrid maps. The map selection that we have for hybrid, not as many kind of dive favored maps. Blizzard World, maybe the most. We have Kings Row, Iconwood, Hollywood, definitely second point, you can get that in, but then Paraiso as well. I feel like you can force some maps that are a little bit harder, because I'm thinking even like Paraiso, where you can run the dive, the Wrecking Ball, it's just a little bit harder. There's a whole lot of architecture that makes it really hard to kind of find your pathing easily and get those slams and those hits in that you really need. So yeah, it's a good point, Getster. I mean, you have that Wrecking Ball ban potentially in your back pocket, but where, you know, Team Purple Nova is going to have the option of whatever map they want, save for control, you definitely can basically just play for kind of the strengths of these maps now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be in the air at this point. I'm very interested to see where Team Purple Nova decide to take this one. Obviously, they seemed very comfortable on the Ramatra, rolling out on it and sticking to it for the entirety of that map. It didn't work out great, but I can sort of excuse it, because they were kind of playing on those sub points where high ground was super important. City Center and Gardens, that's the name of it, I remember. But it does sound like we're going to be going to Kings Row next, which I think does in fact favor the brawl with the Ramatra a whole lot more for them. So kind of expected to see this.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Kings Row, you know, it's a fan favorite. It's also definitely a Brawl team favorite. I think that, you know, you can potentially run the Wrecking Ball here on Kings Row. I think especially first point Kings Row, you have a little bit more kind of flexibility in your attack. You know, you can turn around and just go back to spawn, swap to whatever. There's the high ground behind the point that you can try and get control of. So we could potentially see some dive showing up here, but I'm also thinking, you know, now Reckless Gamma is gonna have, you know, opportunities to ban here as well. So you could also use your bans here to try and shut down one of those kind of brawl components. Maybe you don't need to ban out the Ramatra specifically, but you can even maybe target that backline. Now, I think that it is important to note here, once again, these teams are not going to be able to ban out a hero that they've banned out already, which, like I kind of touched on, I think Reckless, you know, used their bans very, very smart there in that first map, but now you're not going to be able to ban out the Kiriko, you're not going to be able to ban out the Cassidy.
We do have the first ban in right now, but I think we should just wait to talk about them until all four of them are in, if I'm being entirely honest. Because, I mean, we can infer all day from the first ban what could happen going forward, or we could just wait, and we don't have to speculate. That just makes us look silly if we're wrong.
So true. So true. Yeah, I think that, having the option to ban out, you know, 4 heroes in a map, definitely, especially, like, okay, Oasis, a little bit more option and variety in the compositions that you can run and like feel safe about. But as we move into Kings Row, yes, I alluded, you know, first point, you can play a few different things, but once you move into that streets phase of Kings Row, it's very, very difficult to play basically any composition that isn't Brawl here. So I think that, you know, hero bans are always going to be impactful, but I think when you go onto a map where just the geography, the topography of the map really favors a single style, I think that's when you can really get into the nitty gritty of kind of using these these hero bans to benefit yourself the most.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, I would not be surprised to continue to see the Genji. In fact, from the bans we've already seen, we know we're not getting Genji banned here. So yeah, I think we're probably going to be seeing Genji from the side of Reckless Gamma. I mean, it was a pretty critical linchpin in their Oasis game plan as well. So not going to be a shock to see that. I am interested to know what tank Reckless Gamma wants to roll out with here, though, because, I mean, again, as you were saying, Wrecking Ball can work on first point, but Brawl becomes a lot more reliable on that second. So Orissa's obviously very strong right now. Ramatra's obviously very strong right now. Queen, no. Rhine, no. I love Queen, but no.
Getster's telling me we're not getting the Reinhardt mirror on King's Row. Oh,
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry. It's not 2020 anymore.
Oh, those the good old days. I think also worth mentioning is that, you know, Hazard was banned out on that first map, and you kind of mentioned it. Hazard has been getting a little bit more playtime. It's interesting to see kind of the cycles that these heroes go through. I feel like when Hazard first came out, it was like must pick, must pick, must pick. And then, you know, the rise of kind of Orisa and Ramatra, and now we're kind of back into, oh, okay, we could play Hazard once again.
Yeah, we can do that, for sure. You know what I want to see, though? I want to see Doomfist make a comeback at some point. Down the line.
Yeah.
It won't be soon. But,
I don't
like,
think so.
I need another Doomfist meta. It would be so nice.
Are you a Doomfist main? I'm a support main. I feel
No,
like
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
really want Doomfist to make a comeback. I wouldn't be upset at all if I never saw him ever again.
No, that's fair. I am not a Doomfist main. I just like watching him at pro play. But we do have our final 4 bans for this map. It is going to be Tracer, Sojourn, Juno, and Orisa in that order. Nova with the first and fourth, and Reckless with the middle 2. So we aren't seeing Orisa. Our rush tank options get significantly more limited at this point. It's just gonna be that Ramatra and the 2 tanks I mentioned earlier who aren't great. And Zarya, I guess, but I don't think we're seeing Zarya.
Maybe not. Maybe not. You know, that's another one that we could maybe see a comeback once upon a time. The Zarya Reaper meta. That was fun.
Maybe.
But, yeah, okay, these bans. I mean, Nova having that first ban on the Tracer. Yeah, I get it. Spectre was scary on the Tracer. Yeah, definitely able to really do a lot of follow-up kill. And then just really putting a whole lot of pressure as well. When you have that Tracer, you're basically taking resources away. Even if you're not getting kills, which they were, it's just a matter of kind of making people turn and look at you, which can be all of the basically value that you need.
For sure. I mean, Tracer is one of those characters who gets a lot of value from just existing, but Spectre was also just kind of committing war crimes, so it was not a particularly pretty one for them this time around. But we do have a player swap this time around for the side of Team Purple Nova. Majin is in for Ray.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll see. I think, you know, if Majin does like to play this support, I'm just guessing because he's picked Ana here. I think that you know, we do see a little bit of Ana on King's Row, maybe more so compared to some of the other map types where you have kind of that high ground that you can have your Ana set up behind. Now, you aren't gonna have a Juno to kind of speed you around, which we do tend to see kind of the Ana paired with a Juno here because it's all about getting that rotations, right? You can have your Ana set up on that high ground behind point, but obviously the attacking team is going to want to take that away from you, so you have that Juno to kind of use the speed, rotate around, so you won't have that to work with. So if we do end up on the Ana here, maybe we see the Brig, maybe we even see the Lucio where you still kind of have that speed to work with, because like we alluded to earlier, Getster, probably not going to see a whole lot of dive coming out here, which I think is where that Brig, you tend to more see her paired with the Ana in those circumstances.
Yeah, typically. I mean, the Brig is super good at, like, protecting her fellow support from dives. And granted, it didn't work amazingly for Purple Nova last time around, just because I think the entirety of Reckless Gamma diving all at once, plus a biotic grenade at your feet, is not conducive to being able to protect anything, but still, the character's good at that sort of thing. But on this map, it's really just not gonna happen, just ideally here.
Yeah,
You don't-
I think something that's interesting too is like having that Soj banned out, which we did see, you know, in that first map, and then the Freya not being banned out here. I think that Freya definitely could be an option to kind of step in and fill those shoes of the Sojourn if you're still looking to play kind of that medium range kind of DPS and not looking for just an all-in dive on the Tracer Genji. And Freya, you know, she maybe hasn't been as much of a must pick in kind of recent meta, but she's still very, very strong and has a lot of kind of that one-shot potential.
Oh, she's extremely good. Still, I mean, maybe I'm just a scrub, and I play Tracer, who has very low HP. But like, please nerf this character. Please nerf this character.
There's just something about, like, you know, getting hit with something and then getting around the corner, but then still dying because there's a time delay on that explosion. That just,
yeah.
Oh, it's so heartbreaking. You think you're safe, but you are not safe. Okay, Reckless Gamma. I mean, starting out on the defense here, so this is the composition that they're going to look to at least be on for this first point. Jacob still on that Wrecking Ball. Typically, when we see the Wrecking Ball on first point, it's more so kind of on the attack rather than the defense, so it's really interesting to see this coming out. We are going to have that on a Brig backline as well. Floor over on the Cassidy is going to be able to provide a little bit more peel for kind of this on a Brig. And then, yeah, you called it, Getzer. I mean, it's looking like we're probably going to have a Genji for both sides here.
Not a huge surprise, but I mean, my real question is, last map we saw Spectre on the Tracer, and now over on the Genji. Obviously, it's going to be a slightly different look for the team, but this is very aggressive posturing from Team Purple Nova so far. They have already just run onto the point, knowing full well that Reckless Gamma is going to be positioning anywhere else. But it is only one player on the point right now, just Primal. So the point's not going to be captured very quickly. And the rest of Team Purple Nova is having trouble even just approaching right now.
Oh yeah, and the big anti-nade hits on to Primal. Has that block, so able to stay alive here. Not quite one tick collected, but getting very, very close.
They do get close, but no cigar quite yet. Clover does get the first pick of the map, but Reckless Gamma are going to be able to get the rest right back. So no progress for Team Purple Nova. A minute drained and not looking amazing right now. They just didn't have enough long-range support for Primal there. He was just kind of standing there on point, not getting any healing.
Yeah, and you haven't cleared out this high ground, so you have Floor just absolutely raining damage down. You have this Deadeye ready to go. Now Team Purple Nova realizing, all right, we gotta rotate up here. Gonna try to take this high ground away from Reckless Gamma.
It is a good rotation, for sure. Being able to wrest the high ground away from the side of Reckless Gamma would be absolutely massive, but even if you do that, there's still so much that they can do to stall out the capture here. 1-for-1 trade, but you'd rather lose a DPS than a support, so Team Purple Nova is still not looking amazing. They do finally get that first tick here on the point. They're well on their way to the second, but okay, they do get the second. And Hyde goes down. Venti with a very nice pick. And Spectre! That was gross. That should just be it. No chance they end up getting all the way to the third tick at this point. Not with a nano going down onto the Wrecking Ball. But Venti dies immediately after using that rally. So maybe I have to eat my words a little bit here. Couple picks coming through both sides. Ultimates are flying right now. And if Primal can get up to this Annihilation, it's practically guaranteed, but he may not even need it. Oh, maybe he will. Blade coming out, Flygon dead. Primal looking very hurt now. Does use the Annihilation anyway, despite basically being in a 1vx. Spectre dies. This is maybe the longest fight in the history of King's Row First, but Jacob will eventually fall to the Deadeye, and Reckless Gamma, they can't hold.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You do not usually see a fight go that long on first point King's Row. I mean, the attacking spawn is quite a bit closer, I think, than the defense spawn. Now, I think this is where we see kind of the comp difference really shine here for Team Purple Nova. The longer that these fights are going on, the Ramantra, the BAP, the Lucio comp is just going to have better sustain kind of overall in these long fights compared to the Wrecking Ball, who has to basically constantly be in and out of this fight. You don't have that defense kind of block like the Ramantra does. is. Now, Reckless Gamma, everybody is getting very close to being able to get this this point contest here, but the payload has pushed through that first archway, which can be such a really strong choke point to be able to hold on Streets phase.
And they know where the Wrecking Ball is right now. They've marked him out, and Jacob forced to back away, so this card is going to get a whole lot of motion going forward here. Floor will be the first to fall too. Could definitely lose out on an Ana here as well. A vulnerable character in a somewhat vulnerable position. But the Genji not able to get the full punish in quite yet. In fact, will eventually fall. Clover going down very early there. Now it's just a matter of who's able to clean up the scraps here, and it looks like it will be Gamma finding out both of these supports and potentially staggering this Ramantra as well. Yeah, that is not pretty.
Yeah, nice cleanup there from Spectre on this Genji. Exactly what you want to see from that robot ninja. Now, nice little positioning here from Jacob. Gonna be able to basically just go for the pile drive as soon as Purple Nova walks in. Now, we do have the Nano ready to go from Zerolin, and we're gonna have that Deadeye. Venti be able to build up to the rally quite quickly as well. Might be needed for when Clover gets this played.
Nova, I mean, they're in a decent amount of trouble right now. Jacob not able to get a whole lot of value out of that Nano, but does end up finding a pick onto Clover. And that's a pretty big one there. Floor does go down as well, so it's a 1-for-1 DPS trade, but you will absolutely take that if you're the side of Reckless Gamma, because the longer you can just stall out this fight, make it bothersome and annoying. That was very nearly an Ajax for Flygon, but they are able to get it off. Every single player gets the effect of that. The minefield finds two!
Oh. Oh no, that's absolutely beautiful positioning there from Jacob. Kind of recognizing the Team Purple Nova need to back out. You throw those mines down, catch two. Now, I will say it was expensive here for Reckless Gamma. You've used, quite a few of your ultimates here. You're just holding on to this blade. Now, Flygon did use the beat, so you don't have to worry about that for the blade, but there's 4 other ultimates that Team Purple Nova have to work with here, including a blade of their own.
I mean, beautiful Bionade. Yeah. Textbook biotic grenade. And that's the window. The window was expended, and they got nothing out of it. Oh. Just gorgeous aggressive play from Reckless Gamma to deny that value.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see from the Ana when you're playing with this Genji ball composition. Is you don't want to be using these nades in kind of a defensive way. You want to be going for the engage with them. You want to be able to get the hits in. Now you have almost a Nano Blade ready to go here for Reckless Nova. Another anti-nade.
Bionade goes down, hits hide, and Spectre's just gonna cut through every single one of you at this point. Annihilation comes out, and Spectre might get punished, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's not going to be enough. The Annihilation will ultimately find nothing, and there's no time left. They've got to get another touch here. But it may be impossible for anybody to get there. Nobody can. That is a very underwhelming push on the Streets phase coming out of Team Purple Nova. This Wrecking Ball is just too much of a nuisance.
Yeah, the timing here from Reckless Gamma has been absolutely crucial on their engages. We're seeing the anti-nade come in, we're seeing the slam, and then the dash in from Spectre to just clean everything up. Yeah, and that's a good point. The Streets phase, we usually, once you kind of break through that archway, we usually do see a little bit more progress, usually getting stalled out kind of more towards the end of Street phase or the beginning of Streets phase rather than kind of in this awkward middle positioning. But Reckless Gamma just did such a good job of kind of getting the first in all these engagements. It felt like Team Purple Nova were always having to respond with something, whether it was the beat from Flygon or the window coming through. So it's just not really able to find an opening and find kind of their footing in Streets phase, as we are going to see them sticking on essentially the same composition here. We are going to have Flygon over on the Brigitte here, so the Brick Bap, pretty strong backline to be able to hold. I do think that that'll look pretty good as well going against this Wrecking Ball, especially with Hyde over on that Cassidy. Now, Reckless Gamma, you're in the spawn, so you still have an opportunity to maybe change things up, but right now they're hovering this Ana Zen backline.
I like this. I'm a big Zenyatta fan. I have been since I first started watching Overwatch back in 2018. Shout out Jonak. Shout out Boombox. My 2 Zenyatta goats.
Yes.
Fun time of Overwatch at that point. But we are long past that point, and obviously Discord Orb is a shadow of its former self. It used to be like the most terrifying ability in the game, and now there's a whole lot more ways that players can play around it. But speaking of, speaking of things that are terrifying, that's a Wrecking Ball jump scare, and now you've lost your support line. That is, well, that's, you remember last time when we saw, like, maybe the longest first point fight ever? That might have been the fastest first point take ever.
Oh, it's such a good rotation from Jacob, and then the trigger discipline as well. Just what you saw, that he's just there waiting for that anti-nade to come in from Sir Olin, and it comes through, immediately hit that roll through, and you just absolutely delete the backline of Team Purple Nova. And yeah, that's first point, 5.5 minutes plus in the time bank just to move it halfway through the street space. Now, good news for Purple Nova, you did all get this forward spawn, so you have an opportunity to try and hold close here and burn as much time off the clock as you can.
I mean, and you're kind of reliant on being able to hold the choke, so you need to be able to push forward at least at some point in the next little bit, but that Wrecking Ball is making it so difficult for you to even consider doing that right now. It's just been so hard, and they lose out on Clover as well. Over-aggression, potentially, but either way, Hydra and Hyde also looking a little bit worse for wear. This Wrecking Ball is still in your backline. So is this Genji, and there is just not a thing to be done about it. 2 more players will fall. Hydra will be next. The Ramatra's out of the picture. It's just over. Clover can probably get another touch here, but the minefield goes out onto the point, and yeah, this is as good as over.
Yeah, 3 members kind of floating around this payload. We do have the play coming out as well, and yeah, the anti-nade absolutely gonna shut that down. And Reckless Gamma absolutely showing up on this Wrecking Ball composition on a, you know, maybe a little bit less traditional Wrecking Ball map, but really just showing us the same really good stuff that they showed us in that first map. They have excellent engages. They're really, really good at finding angles kind of around these brawl compositions. It's just really hard for Team Nova to kind of know where to look. Like, where is the damage going to come from? Because you have basically just been surrounded by Reckless Gamma, and then the timing of the hits it's just perfect. They're finding somebody with every single engagement.
I have to hide from the world. Like, this is a beatdown right now. Reckless Gamma are looking so good on this Wrecking Ball, on this Genji. There's very little that Purple Nova has been able to do to slow them down here, and I think if they want a foothold going into the rest of this series, you don't want to have to ban the Wrecking Ball now, but it might be necessary, and we'll see if that's what they end up going with when we come back from a brief break. So don't go anywhere. Second half potentially of this series, we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're going to Runasapi for map number 3, as decided by Team Purple Nova, and we do have our bans as well. And frankly, Rain and I were talking a little bit off broadcast about 10 seconds ago. I like these bans coming out from Nova. The bans are as follows. Nova went first, banning out Ball. Reckless responded with Genji and Batiste. And Nova finalized it with Ana. So, I think these make a lot of sense, particularly for Runasapi. Just because Ball is one of those characters who is omnipresent in terms of where he is on the map, right? He can be anywhere at any time, and Runasapi is kind of one of those maps that lets him do that super effectively just because of how flat and open it is. So I like banning Ball here, but I also really like banning Ana here just because those Bionades, I mean, you saw that last King's Row first point execute. It was brutal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was really brutal. And so Reckless banning out the Genji in the map here. Interesting. They were running, you know, a Genji of their own. So seeing these bans come out says to me that they are looking to, like, basically fully swap up whatever they were running. That probably is in response to that Wrecking Ball ban coming out. But yeah, banning out the Genji and the BAP here, I'm anticipating that we're probably going to end up on more of kind of a brawl style for both of these teams, which, I mean, if you're Nova, you've been warmed up on that. You're ready to go. You've been running this Ramattra the entire time, whereas Reckless has been, you know, moving things around a little bit more with this Wrecking Ball composition. So we'll see if they are still going to stick on a dive, or maybe they're just going to try and match Purple Nova on this brawl.
Speaking of Purple Nova, we are going to end up getting Ray back into the game in place of Majin. So, going back to that original lineup that we saw in map 1, Hydra back to the bench. And I'm interested to see where this goes, but I would also like to present the possibility to you that obviously a Brawl mirror could be very possible here. But, I mean, with how comfortable the whole team looked on that, like, very dive-heavy composition, I'm not entirely convinced that they're ready to give that one up entirely. Maybe we see something like a Winston come out. Maybe a Hazard even, because that's back on the table. So either way, it'll be very interesting to see in about 6 seconds what we get here.
Yeah, here, Runasapi. So this is a potential match.
What did I say?
Well, Reckless Gamma are hovering over this Winston composition, so maybe still looking to run some dive here. Interesting composition coming out from Purple Nova. I would be a little bit surprised to see the Reinhardt here and hide on this Junkrat as well. I don't think is going to be too favored here, but
oh no.
Getzer, I think that they're running it. I mean, they have, yeah, we have walked out of the spawn on this.
Oh my god.
Reinhardt Junkrat composition. Now, I mean, this is actually a fairly anti-dive as long as you can kind of sustain through it, but Reckless Game is still gonna have the ability to basically just like surround you, because now you have Spectre on a Widowmaker.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out next. Like, we're on a okay, Widowmaker's dead. Alright. What a start to the map here. Wait, pause. There's a Genji in the lobby. The character's been banned.
Genji has been banned. Good catch.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we're gonna have a little pause there.
Yeah.
Potentially why Team Purple Nova was opting to troll us a little bit. I mean, you know, not saying that Reinhardt Junkrat's a troll peg, but like, you know, it's a surprise.
You can say
pick.
it. It's okay. You can say it, Rain. You can call it what it is.
We just don't really see that hero, either of those heroes on this map.
No.
Okay, we're gonna get that all sorted out, but at least, you know, what Reckless Gamma we're rolling out on, definitely possible here. The Cassidy Widowmaker is an interesting combo to go with the Winston, where you're not really gonna have any kind of a, like, dive follow-up with your monkey, so it might actually kind of be that Spectre is looking to do kind of the majority, the bulk of the damage onto a target, and then you have the dive in from the Winston. You know, the Cassidy's going to be able to put in some solid damage as well, but you just aren't really going to have that same follow-up that you would have with either a Tracer or a Genji.
I mean, Supposedly, but I mean, still a very good map for Tracer, especially around that first bit. And we saw Spectre doing heinous things to Team Purple Nova on Tracer on that first map, so it would not entirely surprise me if the Widowmaker was just a little bit of a silly pick while they decided to roll out and reset the map. Maybe they noticed and just didn't say anything, thinking that maybe Gamma would not pick the character accidentally. But either way, we're back. Runa Sapi, second attempt, everybody. This time, no banned heroes available.
That's right.
Bastion.
Okay, maybe. We do see the Team Purple Nova over potentially on the Orisa here instead, which I think makes a little bit more a lot more sense, really.
Yes.
Yeah. So we will see if Reckless Gamma are going to stick on this Composition Spectre, hovering over the Tracer now, which I think is going to it's going to be a good look for them. You have the Lucio Kiriko backline for both of these teams, actually a very, throwback kind of a backline that has a lot of mobility, a lot of utility as well with that Suzu. And yeah, the Symmetra is going to stick here for Clover. So if you're going to run the Symmetra, what we really need to see is good use of these teleports. It's an entire kind of way of rotating around without taking too much poke damage. So we really just need to be seeing them kind of playing around this teleport, trying to find a teleport basically onto floor on this Cassidy.
Yeah, for sure. That Cassidy going to be an extremely vulnerable target to an entire team just suddenly being on top of you. It's going to be a very difficult thing to deal with, but I mean, if you could just get poke damage out onto the enemy Sojourn and take her out of the picture quickly, and then get rid of the opposing other DPS as well. The Symmetra also gone, but both teams now losing players. But it is going to be Reckless Gamma who are pushing this cart while everyone else is still brawling a little bit. And eventually Primal does fall, so this should just start definitively going the direction of Reckless Gamma now.
Yep, showing that they can also play this Winston Jacob, not just the ball one trick. Looking really good so far. And yeah, like we mentioned, floor on this Cassidy could be a pretty good teleport target, but yeah, the poke damage is just coming through. They're able to put out a lot of consistent pressure onto Purple Nova, forcing out these cooldowns early, including some of the Orisa cooldowns, which are so important for when you want to take these fights longer, because honestly, if Team Purple Nova can get themselves positioned into taking a longer fight, it will work in their favor, where this Winston composition, it has a very high peak, but it's a very short amount of time to do it.
The very aggressive position right now coming out from floor on this Cassidy, and the robot is just going to get walked all the way back here. There's not going to be a contest on the other side of that one. I assume Jacob had to back off a little bit for fear of taking a little too much damage from the potential microwave that Clover and Hyde can inflict, but either way, Robot's moving right now, but Primal is not anymore. So, tank gone, a lot of your point presence is just missing entirely now. Hyde next to fall in the fight. It's just, it might be a little bit cooked if you're Team Purple Nova right now. So, Reckless Gamma, yeah, they're just going to keep moving this cart.
Yep, nice patience there. Reckless Gamma allowing that cart to, move back. They get all of their cooldowns. They're ready to go back in. You take out that tank first, and yeah, everything just kind of crumbles apart, Team Purple Nova. But Team Purple Nova do have 4 ultimates to work with here. That Kitsune Rush, the only one committed from Reckless Gamma, so they're working with some really big ultimates here. The Pulse Bomb gonna start things out for them.
Pulse Bomb does go out, and I like the attempt there to hit it onto Hyde, but it does just miss a little tiny bit and goes far over the shoulder. Doesn't stick anybody else as a result either. Venti dying as the point is captured for Reckless Gamma, and the beat comes out from Flygon just to keep the entire team sustained. Yeah, this isn't going anywhere, unfortunately. That's a wall, that is a spear. Everything was put into floor 13 just there to make sure that the Deadeye wasn't going to get value. So forward spawns for the side of Reckless Gamma, but this robot is still moving back towards that initial neutral point. So, from Venti. Ray falls. Both supports out of the picture right now for Team Purple Nova. These fights just keep getting longer and longer, and you would think that that benefits a team that's running an Orisa, but they just continue to lose them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like, Team Purple Nova has the sustain in theory, but the individual members are just kind of getting caught out here. Spectre's able to find one, Floor 13's able to find one, and if you don't have the numbers advantage, you're not really going to be able to stay in these fights too long, especially with Reckless Gamma are just playing so smart. You know when to kind of disengage, when to play slow, and then when you have the opportunity to kind of go back in, when you have, say, a Primal Rage, you can get aggressive with it.
And that is exactly what Jacob does. The Pulse Bomb once again goes out from Spectre, but does not find a connection. Clover, though, does fall early in the fight, so we'll be back relatively quickly. But this robot is still gaining distance for the side of Reckless Gamma. There's a couple ultimates on the side of Team Purple Nova, but one of them gets shut down very quickly. Suralin finding that pick onto Primal, and now, I mean, Reckless Gamma is about to hit 100 meters.
Yeah, there just hasn't really been a contest here. Team Purple Nova, I mean, you're taking a couple of fights here and there, but not a whole lot of them have actually been on the bot itself. So as long as Reckless keeps one person on the bot, they've been able to move this forward the whole time, and you still have the rush. Ooh, okay, opening pick there from Hyde, though. This might be an opportunity for Team Purple Nova to try and stabilize.
Definitely a possibility for them at this point, but I mean, even despite getting that pick, that robot moved forward another like 20 or so meters. It is not pretty for them. Eventually out goes the Kitsune Rush, but both beats are going to be traded as well, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for Team Purple Nova to be able to really fight through this. But they may not have to. The bot is being heisted away right now, despite a couple picks coming out for the side of Reckless Gamma. That robot moved a real long way away, but it will start moving back now.
Okay, here we go. We have found the kill onto Jacob on the tank, so finally Team Purple Nova have an upper hand here. I will say, you know, you got a long way to push this bot, but one of the nice things about these... Oh, you can put the shield on the robot? Okay.
I didn't know that. It's very funny.
Learn something new every day here, but yeah, Team Purple Nova, the nice thing about these push maps is that once you chain some fights together, you can get a whole lot of progress, but the point is that Team Purple Nova need to find at least 2 fight wins.
Well, it's going to be a lot harder without your main source of damage here, but if Clover can get a really, really nice Pulse Bomb here, which they do not, that's unfortunate. I had to say something. Ray also falling in the fight, and ooh, yeah, it continues to not look so good for the side of Team Purple Nova. I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that, I mean, you just lose out on too much too quickly in that fight. Hyde going down puts a lot of pressure on Clover to hit a Pulse Bomb, and the moment Clover misses the Pulse Bomb, it's kind of just over.
Yeah, we were talking about when Team Purple Nova were on the sim, we were talking about Floor 13 would be a good kind of target to take down with those sim TPs. Well, now unfortunately for Hyde, you're a really good dive target for Jacob and Spectre to basically just bully. So now Reckless Gamma already set up kind of on this high ground point. And the nice thing is when you're this far in the lead, you can just take things slow. You can take a fight wherever you feel comfortable taking a fight.
Oh, for sure. I mean, right now, it's just a matter of approaching this fight, and Clover is just having a really hard time of finding any way to do so. Getting in with Spectre constantly hounding you down is so difficult, and it has been throughout this entire series thus far. Floor 13 playing so incredibly far forward, putting a lot of pressure onto Hyde, almost taking him out of the equation before this fight had even properly started. And we're going to be seeing even more distance gained now for the side of Reckless Gamma. Almost another 10 meters just in that one little engagement before a fight even happens. Deadeye is out and active, and Hyde dies! Not able to find purchase any space away from that. Floor also hitting a very nice shot onto Flygon and cleaning up Ray as well. This is all falling apart for Purple Nova right at the end. Another pick onto Clover. Floor just can't miss right now. Floor cannot miss! Eventually does die to Flygon, but it's just too late. Ray is back with the Kitsune Rush, but only a couple meters separate Reckless Gamma from a 3-0 right now, and they will not be deterred. They complete Runasapi and dominate Purple Nova.
Oh, and yeah, I'll remind everybody, Team Purple Nova is the one that came out on top of our show match in last match. Now, the Reckless Gamma coming back and just absolutely looking incredible on these dives. A nice little Lucio play of the game as well. Shout out to Venti, we don't get to see those a whole lot, but I'm really impressed with this dive from Reckless Gamma. Not only did they have kind of like the timing down, but like showing that you can play that Wrecking Ball dive, you can play the Winston dive as well, and where, you know, dive is typically one of kind of those harder compositions to really play in like a team setting. It shows like a lot of promise, I guess, for Reckless Gamma if you already have kind of this synergy built up and ready to go.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just the first of many series that they're going to be playing today, theoretically. Who knows? They could lose their next two. But the way they've played, not sure that's going to happen here. Team Purple Nova, though, down to losers bracket, they will be facing off against... Let me take a look at the bracket real quick, actually, Hippie. That'd be very helpful. Thank you very much. Shout out Hippie. That's my goat. The winner of the loser of Pristine Guardians and Pristine Fellows. Excuse me. Yeah, but that other semifinal match between Pristine Guardians and Fellows in Paris, we are currently waiting on the finale of that. It does look like the current score is 2-0 in favor of Pristine Guardians. So the loser of that will be playing up against Team Purple Nova in our losers semis. And I am very excited to see how that goes. But I mean, until our next match, I think we're gonna end up throwing it to break until then. So please don't go anywhere. Bracket continues very soon.
something that you've been scrimming basically the whole time? Do you kind of flex around a bit? It's not often that we see a team not run kind of any brawl whatsoever.
So we do scrim on other comps. The ball is definitely the one our tank is most comfortable on. Most of us have been together for a good long time, so we are pretty much comfortable on anything, but it's whatever everyone together feels the best on.
I think that, you saying that you guys have been together for quite a while, it 100% shows in your gameplay. I feel like you guys were able to kind of read each other really, really well, which is, of course, very, very important for dive comps.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and it was a very impressive thing, but I think going into map 3, the big question on my mind was, if Purple Nova wanted a foothold back into this series, I think I literally said this word for word going into it, I think they needed to ban out the Wrecking Ball there. And they did end up doing that, as well as the Ana. But you did end up kind of rolling out with the Winston dive anyway. But I did want to ask about your specific character pick on the map of the Cassidy, which doesn't always, like, gel super well with the rest of that composition, so I would like to know the thought process.
So on specifically Runasapi, it's very easy for me as the hit scan to just run around my Lucio behind all of them and get in a good position to be on the dives. So it was just that was the thought process there, yeah.
Entirely fair. And there was one bit near the very end of the map where you just had every single kill at the very end until the Lucio shut you down, but it was way too late at that point. I think you killed like 6 people in that spot before the Lucio got the final blow, and then you finished the map anyway. So, I mean, it ended up working out pretty well for you. We don't want to keep you too long here. Obviously, you still have the rest of the bracket to get through, so if there's anybody you'd like to shout out right now, then floor is yours.
I see what you did there. I would like to shout out my main support Venti, always speeding me around, letting me do whatever the hell whatever I want. So yeah, no, I'd like to shout him out for sure.
Awesome.
Amazing. We love to hear it. We love some love for the main supports. Heck yeah. Thank you so much, Floor. It has been awesome talking to you. I hope that the rest of your series goes just as well as it has in this first one. Now, we are going to throw this to a quick break once you leave here, but you are free to go now, Floor.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so that was fun. We get to talk to Floor there. Very humble, you know, not often you see a hit scan maybe complimenting the main support. So yeah, as a Lucio fan, that felt real good.
Oh no. And my camera froze.
Oh,
You'd love to see it.
Yeah, perfect timing, honestly.
Oh, we're somewhat back, maybe?
Oh, yes. Well,
Maybe a little bit. All right.
there you go.
All right, we're going to break again. We'll be back for the upper bracket finals. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's time for the upper finals, excuse me. This time between Pristine Guardians and Reckless Gamma. We can go ahead and take a look at the bracket here to see how they both got here. Spoiler alert, they both got here very quickly. It was a sweep from both of these teams on both of their opponents. It was not pretty down there. It was...
Yeah, so if you've been watching the broadcast, you got to see that 3-0 from Reckless Gamma. So Pristine Guardians taking that 3-0 against Fellas in Paris, kind of off broadcast there in the semifinals. But hey, here and now in this upper bracket finals is when at least one of these teams is going to end up without that perfect 3-0 scoreline.
Oh yeah, one of these teams is going to end up in the grand finals as well, which... pretty solid advantage going into this one, not having to play through this and then potentially losers finals and then maybe not even make it back to grand finals. But our lineups are ready here, so I believe we're starting with Pristine Guardians. We are Money, Trees, and Ferret on the DPS line. Dang-a-diddle on the tank. Great tag. Phenomenal tag, I'd say. And then Sort Out and Mimic on the support line here.
Yeah, awesome. So I will, just make a little note here that looks like Gangaddiddle maybe also favoring kind of dive tanks here. So I'm looking maybe like we get some dive mirrors happening here, as we'll remind you all of this lineup for the Reckless Gamma team. So starting out, we will have Floor 13 Inspector on the DPS, Jacob on that tank, and then Venti and Sir Olin on the support line. Now, Jacob, if you were just watching, we did see a whole lot of that Wrecking Ball making an appearance, and then, able to flex over onto the Winston when that target hero ban came out onto that Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, for sure. I am definitely interested to see what happens in the event of a ball ban during this series, because as you were saying, we did just see the Winston come out on that third map. It was not a close map. We are once again going to be starting on Oasis this time around. Interesting that we're seeing so much Oasis today. I think it's kind of cool, but no Ilios, no Lijiang. Like, y'all, are we good?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, how often is Oasis kind of the first pick? Like, when Lijiang Tower, I mean, that is like the control point scrim, I think. But yeah, so interesting. We'll get to see Oasis, which, sometimes it is kind of fun to see, teams play this map back to back, see if they change anything up. Now we'll get to see, is Reckless just as strong on this map as they were the first time? You're all warmed up on it. You've already played it once. So, I'm not totally sure what map we had Pristine Guardian starting on, but this could be a slight advantage potentially for Reckless.
Yeah, it definitely could be, and the bans are very interesting on this map. We have Ram out of the picture from Reckless first. Ball and Sojourn are the bans from Pristine, and Reaper is the final ban from Reckless. I kind of like the plan here from Reckless. I mean, Ball is off the table right off the bat because of Pristine banning that character out immediately. But I do like the fact that we're seeing Ram Reaper banned because, I mean, obviously Reaper's not like a super prevalent hero right now. But when you're banning 2 characters a map instead of 1, as is standard in OWCS or something like that, you can't... Maybe you don't want to expend all of your most valuable bans in the first map of the game, right? Maybe you want to hold on to those for a little bit longer. And getting rid of Reaper in the first map, that's kind of what that indicates to me.
Yeah, it's also making me think that, once you saw that Wrecking Ball was banned out from Pristine, potentially you're going to go back over onto that Winston. We saw Jacob flex over onto that. And like you said, although Reaper's not necessarily very prevalent, still a very good counter to the Winston if you're kind of playing it right. You're playing for that anti-dive. And yeah, and this... maybe we're going to end up back over on that Winston composition. Now, Pristine Guardians banning out the Sojourn as well. We did see, a decent amount of Sojourn. She's definitely still prevalent in the meta. But, like I kind of mentioned back on King's Row, you can sub in kind of that Freya into that same position. We also saw the Cassidy being played a decent amount as well. We have Floor 13 from Reckless Gamma picking that hero up on a couple of those maps. So it'll be interesting if they're going to kind of run dive composition as well, or if maybe Pristine Guardians not looking to take a dive here on City Center.
No, I don't think it's required for them to at all. I mean, we've talked about the Orisa before. This character is very good right now, and even with the Ramatra off the board, I think this is still a very, very solid choice here. The Spear is going to bring you so much value if you're trying to deal with characters who are harassing your backline, and I mean, this is a very evasive backline in the first place, so on the eye test, I really like the composition that we're seeing Pristine Guardians come out with, but we've seen Reckless Gamma do crazy things, so I would not count them out just yet.
Absolutely not. I will say Ferret over on this venture as well, so that's a lot of burst potential, and yeah, Jacob gonna experience some of that burst damage.
A fair amount of burst damage, yeah. He might have exploded a little bit in that instance, and Spectre will be the next victim. Eventually, Sword Out also goes down, and nobody's going to be going for like an immediate contest onto the point here, but that's a chase and a half from Ferret. The Venture not going to allow the Genji to escape, but does get punished for their hubris eventually. But it's just back and forth trades right now. You're not too worried about this one if you're Pristine Guardians, because you're already ticking up progress, and players are on their way back.
Yeah, that's right. Venture does have quite a bit of movement cooldown, so they are going to be back into this fight fairly quickly here. That Suzu being forced out is maybe an opportunity for Reckless to push in, though.
Yep, and they do just that. Sword Out is the first to fall in that fight. Money Trees falls shortly after, hounded down by Spectre, that Tracer that we saw do so well in that previous series. And I mean, it's just a Venture stalling it out right now, and they make it away, but eventually this should just be a capture for Reckless.
Yeah, no, Spectre not showing any mercy for Mimic or Ferret on the side of Pristine Guardians. 38%, not too bad for Pristine to be able to pick up in their first capture there. You have built up to this Pulse Bomb, and no Suzu on the side of Reckless Gamma here. So Sir Olin on this Ana could be in a little bit of trouble once Money Trees is able to spot him out, but you have the Nano and a Pulse Bomb of your own to work with very shortly here for Reckless Gamma.
But the dive Orisa comes in, Surlin goes down, and I mean, there's just so much pressure on you that you can't get away in that instance. Jacob falling very, very low and is able to escape at least for now, but this Orisa is a problem in your team with a Fortify unkillable demon. Floor 13 eventually does go down, and more players from Reckless Gamma will eventually meet their doom, but Pristine Guardians, they should be able to convert this into a point capture here, especially since Jacob doesn't quite have the Primal Rage to stall. So 51%, not bad, but they gotta get more.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we did see that Pulse Bomb from Money Trees come out, but now 4 other ultimates here from Pristine to be able to survive. Now, the Nano Blade from the side of Reckless Gamma could be met by this beat from Mimic, but, you know, if you hang around this blade a little bit too long, that Nano Blade will be able to cut through, so you're potentially going to want to have a bit of speed to kind of kite out of it as well, because Reckless Gamma are coming into this fight for ultimates of their own.
Going in very aggressively on this fight is Pristine Guardians. Both teams are going to end up using the Terra Surge, but the beats also both going to come out. Venti still dying to the Terra Surge despite that, I mean, that excess amount of health. There will be no need for it, as they will fall very quickly. And now Jacob down a Primal Rage as well, not able to find any value out of that. No punish on Pristine Guardians for playing that aggressive on their defense there. But there is a Blade and a Nano here. Nano's dead! The Tectonic Shock has just killed both of the supports. The Blade finds Ferret, but oh, this is disastrous for Reckless Gamma, especially since they lose out on Spectre. Jacob and Floor are all who remain to contest this, but neither will last particularly long. Floor can maybe get another touch, but they're gone. Venti is back to the point. But again, won't last long even with this Nano invested. They needed Surlin to last just a little bit longer, but Ferret had a perfect use of that Tectonic Shock, and that's going to be what pushes Pristine Guardians over the edge and take point 1.
Yeah, nice stuff from them. I think seeing them go first kind of in these fights, you know, catching Reckless Gamma a little bit off guard, because last match we were seeing Reckless Gamma kind of always being the one to initiate, always having either a cooldown ready to go, whether it was the anti-nade from Sir Olin or even an ultimate coming through. But now Pristine Guardians acting a little bit quicker here, and I think that Sir Olin on that Ana especially really getting targeted down. I think in one of those last fights we saw Money Trees with the final blow and then 4 assists from everybody else on the side of Pristine Guardians. So that's when you know that, you know, you really have a target in mind, and Pristine was doing a great job of finding that target and taking them down. Now, we are going to head over to University, so we didn't get a chance to see this on the broadcast in the last series here. It is going to be the Orisa compositions coming out from both teams, but Spectre is actually going to move over onto the Pharah here, potentially very damaging against this Venture Tracer comp that Pristine Guardians is running.
Yeah, very much so, and Diddle being the first player to go down is kind of a tragedy for the side of Pristine Guardians. Losing out on a whole lot of your like major point presence is not ideal this early on. So, but I mean, they do end up just walking onto the points anyway, and they still manage to get first capture. Venti not able to contest it for long enough. I am not sure what happened there, but Reckless Gamma just kind of giving it away despite getting the first pick.
Yeah, and this is nice for Pristine to be able to pick this up, because it's going to be a lot harder to walk in with the Pharah. Of course, as I say that, Spectre is going to be able to find the opening pick here. Now, no speed, no aura healing from Pristine Guardians. Reckless Gamma need to move quickly here before that Lucio gets back into this fight.
Barrett manages to make it out of that situation alive, which, insane, but eventually a Pharah rocket from long range does take them out of the equation. Whole lot of players on point right now, but capture not quite going to go through yet. Diddle is able to contest it for just a little bit longer, but they only get to 37% before the capture comes through for Reckless Gamma. A lot of ultimates on both sides of this, on both sides of the field right now, and Floor 13 is going to be the first to fall victim to a very aggressive beat rush from the side of Pristine Guardians, but a very fast punish from the side of Reckless Gamma is going to ensure that Pristine Guardians is not able to retake this one easily. Mimic goes down, and just like that, a lot of their sustain is gone. Money Trees is just hassling this Orisa at the point, but I mean, eventually it doesn't matter what you do, Pristine Guardians. They're just gonna keep walking in and taking these fights.
And I'm really impressed from them. I know that the beat in from Mimic, I love an aggressive beat, and you find that opening pick, which is really good, but Diddle just getting absolutely bursted down, but somehow, I mean, Pristine Guardians gotta survive through that. You still have the Terror Surge, and you're gonna have that Titanic Shock available from Ferret. I mean, he's been able to do really great stuff with this so far, but Reckless Gamma have ultimates of their own to work with both these DPS ults, and you're gonna have a beating round.
Oh, I really like that idea there, the combination of the Orisa ult and the Venture just burrowing and doing a whole lot of burst damage to everybody who was already hurt there, but it was a really good response from Venti to hit the sound barrier and make sure that that wasn't going to be the 1-2 punch that just knocked their entire team out of contention of the map. Unfortunately, Mimic on this aggressive Lucio might be, especially with Jacob going down shortly after the pick onto Surlin. I mean, Pristine Guardians is playing very aggressive right now, and it is working.
Yeah, now we're
95.
approaching kind of overtime here. Jacob is going to swap over to the Doomfist just to try and get a touch. Spectre's here. You only have the Dead Eye to work with on the side of Reckless Gamma, but this beat from Mimic is going to be coming on point very...
Nobody touched.
Nobody touched.
Nobody touched.
Oh, no.
I mean, you were 100% right. They had the tools they needed to retake that. Just nobody touched. Just nobody touched. Nobody got there.
Oh, it does happen, but this is okay. Well, Reckless Gamma are going to take their first map loss of this GitGud run so far. Jacob is going to be able to pick up the play of the game, showing us a little bit of this Orisa gameplay, but Pristine Guardians, I mean, looking really strong on this composition and really making Reckless Gamma kind of, I feel like, maybe really work for it. You know, they had got a nice clean 3-0 last time, but now they're being put in kind of these uncomfortable situations where they're having to react in these fights rather than being the kind of the instigator.
Oh yeah, for sure. The pace that Pristine Guardians was taking was blinding almost in terms of just Reckless didn't have a response for that entire time. They were trying to play their comfort heroes. Obviously, they roll out on the Winston because the ball was off the table. It just was... it just wasn't great for them in the end. And I would also like to point out that Reckless went into that. Their first ban of the map was Ramatra. They did not want to play into that rush composition, and it is very obvious. But, I mean, if Pristine Guardians is that comfortable in the Orisa rush, and now Ram is on the table for the rest of the series, this might not be good for Reckless Gamma.
Yeah, I will say at least Reckless Gamma, you know, that Wrecking Ball ban it's gone right away. So you can play Wrecking Ball for the rest of the series if your heart so desires. And Reckless Gamma are gonna get the map pick now because they didn't have a map pick in the last series because they just didn't lose. And I believe that they have selected our map. We are going to be going to Rialto for this escort.
You know what's kind of crazy to think about? Do you remember the first time Wrecking Ball was ever, like, used at a decently high level of professional play?
No.
It was 2019 when one team, Watch League, would use it in the season full of goats.
That's right.
Who would play Wrecking Ball? Chengdu Hunter's own Amon. So, I mean, but obviously we are in a very different game now. That was set. My God. But this has worked into brawl compositions before. I am curious to see how, since modern brawl compositions don't really function, and it's going to be a very difficult matchup if that first map meant
I'm also
anything.
thinking that kind of coming into Rialto, I mean, hey, I said the King's Row wasn't a traditional Wrecking Ball map. Well, you know what? I'm going to say it again. Rialto, not like a traditional Wrecking Ball map. You know, it's a very corridor-like map. There's a little bit of high ground that you can kind of use as this Wrecking Ball, but there's really no sneaking around on this map compared to some of the other maps that we play Wrecking Ball on. It is going to be fairly obvious where your tank is positioning for if you know, Reckless Gamma do decide to run this Wrecking Ball, who will be back on the table. But I think that for Pristine Guardians coming into Rialto, I mean, you can play your kind of brawl composition here, and you can do it quite comfortably. There's a lot of corners that you can use to kind of like rotate around. As long as you kind of have your timing with your disengages and your engages down, I think that you can definitely still run even this Orisa, or like you said, Getster, Ramatra is still, you know, an option as well.
Yeah, for sure. I am very curious to see what the bans are going to be from both of these teams, because obviously, once again, Reckless has the first ban. They have ban priority here, so that first ban sets so much momentum in a game like Overwatch. I've been watching a lot of MSI in the last few days, so forgive me for the League of Legends comparison. Obviously, in a game with like triple-digit number of characters, the very first ban maybe not as momentum like setting as the rest, but in Overwatch we've got like what 43 characters right now, I think, maybe 44.
Sounds right.
Somewhere in that neighborhood, yeah. So that first ban means a lot more, especially considering how much more rigid the roles can be here, and they do all come through. Reckless's first ban is Lucio. Pristine answers with Pharah Ana, and Reckless finishes it off with Sojourn. So literally every tank on the table for this map.
Interesting. Yeah, not seeing a tank ban come out. It is not often that even when you only have kind of 2 hero bans on a map, it's not often that one of those isn't a tank, because I mean, we only have 1 tank player. Banning out the tank is very, very impactful just by nature of numbers. So yeah, having, you know, these 2 support bans and then the 2 DPS ban, really interesting. Sojourn is going to be, you know, banned for the 2nd map in a row here. So after this, she'll be back on the table because both teams have now expended that Sojourn ban. The Pharah ban coming out from Pristine, I like it. I do think that, you know, Spectre, we've seen Spectre play a whole assortment of heroes by now, but the Pharah on University, you know, maybe did catch them off guard a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm very interested to see how this plays out, because one of the other things about these bans is that Pharah and Sojourn are off the table, but you know who's still on the table? Widowmaker. Can I get some Widowmaker, please? Can I get some Widowmaker, please? Can a brother get some Widowmaker, please, for once in his life? Please? Wait!
Oh, yeah.
Hold!
Floor making
Hold.
all of our dreams come true here.
Floor, please.
Okay, actually, you know, they are on the attack, so there's some time to maybe mess around with this composition. Pristine Guardians coming out on this defense here. Gang is going to be over on that Ramattra, so that Ramattra ban, I guess, you know, at least did a little bit of something in that first map. Ferret on the Reaper here, I think, is quite interesting as well. We kind of mentioned it before, like the Reaper not necessarily being played a whole lot, but Reaper was banned out in the last map as well, so now we have two of those heroes that were banned making a reappearance here, and I have money on that Tracer as well. The Curie Bap backline, kind of this double flex, can be really nice, whole lot of utility to work with, and well, doors have opened. Floor is still on this Widowmaker.
Yes!
The Zen Iyari backline as well. I mean, Reckless Gamma are really playing for picks with this. You have the Discord Orb, you have the Iyari that can do so much damage, and then Floor on this Widowmaker as well, but it's kind of a glass cannon.
Oh, it absolutely is a glass cannon composition that we're seeing here. I also do really like the Ferret's pick onto the Reaper here. I think it puts a whole lot of pressure onto Jacob's Wrecking Ball and, you know, anybody else who's over-aggressing just a little bit. And Venti is going to be the first to fall to the hands of the aforementioned Reapers. So already seeing a fair amount of value come from this hero.
Yeah, we are going to see a little scuffle happening here. Ferret picks up Sir Olin as well, so it's just basically deleted the backline for Reckless Gamma. But, you know, the trades coming through are ultimately going to kind of favor this attacking team. If you can start getting a little bit of pressure going on this card fight against this Ramattra, like, it's going to be hard to really, like, dislodge this Pristine Guardians from that cart.
Okay, there we go. The first pick coming out from the Widowmaker. Ferret will fall. And I like the very quick reaction from Gangadittle, just to put up the shield on that sightline, not allow Floor to get that much more value in that immediate spot. And once again, very early pick onto the support line. Both of them fall very quickly here, but Floor able to clap back with a shot onto Mimic's Dome. Very solid stuff in that regard, but still probably a lost fight, unfortunately, for the side of Reckless Gamma, excuse me.
Yeah, Reckless, like, so when you're playing this kind of pick composition, you need a little bit of time, right? You need to have a little bit of space to kind of find this damage, and I mean, Pristine Guardians are just doing a really good job of not giving them any of that space to work with. Every time we're even seeing kind of the picks come through for Reckless Gamma, it's kind of in that mid-fight territory where it's not really going to be enough for you to kind of walk forward with, as we are going to see Sir Olin swap over to the Baptiste, so a little bit more survivability here. You got the Pulse Bomb to work with, but I mean, 4 ultimates here for Pristine Guardians, it's going to be so hard to break through this corner.
Yeah, and as much as I absolutely love to see Widowmaker gameplay, I'm not sure if this is going to continue to work in the long term. I'm inconsistent.
Okay, Olin picking up this kill onto Mimic, so at least that Kiriko and the Kitsune Rush are going to be out of the fight, but oh yeah, here's Gangadittle, you know, just coming in with this annihilation and making sure that even when it seems like Reckless Gamma have an opportunity to push forward, there's an ultimate there from Pristine Guardians, basically just stopping that in the tracks. Oh my gosh, and the Blossom coming through as well. I mean, a little bit of cart progress has been gained there for Reckless Gamma, and at least, you know, you have some ultimates coming online here. You have this this Sun, you're gonna have the Mines as well, but 60 seconds on the clock is not a whole lot of time to work with, and this is really not a whole lot of cart progress either, especially considering both these support ultimates from Pristine Guardians still ready to go. Could potentially use it first because, like I mentioned, you really don't want to have to like wait too long when you have this kind of raw composition. Gangadittle down. That is going to be an opening here. Spectre, oh, really coming alive on this Tracer. The Pulse Bomb from Money Trace is going to find that BAP lamp, but otherwise, not a whole lot of a response here from Pristine Guardians as finally Reckless Gamma are able to get this payload moving forward. And they didn't have to commit any ultimates there. They are going to use this window. It's the Kitsune Rush from Mimic in response. Sword is going to throw in a window of their own as those mines from Jacob are on the point. Very, very close to capping here as it is in overtime now for Reckless Gamma. They have to stay on this point. Gotta clean up Gangadittle, who's on this Ramattra on point. No supports available for Pristine Guardians, and it is looking like, ooh, Reckless Gamma, it was looking really good for them, but the TP in from Mimic, not going to be enough. Finally, in overtime, Reckless Gamma are able to pick up that first checkpoint on Rialto and maybe finding their footing a little bit more on this composition. Now, Sir Olin is going to swap over to the Kiriko here off of that Baptiste, so maybe even like a little bit more survivability now because you don't just have that lamp anymore. Now you have the Suzu and you have the TP. Slam in from Jacob. It's going to force out a little bit of cooldowns here, but Pristine Guardians able to get set up on this high ground. Gonna be careful. Floor 13 on this Widowmaker. Trying to find an opening pick here, but that shield from Gangadil really just denying a whole lot of value. Sun in from Venti. Not quite gonna connect on to anything. Actually, Venti is gonna get punished there. So now you don't have that Iari in the fight. That's damage and healing gone. And that's an ultimate expended as well. A little bit more progress here. Ferret finding both DPS. Oh, with that Death Blossom, and Jacob is going to fall a little bit late here. Will not be able to get the wave spawn, but not too bad. Now, once again, looking a little dire here for Reckless Gamma. Pristine Guardians are going to have this Annihilation and the Pulse Bomb from Money Trees. And once again, they're just set up here on the high ground. They're going to be able to do a whole bunch of poke damage kind of as Reckless Gamma are pushing in. And Flora is just going to have a hard time finding an opening. Now, this is very aggressive from Money Trees. Spectre is trying to put a little bit of pressure over on that Widow, trying to protect Floor on this Widowmaker.
You found my present.
But all the while, this is kind of both of the DPS out of the fight here for Reckless Gamma. Sir Olin, though, gonna put in a little bit of DPS of his own, finding that kill on to Ferret. But this Annihilation is ready to go from Gangadil. Last time that we saw Reckless Gamma kind of have an advantage here, we saw this Annihilation shut them down. But Sir Olin is gonna follow up with this Kitsune Rush, trying to keep this tempo going for Reckless Gamma to start moving this payload forward. Finding the kill onto Sort is an excellent way to keep things going. But now Gangadil has this Annihilation, is holding on the cart, finds that first kill onto Sir Olin, and manages to take Venti out as well. As overtime is starting, there's no support on the side of Reckless Gamma. Ferret finds Floor as well, so a lot of that one-shot potential now gone. Overtime has started, and everybody from Reckless Gamma very, very low. The window and the Kitsune Rush just thrown in for good measure there from Pristine Guardians, and that is going to be as far as this payload moves on Rialto. Not too bad for Reckless Gamma, who did get, you know, a whole almost full held on that first point until getting the overtime in. But still, you don't make it to that second point. It's very, very tricky kind of spot to have this payload stuck on. We'll see if Reckless Gamma are going to stick on this Wrecking Ball / Widowmaker composition on the defense here. Might be a little bit easier. Especially I'm thinking for the Widowmaker, where you can get kind of set up on the back bridge. There's a little bit more of kind of open space to work with. But Pristine Guardians on their attack, they have a very, very clear win condition. You got to get through first, and you got to get halfway through second, trying to put themselves at a match point in this series. Well, Reckless Gamma have come out of the spawn doors on this defense. Jacob is going to be over on the Ramatra here. Floor still sticking on this Widowmaker. It is the Bap Zen coming out, so still going to be sticking on this double flex composition. With the Widowmaker / Zen, you do have a whole lot of damage potential. If you're going to play the Zenyatta, we really got to be seeing kind of the follow-up on these Discord orbs. Attack. Spawn has opened! And it looks like Pristine Guardian still sticking on this same composition. We'll have Mimic on the Kiriko, Sort on that Bap. Oh, the Reaper TP in from Ferret. Very, very aggressive. Gotta be really careful when you have that Widowmaker, but he does manage to get out alive. Forces out a couple of cooldowns here from Jacob, but Reckless Gamma are holding kind of up on this high ground, so we're gonna have to see Pristine Guardians try to put some pressure on the TP and the Tracer. Going in on this Baptiste, forces out the lamp. Again, Ferret just managing to get out with kind of a sliver of HP here. Cart has moved forward just a tiny little bit, and the high ground actually has been given up here by Reckless Gamma, essentially, as Floor is gonna go ahead, push back to this back bridge. call out from Spectre. Has that Harmony Orb to try and keep him alive, peeling for his Widowmaker, but unfortunately for Reckless Gamma, the support line is now gone. And that's going to mean that Pristine Guardians can just push this payload forward, maybe even find some stagger kills. Oh, okay, nice little footwork there from Spectre. Is going to be able to get across that bridge, but the TP from Ferret, oh, the Tracer is not going to get out alive. Now, there's only one person on the card here for Pristine Guardian, so there's going to be a little bit of time for Reckless Gamma to get repositioned, to get regrouped, maybe get another touch in, but so much space being claimed here from Pristine Guardians. I mean, you actually do get punished for it, though. Mimic and Ferret are both going to fall. The point is being contested now. Reckless Gamma looking to come back into this, try and stop this cap from coming through, and Pristine Guardians might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew by pushing up so far into the spawn of Reckless Gamma. Beautiful stabilization from them, and well, they didn't have to use any ultimates. They have built up to 4 ultimates of their own. Pristine Guardians, you've got this Pulse Bomb. Ferret is going to have the Death Blossom ready to go very shortly as well. We've seen quite a few kills come out from this Reaper, so we'll see what Ferret can get done on that. A lot of aggressive TPs in. Yeah, here's one more, looking for this Widowmaker. Has the Blossom ready to go, has Gang and Tittle there to help them as well, and now DPS are gone from Reckless Gamma. It's a late Transcendence here. Sir Olin trying to keep Jacob alive, but the shield, oh, what a beautiful shield from Gangadil is blocking off the heals from that Zenyatta. As soon as the Transcendence is done, Mimic gonna take them out now. The cap has come through. Pristine Guardians, you committed the window from Sword Out, but otherwise holding on to 4 ultimates to try and get this payload halfway through. Gangadit will just check in, see if there's any late spawns there, but everybody from Reckless Gamma did get that wave spawn, as Sir Olin has swapped over to the Life Weaver here, so we've been seeing a little bit more Life Weaver here and there. The pull can be very, very impactful for saving people kind of in that last minute. Beautiful headshot there. Floor 13 is going to take out Ferret. Mimic's gone as well, so good start here from Reckless Gamma, taking out 2 of those ultimates. We'll see Pristine Guardians kind of just backing out here, trying to stabilize this. Okay, yeah, you have not backed out quite far enough, Venti. Popping that window, ensuring those kills come through for the side of Reckless Gamma. Now, Honeytrees did use that Pulse Bomb. Didn't find anyone. Into the drink he goes. All right, 3 minutes on the clock here. Pristine Guardians, you know, you use the window. Ooh, floor 13 coming alive on this Widowmaker. We'll be able to find Mimic, and that's just more time off the clock here, as you will have to wait for that Kiriko to get back into things. But once you have this Kiri back, you're gonna have the Kitsune Rush, you're gonna have an Annihilation ready to go as well, and that Blossom. I feel like Pristine Guardians want to push up towards this high ground. Oh, Pulse Bomb! Whoa, what a Suzu. The timing is there. Mimic keeping his team alive. Now, the lamp has been forced out. That's the Kitsune Rush in. The Annihilation was popped here from Jacob, maybe trying to just deny a little bit of space, but now there's dueling Annihilations happening here. Jacobs runs out, but Gangadit's still going with this one. Really wants to take down this Ramatra. He's going to be able to do so, but meanwhile, Gangadit actually is going to get punished themselves. Lifeweaver has been taken down. The numbers very much in the favor of Pristine Guardians here. 4 members on card. Jacob has swapped over to the Wrecking Ball. Gonna try and get a touch. Will get the slam in. Forces the Suzu. But, oh, the window from Sort. Maybe just trying to force Reckless Gamma to take a little bit of poke damage as they come in. But they just don't have the numbers. Pristine Guardians are going to be able to pick up their 2nd map of Rialto here, putting themselves at a match point. Well, unfortunately, Gedster not here to enjoy this Widowmaker play of the game. Getting some Widow action fun to see. Ultimately, wasn't able to secure the win, but did find some really nice picks there. As we take a look, Rialto, like we said, picked up by Pristine Guardians. So, looking pretty strong here. Potentially looking to get their second 3-0 of this GitGud tournament. Now, we are going to throw it to a quick break, but we will be back with potentially the conclusion of this series just after this.
far, and it's still not done. Game 2 here is still winding down, and we've got match point for the Pristine Guardians. I'm not Gedster. I am now Soav. He's magically transformed. Don't ask questions. Just accept it. This is life. And I'm still here with Rain. And Rain, catch me up. What has been going on? Because I see a very dominant 2-0 looking score line. Is that really the case here?
Unfortunately, yes. So Reckless Gamma really getting a run for their money. We got to see them play against Team Purple Nova in the last series, where Reckless Gamma were just absolutely running away with the series, getting a 3-0 in pretty dominant fashion, really favoring this Winston and Wrecking Ball kind of compositions. But now Pristine Guardians, they flipped the script on them essentially. We started out on Oasis, where Pristine Guardians got that 2-0 win, and then moving over on to Rialto. Reckless Gamma, a pretty good push, getting that first point in overtime, but only making it through halfway of that second point, and then Pristine Guardians on their attack, getting held up a little bit on first point, but after they got that checkpoint, just absolutely running away with it.
That's just the way it is. We do have our third map now. We will be going on over to Suravasa. So, Flashpoint always a bit of a different beast when you look at what came for it. With Control, being the closest to be. Do you think much is going to change here the way of Flashpoint?
Yeah, this will be interesting to see. We didn't get to see Flashpoint in our last series. Now, I think that Suravasa especially could potentially favor these compositions that Reckless has been looking to run, the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, the Tracer, and the Genji. But they didn't have such a great time on Oasis. So we'll see if they can get things turned around here, try and, engineer the start of a reverse sweep, as we are going to have the hero bans coming into effect as well. So we have those ready to go. Reckless, since they had this map pick, are going to be able to have the first ban, and they're going to go ahead and start out with the Venture ban. Pristine responding with the Genji Brig, and then we're rounding it out with a Baptiste ban. So similar to our last map, there's no tank ban making an appearance here on the map.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Usually I would assume if there was if there was some sort of, you'd said it, like they were very good at dive tanks. So that's kind of shocking. Is the Venture a targeted ban? Because that feels very, that's not a character you normally usually see. That feels very targeted, realistically.
Yes, definitely targeted. And we saw the Venture make an appearance for Pristine Guardians on that Oasis map, specifically on University, running this Orisa plus Venture combo. And we were seeing those kind of work in tandem very well, seeing the Terra Surge kind of come through for Gangadittle. And then we were seeing Ferret on the Venture kind of coming in with either the Tectonic Shock or just using kind of the pure burst damage of that Venture. So yeah, Reckless Gamma banning it out here, maybe getting a read that Pristine Guardians is going to want to play something similar to what they played on Oasis.
Well, I do see a ball on one side for Reckless Gamma, but that's not the team who I was expecting to see it from. Pristine Guardians looking to eyeing a bit more of a pretty standard comp. I literally like the look of the Reckless Gamma dive. That looks like exactly what you want to be doing.
Oh yeah, and Reckless Gamma, this is what they were kind of opting for in the last series. Jacob definitely favoring this Wrecking Ball, and this is a team that has looked really good on these dive compositions. Floor 13, our interview candidate from the last map series, letting us know that Reckless Gamma has been a team for a while. This is a team that has practiced together for, multiple series. This is not just a team that has been put together for this GitGud tournament. And while we mentioned that, looking at the way that they play this dive composition specifically, it just looks like a team that has a lot of synergy.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things that, the revival of GitGud, as if you are new here, this Once Upon a Time was a pretty long-running event, so that's kind of what it stood for in a lot of ways, was the ability to kind of build a community, get a team, and then quite literally get good, just go into it. So good to see that those teams are still, forming and throwing into it. From what you saw out of the gate there, did anything really shock you though, Rain? Because again, you're kind of, you've seen more of this match than I have, so, but anything any wild curveballs?
Nothing too crazy. Pristine Guardians running out on the Ramatra composition. You do have Ferret over on that Reaper. We did see them him playing a little bit of that Reaper as well when they were on the Farah or the Venture. I think that from the side of Reckless Gamma, we saw floor 13 hovering the Sombra, which would be the first time that we saw the Sombra kind of make an appearance here,
Yes.
which is maybe a little bit surprising to me because we saw floor 13 running the Cassidy in the last series quite a bit. It's still with this Wrecking Ball composition as well, and honestly, he was doing really, really great on that Cassidy, but I think the Sombra pick here, Sombra, you know, you need to be able to kind of work with your team very well, so, I mean, if you're a team that already has this synergy and understanding of how each other plays, I think that pulling out the Sombra, I think that it could get really big value, and it might be what they need to try and get a map win against Pristine Guardians.
Yeah, anything to keep yourself alive, because it is match point here, and I mean, it is a small tournament this week, so it is going to be, you know, win and go on, lose and go out. So like you said, yeah, if you got something in the pocket, you might as well try it. And Sombra in particular is one of those picks that you know, is designed to do a lot of that disruption, right? Similar to, you know, maybe like the ball itself. Like, you're very good at getting in there and kind of disrupting what this dive comp is going to want to do. So, you know, Cassidy is one way to deal with that problem, but I think, you know, when your back's against the wall, it doesn't hurt to try it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, so out of the bans that we saw here for this map, the Venture, the Genji Brig, the Baptiste, now these are all heroes that we've seen so far in the series, but both of these teams have been doing a really good job of showing us their flexibility here, even though Reckless Gamma has definitely more favored kind of the dive, the Winston and the Wrecking Ball specifically. We did see Jacob play a little bit of the Ramatra, you know, you briefly swap onto Doomfist for the touch, but I think that now that Reckless Gamma are on a map where they can really comfortably kind of play this dive, and you don't have any of your staple kind of heroes that have been banned out. They did play the Genji a little bit, but I think that now that they're on this is potentially kind of their best shot, which is great because it's the last chance, but to try and find a map win.
Well, and so correct me if I'm wrong. I believe earlier when we were looking at the day, we were looking, and Reckless Gamma has kind of been playing through a lot of this. They've kind of done fairly well going into this. So to see them kind of hit this wall, I think, is a really interesting turn of the events today.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Reckless Gamma were able to pick up that 3-0 against Team Purple Nova earlier, and Team Purple Nova were the winners of our show match from last season, or last month. Yeah. So definitely like a strong team, and for Reckless Gamma to come in and 3-0 them in a pretty dominant fashion, you know, they were actually playing this dive composition through all of it. You were either on the ball or you were on the Winston, including on, you know, some maps where we don't typically see a whole lot of this dive, like King's Row, and able to like find these map wins on these matches. Like, this is why I'm thinking that, you know, now that you're on this composition, you have the dive, you're good to go, and this is gonna look good for Reckless Gamma. But I mean, it's hard to start a reverse sweep, right? Pristine Guardians already up 2-0. They didn't drop a point on Oasis. They did drop a point on Rialto, but, you know, it was overall still pretty good look from Pristine Guardians. So Reckless Gamma definitely, it's a big battle. It's a big battle here on Zervasa.
Well, I guess kind of lucky for them in some ways. They get a minute. We need to reset the lobby just because some issues. So sometimes when you are down, though, like that mental, like that little bit of a break does so much. When Pristine Guardians have been, you know, seemingly on fire for this map, for this match, you know, sometimes that's just enough to kind of reset everything. It's like not quite in this case, it's a literal reset, but the mental reset that comes along with it kind of can do it.
Yeah, and this could slow things down for Pristine Guardians. I mean, you've had all of, like you said, all this momentum has been built up. You take Oasis, you take Rialto, and I'll remind everybody, like, Rialto was Reckless Gamma's map pick because they didn't win the first map, so the loser gets to pick which map mode and which map itself we go to. So they are the ones that took us to Rialto. Now they're taking us here to Saravasa. Your first map pick didn't work out so well, so hopefully here on your second, this is your chance to kind of make it happen. But for the side of Pristine Guardians, I mean, being able to take away a map pick from your opponent, you're already looking really, really strong. Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge. And considering we are coming into the end of the day, that's the statement to make going into the rest of it. You know, for a team like Reckless Gamma who've played, you know, a few games and gotten their way in, but made it to, you know, this kind of semis point where like the end's in sight, that you kind of hate hitting this wall and then kind of coming back to it. So for what it's worth, I guess Gamma, you know, hey, it's good to have a real test here in the Pristine Guardians in a lot of ways. Teams are taking a little minute longer than we might thought. Let's take a quick break and we'll be back in just a minute with that game. We appreciate the patience for everybody. I know it's been a rough afternoon with losing Gedster and now the lobby reset, but we will get to the end of this third match of the day. Pristine Guardians still up 2-0 match point, and here we go. Let's get over there. Let's get right on into this. We have got Flashpoint, and I mean, yeah, this is about what we expected, right? This is about where we left off. I mean, still, like the Reckless Gamma comp to me looks like it's such a good disruption comp.
It's scary, and Spectre has been playing Tracer a decent amount throughout both of the series that we've got to see Reckless Gamma on, and he is a very, very dangerous Tracer. Tracer, of course, having a little bit of a buff. Well, not a little bit. It's a lot of a buff. The DPS passive increased, and Tracer herself got a damage increase as well, so a whole lot of 1v1 potential, and you can just see exactly what Reckless Gamma are doing in this overhead. It's all about taking angles. It's all about getting yourself set up all around Pristine Guardians on this this brawl composition. They're gonna have, you know, Ferret on this Reaper could potentially be a little bit of an anti-dive, but otherwise this Ramatra gonna have such a hard time looking at all the directions that Reckless Gamma's coming from.
Yeah, meanwhile, Jacob just rolled on through to find one, and Money Tree is there to trade it back out. The Ramatra just going to go ahead and try to contest the point now as it unlocks, but the rest of Reckless Gamma seems to be just getting the value from those angles. Both supports now just contesting on point. Ferret still on the other side of that fight, just finally looking to get back in, and now Isolated has to wraith their way out. Gonna probably get punished. Yeah, that's the rest of Pristine Guardians back to spawn, and opening capture goes to Reckless Gamma.
All right, this is exactly what Reckless Gamma needed to do with this composition. They had a really hard time with it on Oasis. It felt like Pristine Guardians were kind of just responding to it in every way possible. But now you have all of this map control. Jacob on this Wrecking Ball looking for the hits, and then you're going to be having the follow-up from Spectre, and this is dangerous for Pristine Guardians.
Oh, that was such a long flank to get there. Slam comes in. Suzu out for the side of the Guardians, and they have to get themselves out of the way. Hands thrown from Gangladiddle, and clears up one. Trades coming back now in either side. Sombra's going to barely get out. Nope, never mind, not getting out with their life. And meanwhile, the point still continues to tick. 60 and climbing, and with the fight so far away from the point, Jacob just here to stall out more time and keep them away from capping the point. I mean, Reckless Gamma just continues to hold this out, even though that was a pretty kind of a negative fight for them. Like, they kind of end up losing a lot, but they also managed to build so much point. 84 now and still going. The Ramatra trying to get any sort of pressure down to anybody. A hack now on to Gangla, and the rest of the team from Reckless Gamma trying to put any pressure in. And, well, it's not Mimic this time, but we lose someone else. We lose our other support this time. It's just been one of those days. It's just one of those days, Rain.
Yeah, Sword Out is gone from Pristine Guardians. Hoping we're going to be able to get them back into it. But yeah, so far, Reckless Gamma, I mean, you know, the pauses have been working for them, I guess. They've been able to kind of get this mental reset, really playing their composition a lot better than what it looked like on Oasis. Yeah. And a part of that, I think, does have to do with kind of the map topography of Suravasa. It's such a wide open map. There's so many angles, so many lanes that you can control, which they were just maybe struggling a little bit on Oasis, especially we ended up on University of Oasis, so maybe not going to favor this ball composition quite as much. But now I think that Reckless Gamma have really found their footing here, back into the groove of playing this composition the way that they did in the last series.
You had said that this was going to be their last chance, and this was their best comp to kind of start that reverse sweep. And I mean, this was a very good look at the way they were just making that disruption and really kind of forcing the Guardians to kind of, you know, play outside maybe their comfort zone, really kind of split their attention. You saw it in the beginning there. They were in that kind of a split angle where they were trying to cover a lot of these off flanks. It just really was a lot of pressure onto them. So like you said, Reckless Gamma looking really good, and the Guardians, you know, look, they won that last fight though. Like, that's the weird thing. They technically won that last fight. They had the numbers, but no pressure on point. The fight was so far away from the point.
Yeah, and that's the really unfortunate thing, especially when you're running this Ramatra. I mean, that's what you have compared to the Wrecking Ball, is that you have so much point presence. You can stand on that point as long as you want. You have a little farm and everything, whereas the Wrecking Ball comp, it's a lot of in and out, right? You don't want to stay in too long on this Wrecking Ball. Now, we do have the game ready to go here. Unfortunately, Sword Out was the one that DC'd there, so that's going to mean Pristine Guardians already down one, as that first point is picked up by Reckless Gamma. Now, we are going to move over to Palace, so just a short walk here, which works out great for Reckless Gamma. They're going to be able to get themselves set up in advance, and you've got 4 ultimates to work with here. It's just Floor that doesn't have that EMP ready to go. Pristine Guardians, though, I mean, other than Sword Out, who had that DC, you have ults to work with as well.
Yeah, Slam and Mines come through, forces out Sound Barrier from Mimic, and the rest of the Guardians will get out of dodge. Mimic actually finding Sombra on that disengage there, so coming out in the better of those ult usage. Reckless Gamma gonna just go ahead and give up the space now. They're looking for targets. Christine does find one. Annihilation is popped just to make sure they complete that kill into Venti, looking for the next target. It's gonna be the ball, but I think that's gonna be all they can really get. It's gonna be a little bit of a spin from Jacob just to try to stall out this point capture for the rest of the team to come back. Nope, Jacob's down, and the rest of the Spectrus of the Reckless Gamma squad's just gonna basically be giving up the goat, has to get out. Point goes to the Guardians to start.
Yeah, unfortunately for Reckless Gamma, both your supports falling at the beginning of that fight, and Mimic finding a late kill onto Floor here. Pulsebomb was committed. It actually looks like Reckless Gamma want to take this fight, but Pristine Guardians just absolutely shutting them down. The numbers are not there for Reckless Gamma, and you don't even have to use any ultimates here if you're Pristine Guardians, and you got both those DPS ultimates to work with.
And Spectre too. Yeah, this is just a late bunch of staggers. This is just a mistimed fight from Reckless Gamma, and now with it up to 50%, like, they have to lose even more time to recover.
Yeah, we see Jacob kind of taking an angle there, trying to rotate around, maybe put some pressure on this point. It does end up drawing Pristine Guardians back to this point. This is going to give a little bit of space here for Reckless Gamma to try and push in. You have the Kitsune Rush, and yeah, you're going to try to use that to engage.
Sir sends it in, and the rest of the Gammas go in there. No, it's the EMP's committed, and it gets denied. Just beautifully done there. But Jacob still is there to keep the rest of us out. Ferret is trying to complete that kill. Can't quite do it. Got to go ahead and chase down that Lucio. Met with a boop and some support, but meanwhile, Jacob on the point, just winning the tank fight the rest of the way. And the Guardians, in their low numbers, will fall, and Reckless Gamma get it into overtime to keep themselves alive for point 2.
Ooh, yeah, and they managed to keep it here, but now only one fight needed for Pristine Guardians to win this point, and you still got that Blossom from Ferret ready to go. Sword Out has been able to build up to the Kitsune Rush as well, and I mean, there's so much time available here that you get to honestly, if you're Pristine Guardians, just wait for all of the other ults to come on and then hit the go button.
Well, the go button was hit by one side. Pulse Bomb goes wide and misses. That's a Kitsune Rush in from Sword Out now as well. And those Reaper shotguns are firing, looking for targets. But meanwhile, Reckless Gamma wins out the rest of it. Finally found one. The Tracer now ready to duel up against that Reaper. And I mean, the rest of these Reckless Gamma team, they're just throwing everything at it. Mine's now in as well, just to try to buy the space on the point. But Guardians are finding their picks, slamming from Jacob to try to push the Lucio away, and it's probably just going to have to get out. Point is about to flip. No, Jacob's going to try to make a touch in the last second. The 1v3 not going their way. Is going to get deleted on the way out the door. There goes the flip, and overtime ticking down. Great stop on the Lucio. Can't wall ride your way in, and the Pristine Guardians take point 2.
Here we go, all tied up, and the Pristine Guardians doing a pretty good, clean job with it. Use the Kitsune Rush, but 4 ultimates to work with here, including that Annihilation. Now, Ferret has been holding onto this Blossom for a little while. I do think that it's gonna be a little tricky to kind of find value with this Blossom against all the mobility from the side of Reckless Gamma. Floor has swapped off of that Sombra over onto a Reaper of his own now to try and match, and Reckless Gamma are gonna be able to kind of get set up around the point. It's Pristine Guardians that are forced to kind of fight through this choke point.
And that choke point, I mean, Gangla is just going to go right past to try to find a target. Sees the Reaper and has to finish it out. Soundbarrier was committed there from Mimic to try to allow them to keep going, and it's rewarded with 2. Make it 3 picks, 2 from Ferret. Beautifully done, just pushing the tempo there and getting that they'll be rewarded with that first capture.
Mimic having that the perk that allows for the amplification during the sound barrier, so the speed just constantly on with all of that healing and barrier now. And you still have 3 ults to work with here, and you might actually be able to get a punish.
Oh, I mean, that was going to be a punish. Annihilation's committed, but 2 down already for the Guardians. And Gangla's just going to go ahead and try to contest the point here. They have the control, but they need to keep it going. Now back literally into the corner, trying to just stall out this time. The rest of Reckless Gamma is going to roll up, and the Ramatra, not long for this world. Wow.
Oh, nice re-engage here from Reckless, and I mean, they did that without any ultimates. You just found the timing there, kind of able to disengage from that Annihilation from Gangadiddle and come back into it, cap this point up. Now, 50% not too bad for Pristine Guardians, but Reckless Gamma have all of the ultimates to work with here, and they have enough kind of mobility that they're really able to scout out where Pristine Guardians want to take this engagement.
Yeah. Amp used there from Mimic to try to get it in. There's a Blossom from Floor. No, they get punished for their crimes, and they will get traded out. For the rest of that slam into the rest of the Guardians. Mines as well from Jacob, and I think that's 3 ults now for the side of Reckless Gamma, but Guardians disengage with Sword Out. Kitsune Rush, a huge play as they remove back to point, and Jacob has to go in. Slam does catch Sword Out there, but immediately gets punished for it. And I mean, the rest of Reckless Gamma, they're throwing themselves at this point, but they just don't have the numbers. Trades come through on the Reapers, and it's just Floor with 14 HP HP, not long here, and they're gone. Pristine Guardians flip back on a very, very costly fight.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of ultimates there for Reckless Gamma. You have the beat to try and get back into this. Now, I will say 77%, you know, that's pretty good. That's essentially last fight territory if you can get the timing of the kills right. But Pristine Guardian's going to have a Blossom. You're going to have this beat and the Pulse Bomb to kind of work with here. The beat alone could be enough to really just sustain them through this fight, because if Venti tries to go for this kind of aggressive beat, you're going to be able to get that better beat.
Say Venti is in a Venti amount of trouble right there with that low HP, but gonna go in, get aggressive, amps it up, and catches Money Trees out, Sound Barrier in, and this Lucio just popping off. It's met with mimics as well in overtime, but there has to be more picks coming in from the side of Gamma. They need to keep some go. Boop almost gets the Reaper outside and just trying to hold that space. There's the Death Blossom from Ferret, nothing there added to it. Pulse Bomb though is good to catch Ferret out, and Venti's still just trying to keep people stapled to the wall. Boop from Jacob is in, but the Annihilation from Gangladiddle just controlling all of that space and slowly damaging, eating away at the Reckless Gamma. Trades through now, but they have to be mindful of the point. The last two people are there, and Pristine, they could tie this up. They could bring themselves up here. This is Tracer. There's two in, and that is the easiest hands caught ever from Gangladiddle. They'll clean this up, and they'll take point 3.
Oh, the power of the Ramatra once you kind of get onto this point. Had that Annihilation to kind of get the retake, and then, yeah, everybody from Reckless Gamma forced to play on that point in the overtime, and that means you're forced up against this Ramatra with the farm. Now, I will say Pristine Guardians don't have any ultimates to work with coming into this next fight. We are going to be heading over to Gardens, and Reckless Gamma are going to be a little bit closer here. They are going to have the spawn advantage as well for this point. You have the mines ready to go. Floor's going to have the Blossom, you know, ready to go very shortly. At this point, a little bit smaller than some of the other ones, so it could be really good point for the mines.
Ooh. Well, never mind. There goes that Blossom, because Gangladiddle just absolutely deleted them. There is the mines on their covering point, but it didn't really get to anybody, so point's now unlocked. Jacob going in for another slam and just kind of leaving the point to be where there's a 2v1 over there, and finally someone touches the mines. It was Money Trees running into them, the Reaper to follow, and Jacob just trying to hurdle all these people into the space, sees the Kiriko, gets her out of the way, and the point going to the side of Pristine Guardians won't stay there for long, as Reckless Gamma just managing to keep this and turn it in their favor with the help of Jacob in those mines.
Yeah, the mines, you know, they put a little bit of pressure on the point. It is, Gangadoodle on this Ramatra is able to clear them fairly quickly, but just a couple of them hanging around enough to do some damage to a Tracer, and now Reckless Gamma, really good economy from that right now. You have 4 ultimates here to try and hold this. The Blossom, a little bit easier maybe on the defense compared to trying to walk in with a Blossom, so you have that, you have the Kitsune Rush down this hallway.
Well, there's Kitsune Rush and Pulse Bomb, neither one really finding much. Gangladiddle gets the opening pick once again, and it gets Sound Barrier out from the Guardians just to keep themselves alive, but they are finding the picks here. Is Gangladiddle just gonna go ahead and just take that point presence again, just try to zone out whoever they can, knowing Annihilation is just around the corner. Hands in on the ball, trying to get out with their lives. No, does not get it. Point swings back the way of the Guardians. I mean, that was a way invested fight for the Gammas.
Yeah, Pristine Guardians did a really good job of just kind of kiting out, avoiding the Kitsune Rush from Suralin entirely, and then you go in with a Kitsune Rush of your own onto the point, so really nice positioning from them to just avoid the utility from Reckless. Now, they still have this Blossom, and there's a beat from Venti ready to go, but Gangadoodle does have this Annihilation. We saw this Annihilation be very impactful on the last one, and now there's not going to be a beat to deny it.
No, it's going to be used aggressively. I would say Death Blossom in as well. It's going to get matched after that by the Annihilation, but the damage is done. Gamma got 2 on the way out. Gets 1 traded out from Gangladiddle, who finds 2. Looking for more, just throwing those hands. It's going to be met by the mines, and they will not be able to live through that. That puts an exclamation point on that take.
Oh, there we go. Getting some big value from those mines,
Yeah.
shutting that down, and now essentially last fight territory. Pristine Guardians are going to be able to get another touch here. You're going to have both DPS ultimates to work with. Those mines will fade away from the point, and Reckless Gamma, now they won't have anything to work with ult-wise, but you got the first pick.
Well, first it's going to be point for the side of the Gammas. If nobody can touch it, it's going to be a point available. Guardians get the flip for free. Nothing stopping them. And Jacob going in with another slam, catches the Tracer out immediately. That's a shotgun to the head and just deletes them. On the point, still fighting. It's going to be 99-99 now, with the rest of Reckless Gamma just trying to find any amount of survivability. The Reapers trading shotguns. No help there. Jacob does find one, but the Pristine Guardians, they're on the way to closing this out. It's just the ball there, stuck and dead, and the Death Blossom is just a celebration dance for the Guardians. They close out Saravasa, and they close that out 3-1.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. 3-1 on Saravasa. 3-0 in this series. And that's Pristine Guardians continuing their flawless run so far in this series, their second 3-0 of the day. And this was impressive because, I mean, if you guys were watching Reckless Gamma versus Team Purple Nova, I mean, Reckless Gamma looked absolutely unstoppable and, you know, finding a little bit of life here on Saravasa, but I think Pristine Guardians, they just found the answer to this Wrecking Ball composition.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think the 3-1 is probably the better look at how close these teams actually were. Like, the 3-0 does not really tell you kind of how close it was. Rialto being that 2-1 as well. Like, there was definitely moments of just fights just fight from either side. Most of those Saravasa points actually went, 99 to 99. So I think, give it a little bit more time, maybe another map even, and we probably would have seen this go the full distance. But unfortunately, it's going to be the 3-0 today. Pristine Guardians are going to be the ones to go on. And I mean, hey, it's a well-deserved victory for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressive showing from this team. Now, this was our upper final, so this means the Pristine Guardians are going to go ahead and move on to the grand finals. We'll take a look at the bracket here. Yeah, Pristine Guardians making their run through, and they are going to be waiting in the grand finals. Potentially we see a rematch here as Reckless Gamma are just waiting to see who the victor will be of that lower bracket round 2.
Man, 4-3. That is a long bit as we're waiting on one more game from them. And like you said, this could just be, this might even be a preview of the grand finals. But we're gonna give it a minute. We're gonna bring in a quick interview. So hang tight. We're gonna grab someone and we'll be right back with an interview. As I say, I know it's not been too long of a day, but I mean, this was probably, we were talking about this on the desk. This is probably one of the tougher matches you know probably will see today. So how did you feel about coming out with the W? Like, it was a 3-0. Do you feel like that was like kind of what is expected? Do you feel any road bumps, or how was it?
I felt it was okay. Could have been better, but the technical issue that we have made us a bit cold, so we weren't really ready when we got back in. But we got up to speed. We'll take the 3-0.
Yeah, 100%. So one thing I was wondering, because of course on that first map on Oasis, we saw the ball ban come out from you guys right away. So is this something? Are you familiar with Reckless Gamma? Did you maybe see some of their match on the broadcast? How did you decide to kind of just ban out that wrecking ball right away, or was it just luck?
We played them yesterday, and we see the comp they like to run, and then we know what we're kind of good against or what not good against, so we just get it out of the way.
Sense. Well, all right. We're not going to keep you because we still got a long day, and I know you guys got one more game coming up. You'll get a little bit more of a break, but anybody you want to shout out, thank, anything you want to say before we let you back to the team?
I mean, just shout out my owner, man. Shout out Lights for Pristine Guardians.
All right, beautiful. Well, thank you. Shout out.
Yeah, thank
we're
you.
going to leave it there. And, well, we're going to take a quick break, get ready for that last game. We'll be back with the losers finals in just a minute, so hang tight. We appreciate the patience in that long pause, and you know what? We ended up with, how can we not look at this map 5? We were kind of joking behind the scenes that, you know, it's gonna go to the map 5. Surely it won't go to the map 5. There's no way. And here we are at map 5, so we had to jump in and catch it. Purple Nova versus Fellas in Paris now. It is a map 5. It's been a long road to get to this map 5, Rain.
Oh my gosh, yeah, so Purple Nova, unfortunately not getting the win, so we start out with Fellas in Paris taking the win on Ilios, and then Kings Row, Purple Nova fighting back and tying it up, and then it's been back and forth since then, so Rialto picked up by Fellas in Paris, and then our fourth map, Surabasa, picked up by Team Purple Nova, so it has literally been back and forth constantly as we are into this fifth map over on Lijiang Tower, scouting out on control. The Pharmacy plus Roadhog making an appearance here from Fellas in Paris. Team Purple Nova, a little bit more standard composition here with this Winston.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I really like the idea that Fellas in Paris are putting out, but we'll see if that works. As you know, Team Purple Nova just looking to try to hold these angles, finding a dive target as the point will open up, and finally on point, hook goes wide from Magnus, but bubble down from Primal there just to try to keep this space here. They'll hold the divider pretty evenly, and Fellas in Paris now with this Pharmacy not really able to get any real damage in from the outside, so great recognition of playing the space. Ozar does win the Tracer duel, and Magnus then finally opens it up onto Kyle. So Fellas in Paris gonna go ahead and slowly grind out this win, and they'll get the first pick for it.
Yeah, the DPS gone there for Team Purple Nova. Magnus gonna find that late kill onto Flagon as well. So first cap is going the way of Fellas in Paris, and now with this Pharmacy, it's gonna be really hard for Team Purple Nova to kind of push in. There's a whole lot of poke damage. The damage boost onto the Pharah, very, very dangerous. Now Primal, he's gonna swap over onto the Orisa here, so a little bit easier to kind of sustain through this damage. The Roadhog plus the Pharah, of course, gonna be able to do a whole lot of poke damage to that Winston as you're trying to come in for the engage. Not what you want to do or want to have happen if you're playing this dive composition. Now, it's going to be the rotation over towards White Room here from Team Purple Nova. I like this. You're avoiding kind of that poke from the Pharah, but now there's going to be a barrage ready to go here from Boosted.
Yeah, let's just see if they're aware of that. Primal now over on the Orisa, just trying to keep it. There is that barrage, catches one, but immediately gets speared for it. Hooked in, though, by Magnus, and just been trading, you know, punches back and forth here with Primal leading the way and holding the space. The trap goes down, no, Hog goes wide, no hook for it there. Gonna get Javelin spun their way out, but Ozar is doing the real work in the backline there. Hyde manages to trade out their counterpart, though, and the flip in the midst of the chaos goes to Purple Nova. Spear a little bit wide there for Primal, but the damage done, and they get control of the point from a very mixed fight. It'll be a disengage for the Fellas.
Ooh, yeah, and Magnus is kind of caught out in the dojo here. Might end up getting staggered out, but, you know, the Roadhog, a lot of sustain here. And Team Purple Nova, I like that you're being very, very cautious about this Roadhog because this whole hog is ready to go, and that can send you off the edge very, very quickly. Now, Team Purple Nova have 4 ultimates here to hold this point, but yeah, like I said, that whole hog is ready for Magnus.
Gets in a rush paired with that High Noon. Does catch Magnus right on out there with the whole team effort to keep him out of the way. 2 efforts to get the 1 pick and a disengage from the side of the Fellas. I mean, probably, that was pretty worthwhile.
Yeah, I don't feel too bad. You have this Pulse Bomb, and you're going to have this Valkyrie ready to go from SJM. Now, I think with this composition that Fellas in Paris are running, maybe you're not going to get a whole massive amount of value from this Valkyrie until you're really pushing a fight on the point. And Arrow's going to have the beat ready to go. Flygon will be able to match that. We'll see if Primal can find anything with this Terra Surge. You're not going to get the Mercy. You're not going to get the Pharah. Probably not going to catch the Tracer, so might be looking like a target onto Magnus.
Oh, double Pulse Bomb catches 2 from Ozer, who's having an incredible game here on game 5. And I mean, that's as good enough to take it over the way. Valkyrie comes out from SJM as well, just trying to keep the team topped up there with that beautiful little friend on the end of it. But Kyle at least gets 1 on the way out. So Fellas in Paris flip back and keep us at even.
Oh, the double trap kill coming through there. Don't see that all too often. And SJM is going to get that resurrect there. So not too bad. Fellas in Paris able to take this back, approaching that 80%. It's looking like last fight here. Team Purple Nova have that Terra Surge. And you're going to have the Pulse Bomb ready to go as well. A potential combo there. But like I alluded to before, it's going to be hard to kind of find the value onto the target here. But there is a beat from Arrow, also ready to go, ready to respond to this Terra Surge, or potentially to the beat from Flygon.
Looking for it, but just gonna rush right in. There is 2 from the barrage. Boosted, by the way, comes in hard and just smashes them right in the face. Primal just trying to salvage anything out of this as overtime is now active, sends in that javelin, but no good there. The rest of the fellas in Paris on point. It was there for good for 2 more, and this point will go the way of the fellas in Paris.
Yeah, nice stuff from this kind of maybe not a standard composition here. The Roadhog doesn't get to see a whole lot of gameplay in the competitive sense, but looking really good. I think that they're playing the composition very much like kind of a poke composition, a pick composition, and when everybody is kind of finding the value on their individual heroes, that's where this composition is really going to shine. Ozair doing an amazing job on that Tracer, not only putting a lot of pressure onto kind of the backline from Team Purple Nova, but also able to find kills out as well, and then boosted on this Pharah has been absolutely incredible as well. So I think that, although it's unconventional, fellas in Paris are making this Roadhog comp look very good.
Yeah, they've really changed the way that the game is being played. Like you said, it's very deathmatchy. It's very everybody kind of play for themselves. Where Purple Nova's still trying to play this team game and just kind of getting punished for it, while the fellas will run out and get there first. The Sim TPs on the way out, though, give the fellas in Paris just a little bit of the positional advantage, but Boosted already on this coastline now. See if they can get anybody. Hook catches Primal, but not really any damage from that. So gonna play from this coastline here as, ooh, the Sojourn arrow just catches the Pharah right up. Will get healed immediately by the Mercy. And again, just aerial assault from Boosted just is good. Kyle does find Ozair though, and that is gonna be a good opener, which will force the fellas out of the way, just realizing they can't win this. And I mean, the Remainers, Magnus and Arrow, will see themselves out to spawn eventually. Yeah, there we go.
And yeah, Flygon gonna collect a boop, environmental and a boop kill as well, as get a nice little 2k there. And I think that at this point it's going to be a little bit harder for fellas in Paris to kind of run this composition. We actually will see Magnus swap over onto the Sigma, so still going to kind of be running this poke comp, but maybe a little bit less deathmatchy now. Ooh.
Ozair again, once again, just winning that Tracer duel, always setting the pace for this. And now Purple Nova playing from a team behind. Shots are in. Ray is dangerously low, but has to try to get themselves teleporting out of the way. Ozair good for another one. Catches Flygon too. And again, this Tracer on these angles just winning everything. The rest of the fellas just collapse in. Magnus will give their life for it now over to the Sigma. But I mean, damage was done when that Tracer fight was over.
Yeah, I was thinking that, when you're on this kind of pick composition, it might be a little bit harder in these kind of enclosed space. There's not quite as much space for fellas in Paris to kind of position around this point where you have so much kind of open just pits around the point. But you're still, able to find the opening damage, and that's going to be enough here for fellas in Paris. They're doing a job just kind of collapsing around Team Purple Nova, who, when you're on this Orisa composition, like, theoretically, once you get set up onto the point, you should be able to brawl out a little bit better. It's just kind of finding their way into the point that has been the struggle for Team Purple Nova so far.
Ooh, Spear just misses the Mercy on the cross there, and that's enough, like you said. Pulse Bomb does catch Arrow, though, and that is a huge opener for the side of the Novas. They are going to go ahead and try to slowly push their way around, but Ozair and SMJ, they get the reses back. So there's going to be in. Primal sends that Surge, nothing in there, but 2 more from Purple Nova. Kyle just cleaning up on the Sojourn, a great Spear to close it out.
Yeah, and this, the Orisa composition, once you're on the point, the Orisa's going to have a whole lot more sustain compared to this Sigma. Now, Team Purple Nova had to use that Terra Surge there, but you got the Valkyrie out from fellas in Paris. You have this Overclock ready to go from Kyle, but Arrow, I mean, she's going to have the beat, basically, in response to that. Boosted has the Barrage ready to go as well. We've seen that this Mercy damage boost has gone over onto that Pharah, so we'll see what they can get done with that. Up against what Team Purple Nova has, though, honestly, if you're fellas in Paris, it might just be kind of a dry fight here. Let Team Purple Nova use it.
Ooh. Oh, denies Boosted even the chance to use it. And that's just a straight up disengage from the fellas. Kyle good for 2. I mean, yeah, that's all you could do. You already lost your Pharah. That was your win con. It's out the door. Everybody else just go back to spawn. And ooh, what a stop from Team Purple Nova. Beautifully done.
Yeah, Kyle good for 3 in that fight. Ozair does manage to find, his 1 there, but Hyde on the Tracer is going to be able to get back into the fight fairly quickly. Looking like fellas in Paris might want to take a fast fight here. You have the ultimates to work with. You got that overclock out. It's just the support ults on the side of Team Purple Nova that are going to be holding you back from this point.
It's from Ray now, just to give everybody a little bit more speed. 95, and I don't see anybody in sight here. Flux comes in, but I don't think it's good. Sound Barrier's there to cover it, and Sigma's still looking, holding. Sound Barrier does cover, though, and the Rock catches the Orisa out of the way. Sound Barrier faded now, and finally the fellas putting up a little bit of a fight here. Ozair with that Pulse Bomb, good for one. And again, just trying to hold the space as best they can. Ozair just continuing to clean up these targets. Recall from the Tracer, hide, no good there. You can't hide from that. And it looks like the fellas in Paris, they still got some fight with them. 53, it's still 2 fights to go.
Yeah, and now you've just got this this barrage from Boosted. You're not even going to be able to kind of build up to the next ult cycle in this next fight, so you need to win this next fight just with this barrage. And in the defense of fellas in Paris, it's just the Terra Surge from Primal that's going to be ready to go here. But like I said, if Team Purple Nova can just find their way onto the point, you have the Orisa for the sustain, and now you're going to have this Terra Surge as well. And of course, because they're at 99%, fellas in Paris have to put pressure on this point.
They really do. They want to close it out here and win this game 5. Just looking for something. Ozair trying to find any target. The Orisa's low, and that's a good pick for the Tracer. Kyle's, though, is there going to try to clean one back up on their own. Barrage got nothing. Magnus still just holding that front line, trying to NBLs, and Hyde strikes back with one of their own. The point, they're so far off the point, and fellas building up to 95 now. No, they have to defend this, forcing them Sigma back. Magnus hit the rock. No, goes a little bit wide under a little bit too much pressure there, and it's overtime now. 99-99 as Flygon is trying to keep somebody alive here. Can't go too high. Let's keep themselves on the point. Kyle does take out again the bird in the sky, and Arrow just doing their best trying to make sure they can get this through. Second pick for Purple Nova, and they are basically good to flip this back and keep it going. It's just the Mercy trying to keep everybody up. Flygon gets a boop, though, and that is enough to maybe close this out. Rez is good. Magnus is back in the fight here. Flip on the point, though. Does go to Purple Nova. Terra Surge is there, and it does catch one, but the picks just do not go the way of the fellas in Paris. Purple Nova, they're ready to close this out. They want to keep us and bring us the full 3 on map 5. Ozair finds 1, but there's still members of fellas in Paris hanging out here. Sound Barrier from Flygon catches 2, and I don't even know if it was needed, but it does keep at least something alive. Primal just trying to guard this back door, and it does enough. Purple Nova bring us to the 3rd map.
Oh, this is all the way. We're going all the way. Absolutely.
All the way.
I love to see it. I kind of forget that, you know, one of the perks that the Sigma has allows you to kind of have that levitate, which honestly saved Magnus there. Yeah, from getting thrown off the point there, off the edge by Primal. In the end, didn't matter too much as the number advantage were there for Purple Nova. And now we move over to Control Center, arguably much more favored towards this Orisa composition that Team Purple Nova have been running. You are going to have Kyle move over onto the Cassidy as well, a little bit more typical kind of for these close quarter maps. The Sojourn going to have a little bit harder of a time kind of finding the angles here that they really need to get the value. Now, fellas in Paris looking like they still want to stick on this Sigma. We will have Ozair on the Sin. It is just the TP out there. Boosted's going to move over onto the Genji for this indoor map. So, you know, still a lot of kind of pick potential here with this Genji Tracer, but ultimately the Orisa's going to have just more staying power in these fights compared to Magnus on the Sigma.
Oh, Magnus does catch Kyle out on that flank angle with a rock. I was a little concerned myself on that Sigma pick, but they're making it work here. So the flank from Purple Nova immediately shut down. Point's not even unlocked yet, and they already just have to get out. They already know the fight's lost, so the first free point to the fellas.
Yeah, gonna get percentage building here on Control, and I like this from Team Purple Nova. You know, you're down 1, just give some space. You're gonna be able to get back into this, hopefully try and take another fight fairly quickly. No ultimates have built up to either side, so, oh my gosh, everybody falling very, very low. And see, with this Sigma composition, you are gonna be able to shut down these flanks very easily. So Kyle on this Cassidy, if you're not playing kind of with your core, you could be punished very quickly either by Magnus or Ozair on this Tracer.
Yeah, with how Magnus has been hitting those accretions, I have to say too. Genji dash in, gets the Kitsune rush. There's the backup for Kyle, but Genji's just going to try to live to get out. No, they'll probably give their life for it, unfortunately. Yeah, there goes Boosted, who's had just a tough game, but Kyle's good for 2, looking for more. The backup from the side of the fellas in Paris is there, but Kyle's still good for 3 once more, looking for another one. Can he get the Tracer's head? Primal gets the 4th, and Pulse Bomb misses, but man, Kyle wanted that coastline, and he got it.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and good job from SJM. She's there, from Ray. She's there for kind of the backup there for Kyle. Absolutely needed, and allows the Cassidy to just hold that angle very well. Now, this is going to allow Team Purple Nova to push up to this choke point. You have the Kitsune rush ready to go, and yeah, you're just going to absolutely shut down this engagement.
I mean, it does stop a little bit short into the rover, so you get what you can. SJM does hit one, though, so that does give the fellas a chance to break through. It's going to be a disengagement now from Purple Nova. Spear charged up to a normal 100, doesn't quite get anybody, and now is trying to hold these angles to get some more chip damage in as the rest of the damage goes through. SJM caught out on the angle while the Sigma was going forward. Kyle good for the Deadeye as well. The sound barrier, just a little bit of extra help for the fellows in Paris. They need it, but it's not enough. Maybe committed. It did get matched by Flygon, so I guess that's the positive out of all of it.
Yeah, so, you know, when Magnus comes back into this fight, you don't have a beat on the side of Team Purple Nova to try and deny this flux, but Primal has been able to hit spears onto this Sigma, even just in the last sub-map here, so you're gonna have to be careful of that. It's an interesting kind of angle coming out from the side as fellas in Paris are opting to just rotate around the side.
Ooh. No, coastline is there. Magnus is going to have to commit the grab just to get floating. Meanwhile, catches two in. Terra Surge is sent in as well just to make sure they don't get caught into it, but the damage was done. Fellas already caught two in the meantime. High trades one out, and there's a little bit of that float from the Sigma just trying to get this over, but 80 on the point for Team Purple Nova and still climbing. They haven't had any point presence for the fellas, so they're still fighting to get real control out of this. Rock unfortunately hits the wall, misses the Tracer, and they still haven't captured. Rain, they still haven't gotten it, and there's two picks coming out through. This was their best chance to get it, 92 now, and that's going to be the rest of the end. Blade from the side of the fellas trying to get anything boosted, finally able to use it. No, nothing in the kill feed, but Magnus trying to do their best. Overtime now is there, but is there? No, the rest of the fellas are just gone, and Team Purple Nova clutch out game 5. They will go on to play the losers finals.
Oh, I mean, we didn't get to see the beginning of the series on broadcast, but just going off of this fifth map, this was absolutely incredible. Kyle, oh my gosh, on this Cassidy, yeah, watching him over on the coast, absolutely deserved, just absolutely incredible shots. Even though you don't get that final kill onto the Tracer, you know, you could maybe take a little bit of credit for it. But yeah, no, awesome stuff.
Beautifully done. And you can see it as just a haymaker of punches. 4-3 over on King's Row, 1-3 on Rialto. We caught the end of Saravasa there, and man, what a game 5 just coming in from both of these squads. I mean, they have the tough position to be in now, though, because remember, now they're going into the losers finals. Purple Nova will be going in. They have to play Reckless Gamma, and that is, as we've seen already, that is not an easy ordeal. I mean, they were just dominant this whole way through. We'll check the bracket here. You'll see it. Yeah. I mean, Reckless Gamma lost to our awaiting Pristine Guardians there. They'll have one more chance to come in. And I mean, this is Purple Nova have played well, but this is a big ask from them.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Team Purple Nova, it was Reckless Gamma that sent them down to this lower bracket. So you already played them once today, and unfortunately did end in a 3-0. But hey, you know what to expect from Reckless Gamma, so maybe you can engineer something, you know, find some footing to try and get a map win off of them. But it definitely is a tall order, because the Reckless Gamma versus Team Purple Nova match that we saw at the beginning of the day, it wasn't necessarily close.
Well, Purple Nova's going to have a chance to get a shot at revenge here. We're going to give them just a break as we go into our losers final. Stay right there. We're not going to be too far gone, and we'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back, one and all. We've got some more incredible Overwatch action coming your way. It's the losers finals here. We've got Reckless Gamma, who unfortunately just fell to our team, waiting in the winners finals, coming up against Team Purple Nova. And so let's just check back at this day so far. You can see it. This is a rematch long in the making here.
Yeah, so we got to see Reckless Gamma versus Team Purple Nova on our first broadcasted match of the day, and that did end up being Reckless Gamma taking a 3-0 victory, sending Team Purple Nova down to this lower bracket. And well, if you didn't have a chance to see that match when we first started the day today, it wasn't necessarily super close. Reckless Gamma really running away with this Wrecking Ball Winston composition, and Team Purple Nova unfortunately just didn't really have an answer for it.
Yeah, that's kind of the story. It feels like for Reckless Gamma is, you know, if you don't have an answer for it, you're gonna have to deal with it. But let's check out who these teams are bringing. I don't know that we'll see any new faces, but let's find out for Reckless Gamma. Let's see who they've got coming in on this side. Floor, Spectre, NRG is coming into play tank here for the side of Gamma. We'll have Venti and Sir Olin coming in, and NRG is we have a new tank player coming in. Interesting.
Yeah, this is interesting. So Energy is their signed tank sub here. Interesting to me that they are still saying that they prefer the Wrecking Ball. So, I mean, potentially not too many of a change happening in the compositions that they run. But let's take a look over at our other team. It is Team Purple Nova. So we have Clover and Hyde, the DPS for this team. Primal on that tank role. And then Flygon and Ray rounding out this roster.
I mean, we saw them fight back from the brink in that catch-up of that Game 5, and they do seem to have a very, very good amount of flexibility within their team, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they plan against that. But we've got our first map, and we've got our initial bans. We will be heading over to Oasis now, many players' favorite child of Control, but I think more interestingly, our bans are in.
Yeah, so we do have Reckless Nova just starting things off right away with the Wrecking Ball ban. So they know what to expect here. Or sorry, Team Purple Nova banning out the ball. Now, Team Gamma are going to ban out the Kiriko and the Orisa. And then in response to that, Nova goes ahead and bans out the Ana. So anticipating that, you know, that Kiriko ban is probably going to mean that you're looking to play for those anti-nades. So taking that Ana out of the picture.
Yeah, really interesting, because that doesn't also leave a lot of flex supports left when you look at what comps are available and what they want to do. Like, you really kind of only have, like Baptiste, Zenyatta, and Zenyatta's hardly a flex support at this point. So really interesting to see how these teams are going to have to adopt, particularly in the support line. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the opening map for them.
Yeah, I'm thinking that as well. And, you know, for Team Purple Nova to ban out the Wrecking Ball right away, you know, you might want to hold on to that for a little bit later, potentially, because, of course, with our hero bans here, once you ban out a hero, you can't ban that hero for the rest of the series. It could be banned out by your opponent, but this means that right away, you know, taking that Wrecking Ball out of the picture and essentially meaning that that's back on the table for the rest of this maps.
And as we stated, map 1 is going to be Oasis. We'll head on into the garden. And I mean, this is still really good, though, because Purple Nova, they like to play the dive, but they like to play the more traditional Winston dive. So we'll have to see what Reckless Gamma decides to do to counter that. It's going to be the... okay, this is actually not what I expected at all from either side.
No, the Reckless Gamma is surprising me, but also, you know what, they've trolled me all night long, so I don't really trust this. But Purple Nova, I think this Brig Juno backline makes a whole lot of sense for them. Kyle on the Cassidy, I mean, we just saw what Kyle can do on the Cassidy. Primal on this Ramatra, and then Hyde on the Symmetra. I suspect we're gonna get the Sim TP out, then probably swap back over onto that Tracer. Still sort of feels like a must pick here. Same thing goes for the side of Reckless Gamma, who, yeah, last second,
that
okay, there we go, swapping everything up, and we are gonna have a Moira on the field here from Sir Olin, so a little bit, you know, a little bit less played as a hero, but this allows for like a 5-person dive from the side of Reckless Gamma.
Yeah, but Spectra already on that flank angle finds one. Kyle, though, up on that high ground is deleted too immediately. That dive has been shut down. So Team Purple Nova, I mean, I think they found their win condition here. Let's just protect Kyle. It seems like they understand what exactly they need to do to win it.
Yeah, and Kyle on this Cassidy is going to allow for a whole lot of anti-dive, which is really good for this composition that Reckless Gamma is running, where they really want to just kind of all in on a dive target. And when you pair that with Ray on the Juno and then Flygon on this Brigitte, you're going to be able to withstand these dives fairly easily.
Point flips to the way of Reckless Gamma because Purple just kind of gives it up, but Kyle's there to avoid the dive, eventually gets punished as 3 in a row fall for the side of Purple Nova. High trades one's out on the way out the door here, and the Primal's not going to be able to hold it up much longer, so an efficient dive from the Gammas.
Yeah, really nice job, Spectre, on this Tracer, just tearing Team Purple Nova apart, and I think that Reckless Gamma played that really well. If you want to kind of get these successful dives, you really need to split up Team Purple Nova, so as soon as Primal kind of goes off on an engage, that's when it's kind of your go button to engage onto Team Purple Nova. The other opportunity here for Reckless Gamma is basically to be playing to punish here. As soon as Team Purple Nova makes a mistake, that's when you have the opportunity to just go all in and delete that hero.
I felt dangerous, although had to recall on this approach, but Purple Nova slowly getting their way to where they want to be. Hyde finds that Tracer. They win the duel out there, so making it a little bit easier. The field is down, and Primal's trying to go in, sees the Lucio, throws those hands, catches them out there, and the rest of the dive has come through from Purple Nova, but it's not enough. I mean, they'll rush in and get the rest of it, and it's, again, just swings back the other side. I mean, very, very swingy. 50, almost 60% for Reckless Gamma before it goes back the way of Purple Nova.
Yeah, nice engagement here from Purple Nova. Now, Reckless Gamma, you know, you've got this Pulse Bomb from Spectre to work with. You're going to have the Blade ready to go very shortly as well. Now, Flygon is not close to this rally, so you're not going to have that in response to potentially this Blade. Whew.
Ooh, manages to avoid the Pulse Bomb there, and that is a huge dodge for free. Kyle throws in the Deadeye, is trying to walk in on the Monkey, stuck in the bubble, but no, misses the skull there. Flygon does find Spectre in the backline, so while this Purple Nova squad has been chasing, they've at least been finding value. There's the Blade from floor 13, does find one. Annihilation on the opposite side is a great defensive tool to try to keep them out of the way, and eventually gets punished from it. Purple Nova just decide that they are going to pull this out. The Annihilation catches one in the last of it, but all of it spent to keep them alive and keep them climbing 50 and going here.
Yeah, I like that from Primal. You use the Annihilation basically as a defensive ultimate against this Blade from floor. You didn't have the rally online yet, but now Team Purple Nova have both these support ults ready to go. Now, NRG does have this Primal in where everyone's set up on this high ground and in the corner. It could be deadly.
Oh no, it gets rally, but the Primal's going strong. Energy finds a target. Can't quite get them together though. Kyle is the first victim to fall, but that's enough to get something down here. Meanwhile, on the point, still just looking for the contest. Venti trades out Ray, and the points are going to Reckless Gamma. I mean, it's still climbing for Purple Nova now at 80, but going back and forth here. Purple Nova's still not out of it yet. The Winston's going to get out of the way, and Purple Nova hold on to the point. The Genji deflect just to try to get anybody out of the way, and it's just a 2v1 there. The dive back in from the Winston, and Reckless Gamma are still in this. They're going to get the flip back here, but they just need to clean this off. 90 and climbing the last bit. They'll get it to 97 before it flips their way. Gamma, they're coming back.
Yeah, now we're at one fight territory here for Team Purple Nova. You don't really have anything to work with just yet. The beat is available here from Venti. Spectre's going to be able to get this Pulse Bomb as well. Now, you could essentially use this beat aggressively. There's nothing you really need to use to kind of deny. You don't have the Annihilation on the side of Team Purple Nova. Kyle, you know, will be able to build up to this Deadeye, but essentially more kind of a zoning ultimate here. Now, Team Purple Nova just need to find kind of an opening, see a cooldown used from one of the sides of Reckless Gamma. It is going to be the engagement first from Gamma.
There's the ring was out, but an energy dive came in through. Spectre's there to follow up beautifully, and didn't matter how many ults, they didn't need them. Primal gonna go ahead and catch one. Pulse Bomb goes a little bit wide, and Spectre's there to try to chase down the rest of it, but on point, it's now overtime. Looking for somebody to try to contest it. They have to get there to touch. Nobody, finally to get their touch. Primal's gonna give their life for it. There's the sound barrier from Venti just to give them the extreme long fight. Energy catches two out of it, and the hands are thrown. Primal's gonna send the Annihilation. This might be enough to stall it for a little bit. The field is there, and Hyde manages to turn one back. Primal catches the second, so this is still pretty open. High Noon from Kyle is thrown just a zone everybody out, and Purple Nova managed to win the fight and flip it back. There's gonna be a touch. The Juno is there, but they trade out Kyle for it, but it's not going to be enough. The Genji now last to throw themselves on the body, but I mean, the numbers are coming back for Purple Nova. Dash through from the Genji. Not enough to there. There's a blade, but they're going to have to pull it. No, and it gets denied by Flygon. Well done to hold it out. Team Purple Nova just steal this out in the last fight. Beautifully done to them. The cleanup is coming through. The dive back in from the Winston is there, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There's the hack from the Sombra, and it is over. Purple Nova steal that out from the 99.99.
Yeah, it was looking good for a second there for Reckless Gamma. You had the beat ready to go. You use it kind of aggressively, but you just were a little bit late with it. So, we were able to build up to the Annihilation on the side of Purple Nova, and then as soon as that beat subsides, that's when the Annihilation makes an appearance. And yeah, taking a look at some of these stats, I mean, Primal has 2 deaths. You absolutely love to see that from your tank player. Just a constant presence on the point and around the point.
You really could see it even in the field. 19 and 2 tells you they are in so deep in every kill. The coordination from that dive looks so good. I mean, most of the side of Reckless Gamma has just been, like you said, they've been playing well, but it seems like they're going to run it back to something different. It's going to be a classic May Cassidy Reinhardt comp. Man.
This is a throwback, isn't it? And they are going to get the positional advantage here, so already you're set up in a spot where you can use these Mei walls to your advantage. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how Purple Nova kind of attack this. You want to kind of bait out this Mei wall. Primal on this Ramantra will be able to kind of sustain through it a little bit if you get caught out, but the burst damage from this Cassidy, it could be enough to basically bring down this tank, or at the very least, force some cooldowns out.
Quick rotation back from Gamma are able to get themselves alive as they avoid the rat in this field there, but Kyle still chipping away on those angles. The Mei is there though. There's that flashbang, doesn't get anything. He's able to get out of the way with the help from their team. Point unlocks and goes the way of Reckless Gamma, but the fight in this small room is just going on. It is eternal here. Tracer trying to get any sort of an angle. Hyde gets caught out from the back though, and Sir Only is the only one that gets to take the first pick. Ray trades one with the missiles, and we are still going a little bit back and forth here as Gamma will get it to about 16, and Reinhardt charges to try to get somebody maybe on a random pin, but not going to be enough. 21 for Gamma before Purple Nova take it their way.
Yeah, now if you're Reckless Gamma, you'd really love to have been able to hold that a little bit longer, but you still have built up to this Blizzard, so you have that to work with. It is going to be a little bit trickier to kind of push in with this Mei rather than kind of defending with the Mei, especially where, Team Purple Nova has built up or is building up to some ultimates, that Deadeye, the Rally, and the Annihilation from Primal. Venti will have the beat ready to go in response to potentially this Primal, but it's all about, for Reckless Gamma, trying to find some space to use this Blizzard.
Kyle sends in the Deadeye, trying to find anybody there, not anybody in their sights, so it's just going to zone their way out. Primal gets takes a fall in the hole, and that is unfortunate, but there's no one really to follow up on. The rest of Purple Nova just kind of gets out the way. Ram's back, though, and the Mei almost dies for that Blizzard. Form gets popped. There's a pulse bomb. It hits the high ground, does get the immortality field, and that's enough. Sound barrier is late from Venti, but it's better late than never. Purple Nova do find one in the meantime, and Vermacha just trying to pepper in any amount of damage from the opposing side and can't quite get it. Purple Nova sees the two hiding in that corner, but they're still waiting for any amount of kills. I think that's going to be a window now from the side of that, and the Primal Annihilation is huge in that small hallway. Purple Nova, it's costly, but they get it back here. Went slightly bit away, 56 and climbing.
Oh my gosh, the supports from Purple Nova. I don't know how you kept Primal alive through that. I mean, the solo Blizzard from Spectre goes on to the Ramatra, and, Flygon pops the Rally to be able to keep Primal alive through that. Ray with the pocket as well. Really, really nice stuff there from Purple Nova to sustain through that, keep your tank alive. Now, though, you gotta deal with this Deadeye pushing on a point, making a whole lot of space for his team.
Yeah, wherever that Ray came out, though, it might have been enough. Ray from the side of Ray coming out into across the middle. It does enough to zone everybody out, but it didn't really get the value you're looking for. And trades on either side. Primal's down, so Purple Nova's has to get out of the way. They get out the point quick, 86 to 34.
Okay, now it's going to be Reckless Gamma back in position to hold these choke points, potentially looking at getting some Mei walls in. Now, Energy does have the Annihilation building very quickly, but looking like Team Purple Nova, they want to move back into this quickly. You have the Pulse Bomb and the Deadeye ready to go, and you don't want to give any space for this Mei to work with.
No, High Noon thrown in by Kyle, doesn't really have the speed to back it up. Shots go a little bit wide, and Floor finds two instead. The Annihilation from Energy is there, and they'll push him right back out of the way, finds their counterpart, and that's enough. Kyle will see themselves back to spawn as well. Reckless Gamma, a divisive win, but they got it, 65 and climbing.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Reckless Gamma now. You are building up to 4 ultimates. Don't quite have any ready to go yet, but Team Purple Nova is now so far behind in these ultimates and approaching that kind of 80%. It's going to be Reckless Gamma that's able to basically take the lead here, and you're at just a better ult economy right now. You have Deadeye and the Blizzard to work with, and Team Purple Nova's just not even close to any ults.
Oh man, that form and the frozen ram has to go, but Primal just trying to get any sort of value they can from those hands. They get Vortex as well, and there's the Blizzard paired with the High Noon. It is a frosty head click right there. Floor does find one, but the rest of Reckless Gamma are back. 96, they know they've got this in the bag. They bring us to map 3.
Well, we are tied up. Team Purple Nova not able to clean up on University, but definitely making this a much, much closer series than what we saw earlier in the day. It all comes down to this last sub-map. We are heading to City Center. Now, I'm interested to see if Reckless Gamma are going to swap back over to a dive composition. They seemed a little bit more comfortable on it. Of course, not going to be able to play that Wrecking Ball that they favored, but definitely a little bit easier of a map to play. Kind of your comfort picks is, you take a little bit of a look here. There are some swaps happening, and, you know, Primal picked up a few more deaths there, but overall, it is, you can see just from the scoreline how back and forth this has been.
Yeah, Primal's is the only one, by the way, in double digits of damage, just continually outputting. You can see that in the annihilations they're getting too. But it'd be the dive from Reckless Gamma coming into Primal. So a little bit of maybe a flip from what we were expected in some ways. But Energy holding this high ground. The Vortex is there. Winston's not jumping away anyways. Will fall to the ground. And just a quick push onto that Venti gets a boop kill over onto the opposing support. And that's enough of an open for Reckless Gamma. They're just trying to look for their next target, maintaining and policing this high ground. Energy looking like they were going to try to take the dive there, but didn't quite see a low enough target. Kyle hanging out by a thread. No, Energy is there. Finally pounces on and completes the kill. Reckless Gamma open it up and capture that first point.
Yeah, first point. There we go. Reckless Gamma, this is big for them on this dive because now you're going to be able to get that set up quite comfortably on this high ground. A little scuffle happening around the side here. It looks like Hyde actually is going to get caught out there, so that's big for Reckless Gamma on this defense. And, you know, like I said, you're going to be able to get positioned pretty well, but actually looks like they want to go for more here.
Ooh, yeah, they want to make a statement here. Reckless Gamma and know that they have the chance, they have the shot at that finals, but they're not giving an inch here, and I respect that. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, exactly. The more stagger kills you can get here, the more percentage that you're going to be able to build up to, and build up to some of those ultimates as well. Now, the Tracers on both sides have been doing quite a bit of damage, so Pulse Bombs are going to be the first online here. Hyde again falling very, very low, but is able to stay alive through it. So now for Team Purple Nova, you got to find one of these supports. You got to find somebody that's used their movement cooldowns here, because otherwise, Reckless Gamma just have all of the abilities in their kit to basically just ignore Primal on this Ramatra entirely.
Well, you said it. I mean, Primal used those hands. He used that form to try to get any sort of gap close, but nothing's there. It's back on. He's going to go in. Finds Venti, but gets pushed back. Oh, push right into the pulse bomb. Beautifully timed. Into that. The Juno ring is no good. Won't help you get out of the way there. And Primal, again, putting in the rest of that work. Floor just trying to get anybody trying to put in some of that extra damage from the side, but I mean, the damage has been done. Team Purple Nova are back. They managed to push in and clean it up. They'll keep themselves alive. 67 is the end point.
Yeah, all right. Now it's going to be Reckless Gamma having to push in. It's going to be the Beat that's ready to go first, but the Primal, the Blade, and the Orbit are very close in tow. But Team Purple Nova, I mean, you're going to have Kyle with this Deadeye set up already kind of on the high ground, which is a great place to be. Beautiful whip shot from Flygon is going to be able to hold this, but we actually see kind of the rotation here. Kyle now set up in the middle, still has that Deadeye ready to go.
Oh, they need to get this Winston. There's the pick on the Energy, a great recognition. Just that the Winston already gave up that dive and got stuck there. So now they'll give up a little bit of moment here, but Reckless Gamma going in on it. Kyle does find one in the back line. High Noon gets denied and just completely Floor is there to shut that down. Hyde strikes back with one of their own. Point still going for Purple Nova now. And I mean, Primal just trying to hold these gates, just hold that Floor for now.
Now, Floor is going to have this Blade ready to go. Interested to see if Primal is going to use this Annihilation kind of in response to it. Flygon does have the rally potentially ready to go here, but where Team Purple Nova is going to be playing a little bit more split here. Actually, and yeah, the rally is going to be forced out early.
It is, but it does help get Spectre off of their backs. And I mean, Reckless Gamma has so much in their pockets, but nothing really to go with it. Hyde just trying to push anything out of the way. It gets eventually... Man, I mean, that Ray is there, but it's used a lot. It's used pretty defensively, and a lot of it dive through. There's the Blade for it. Floor is there, but the Annihilation is there to match. It gets one, but they cannot stay and fight that out. Primal as well from NRG, just to try to push any and chase this Ramatra out of position. And I mean, the damage has been done there. Primal finds Sir Oilin in there with a second for Venti. Supports down, and Purple Nova just continue to swing back. 87, and there's going to be one last chance to touch.
Purple Nova's doing a really good job of shutting down those supports from Reckless Gamma. It feels like Zerolin and Venti are kind of the ones that are dying first in every fight here. Now, Reckless Gamma, you need to have a touch. You are going to have the beat. Connects on to 3. At least they get their feet on this point for overtime.
Orbital Ray from Ray is there, and it catches the team. 5 is there. Pulse pump to stick, though, and that gets 2. That's the supports down. Kyle has to hit 1, looking for more just to try to keep him any other way, but Floor 13 is there. Overtime burning down, and Hyde manages to trade it back, but there's still work to be done for Purple Nova. They need to get this out. Spectre running, just blinking for their life right now, and the hands from Primal are there. Tries to deflect. He can't deflect those hands. They're looking for more, and has to climb high to get this out of the way, trying to get the Genji out. Overtime still burning, and Primal, good for 2. The DPS line is done, and Purple Nova, on the back of some incredible teamwork here, are going to close out City Center. Beautifully done from them. Ray with those missiles close it out, and Purple Nova, they are hungry. They want to go to those finals. They take game 1.
Yeah, really nice adjustment here from Purple Nova, really thriving maybe in this lower bracket, and now that they're really under pressure, taking their first map win against Reckless Gamma. And now Reckless Gamma, I mean, you still looked very, very good here. Didn't have Jacob in on the tank role, but still, I think that Energy playing a really pivotal role here. But yeah, this is a little tough now, Reckless Gamma. You've kind of been put, you have your back up against the, not totally up against the wall, but this is the first time that you have been down a map against Purple Nova.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think the thing about that that's interesting is you didn't necessarily have your like main tank in, your main comp in. This was like your more flexible tank player. So what does that mean coming up? Because like now ball is pretty much safe for as long as you want it. And if you can get Jacob in there to kind of play the dive as you know it, I don't know that that's like a great thing for Purple Nova, but it definitely like, it got you 1 now and maybe a little bit of a morale boost. What's going to happen now in game 2 when the ball's back?
Yeah, and so for Purple Nova, this also means that for the first time, you're going to have to be playing into Reckless Gamma's map pick, because the last series, you had all the map picks that you want, and it didn't work out that well, but now, yeah, you're playing into Reckless Gamma, who is able to pick any mode and then any map from the map pool that they so choose, and where, you know, like you said, you might be able to sub Jacob back in. You could pick a map that's gonna really favor that.
Yeah, and they do just that. It's not the perfect map for a ball, arguably, but it will be Suravasa. So, I mean, that makes sense. That is a map that they've already played today. They've already found a lot of success on. You know, it just makes sense to me. And like you said, it's not the best for ball, but it is definitely, of the Flashpoint maps, probably the best choice.
Yeah, exactly. And where we have in this map pool, we do have Flashpoint and Push kind of combined here. So you could, you know, potentially go to one of those push maps, but yeah, going over onto the Flashpoint instead, it's worked out for you before. Now, I will say also, Team Purple Nova, they obviously did not win in the last time that we played Oasis, so they've already been able to pick up a map, a specific map that they did lose on. So now that we come to Suravasa, I mean, they have the momentum going. They seem to have figured out a strat that's really working for countering this Reckless team. So this could be a tricky ask here for Reckless to try and come back in. But hey, they picked this map. Obviously, they have a plan for it.
Well, I mean, they're gonna have a plan, and the bans will be a part of that plan. We're just waiting on those to come in, and I think those are also gonna say a lot about what you're going to do here, because I think from Purple Nova, we did see they really do tend to favor that brawl, and considering Orisa was taken out in the game 1, now that that's back into play, it'd be very interesting to see, you know, kind of what everybody's next set of targeted bans are, because it's not really as easy to take something out here in game 2.
Yeah, especially where unlike some other Overwatch leagues, there's 4 hero bans per map here. So that is double the amount of heroes that, you know, won't be able to be banned out throughout a series. But yeah, like you said, having that Orisa banned out in map 1, I think that Orisa, very, very strong here on Suravasa. You have a lot of staying presence on the point. You can cycle through your cooldowns. Orisa can live for a very long time. Now, don't get me wrong, Ramatra can also live for a very long time. But yeah, being able to kind of play those 2 tanks now, it could be really big here for what Team Purple Nova seems to be opting to run. Now, when it comes to the hero bans, Reckless Gamma will have the first hero ban, but then Team Purple Nova is going to be able to respond with 2. So you can really kind of, when you get those second bans, you can really set up to pretty much just destroy an entire composition by banning out 2 heroes back to back.
But I don't necessarily think there's much you really want to get rid of. Like, what are you going to get rid of? You're not going to take away the Tracer because you're also playing that, and it was pretty successful. I mean, I guess you could maybe take away something like the well, I mean, you're playing the Genji. Like, what else do you really take away from Purple Nova? Because they've very much shown the flexibility of it all. Our first ban from the Gamma side is going to be Baptiste.
I don't believe we saw it was the Juno Brig backline essentially that was coming through from Team Purple Nova. I suppose if you're Gamma and you are thinking, okay, Orisa's back in now, Orisa and Bap do pair very, very nicely. So potentially you could expect that to come in, or yeah, it could essentially be kind of like a protect ban, maybe.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but most of the time, most leagues are very much like when you ban one, you don't necessarily get to ban. But considering, like you said, there are 4, I don't think that necessarily applies. But
yeah,
I mean that just is kind of a general safe pick. Like that is I don't hate it, but I'm with you. I'm a little confused. Like I don't know that I would have run to the Baptiste immediately, but Gamma obviously has something in their mind for it.
Yeah, and so the Bap, a lot of burst healing. You have that lamp as well. Kiriko can kind of step in to fill some of the utility that the Baptiste has, in that you have the Suzu, your kind of 1 second get out of jail free card. I think that for Team Purple Nova, I mean, your Brig Juno looked very, very strong on Oasis, so honestly that would still be a pretty decent backline to run here. Typically on Surabasa, we will of course want to have some form of speed coming through, so whether that's the Lucio or the Juno, you know, they're both a little bit interchangeable on this style of map.
All right, now that we've got the rest of the bans in, Nova will get rid of Genji and Brig, and Gamma will get rid of Cassidy. Now, I don't know about you, but yeah, Kyle's Cassidy was very, very good. I don't know why we didn't immediately get rid of that. That's an interesting late decision.
Yeah, I agree. The Cassidy's very dangerous, especially where, you know, Reckless Gamma has Spectre on this Tracer, and Spectre looks really, really good on the Tracer. The pulse bombs have been absolutely incredible, and then just the amount of pressure that he's able to put out onto the backline of Purple Nova. So yeah, banning out the Cassidy from Kyle is going to allow Spectre to have a little bit more space, and also it is going to take out a lot of that kind of consistent damage, because like you said, Kyle's been really good. Kyle's been hitting a lot of his shots, so it's just kind of pressure off of your tank as well.
All right, so Nova gets rid of Genji Brig. What do you make of the Brig ban from the side of Gamma? Because we know that they're a dive team, and I don't know that Brig has been their like choice. That feels kind of like a missed opportunity itself. I don't know who you would have, like, I guess maybe you can't get rid of Lucio, but like the Brig was an interesting choice, I think, to get rid of as well.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Ana would have been I mean, yeah, the Kiri's back in, so you aren't necessarily going to see as much Ana, but I definitely don't think that Reckless Gamma's been playing a whole lot of the Brigida. I mean, similar to kind of like the Cassidy, like the Brig can be used to kind of shut down flanks a little bit. Now the Tracer has that buff, you're maybe not going to win out 1v1s of a Brig versus a Tracer, but you know, just taking it out, it's interesting, and it will force both these teams over onto Kiri Lucio. So a pretty typical backline that we used to get to see a whole lot of. NRG is going to be bringing out the Wrecking Ball here. Spectre's over on the Sombra as well. Now, we did see Spectre end up swapping off of the Sombra the last time we were here on this map. Just had a little bit tricky of a time kind of finding the value on the hero, but we'll see what they can get done now against Purple Nova. Kyle on the Sojourn, and then Hyde is going to be over on that Tracer.
That Tracer duel has been so back and forth for the most part for these teams, but Ball eventually gets stuck, has to give up these shields already. Energy kind of gets caught out there as they'll try to chase him down, and just going to barrel their way on through. The rest of Reckless Gamma just, you know, positioned across the map, trying to play for that space control. Their finally looks like they're starting to collapse. The virus catches Kyle, though. Maybe not the target it wanted, but it got somebody, at least Slam, in from the side of Energy, and, you know, it's enough to disrupt and get out of the way. Venti gets a little bit of that pressure, and there's the spin in from Primal, but Ray shuts down Floor on that opposite angle. Venti in a small room with an Orisa, and that is a bad position to get in. Manages to get out with their life, and Point has immediately gone the way of Gamma, and all this chaos has really led to their success here. They'll get the first point, 30 and climbing, and still this fight goes long, but it flips to Purple Nova now as Kyle just steps on the point, decides just can't let them get this for free. Trades now finally coming through the weight of Purple Nova, and they finally manage to corral this dive comp. Back it goes to Reckless Gamma. It is just quite literally seesawing its way around here as no team really has an advantage, just each team trying to take 1v1s. Boosts the Tracer out of the way, and finally Purple Nova gives it up.
All right, yeah, a whole lot of back and forth here, but I mean, you kind of said it. The chaos, when these fights break into chaos, it is going to favor these ball compositions. The Tracer and the Sombra are set up on all the angles to kind of capitalize on any of these missteps from Team Purple Nova. But Team Purple, I mean, you're coming back in, you have the pulse. Oh, well, you had the pulse bomb. I guess it's gone now.
Yeah, it's gone now because Gamma is back in the driver's seat. 84% looking to close out this fight, but Spectre has to blink out of the way and get themselves alive for now, and there's got to be some sort of push there. Kyle does find Sir Oilin on the side, and it forces out the sound barrier now from Purple Nova. No, there was no touch, so Reckless Gamma gets it for free, guys. The point.
Oh, you hate to see it, especially when that beat is invested here. Now it's going to be Reckless Gamma able to find kind of another late kill onto Kyle. Spectre does get traded out, so a bit of back and forth here, but the point is still 20 seconds off from being opened. So we'll see which team is going to be able to kind of get themselves positioned. It looks like Team Purple Nova kind of staging around the point here. You have this Terra Surge ready to go. You got a Pulse Bomb to go with it. So you'd love to be able to get that combo going, but now there's mines all over the point.
Well, it's going to be met by the Kitsune Rush from Ray, so a bit of a disengage. Hyde wins that Tracer duel once again with a little bit of help from Kyle. So no Cassidy, no problem here. Kitsune Rush from the side of Gamma, and I mean, they'll walk right in and scare away anybody who's left. Just going to push this Kiri out. Primal trying to get any sort of push out of there, and Energy, big slam, pops one up, gets... No, Kiri does manage to fall. Eventually there, has to use the shields. Gets those out of the way. That's the wrong way, though, because there is someone there. No pack for you. Energy eats it a little bit too late there. As the point opens, it will go the way of Gamma, but still a very scrappy fight.
Yeah, and it looks like, you know, some ults expended there, the rush and the mines coming out from Reckless, but now Spectre does have this EMP ready to go. It could be fight changing here, especially because Team Purple Nova are playing a little bit more of a brawl style, so everybody's going to be kind of grouped up around Primal here. You've got both DPS ults on the side of Purple Nova and this Terra Surge still ready to go. Venti does crucially have this beat, though, so going to be able to sustain through either maybe the Terra Surge or the Overclock.
Oh, EMP does catch only one, and it's enough to get Ray and Hyde out of the way. Spectre runs it down with the Sombra to clean the rest of this up, and there's going to be a little bit of a trade on the point. Maybe try to deny some of that, but it's not enough. Reckless Gamma, the damage was done. 63, a very clean fight from them.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. You use the EMP, and that is all you need. So you still have that Pulse Bomb and the beat from Venti ready to go for this next fight. Potentially a last fight here on this Shrine Point as approaching that 80%. Team Purple Nova have the ultimates to work with. They really just need to get their foot on the point.
Well, they get the ball on the point, and that's enough for now. Overclock from Kyle. Not enough, doesn't quite get one on its own, but it's enough. That overclock at 150. Pulse Bomb goes wide. Counter Pulse Bomb is there, but there's that Suzu perfectly timed, and Team Purple Nova flip it for now. I mean, costly, but worth it.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, Primal with an absolutely incredible spear onto Venti did end up canceling that sound barrier, so Reckless Gamma are going to have that to work with, but no Kyle. Oh, geez, it's looking bad here for Purple Nova.
Yeah, that's 2 down immediately for Purple Nova. I mean, mine's on point. There's no one to touch. Reckless Gamma will take the second point pretty easily, and they go up 2-0. It's match point now.
Yeah, looking pretty good for them to clean it up, get a little bit of a late kill onto Hyde there, but will manage to get the wave spawn with Flygon. Now, Kyle is going to swap over to a Sombra of his own, try and deal with NRG a little bit on this Wrecking Ball. Now, it is going to be Ruins as our next point, and already Reckless Gamma are set up in a pretty good position here. We can see Spectre just kind of lurking, waiting for people to push in.
There's the Kitsune Rush, trying to catch one. Turn Spear misses, and Spectre gets out of the way. Oh, I mean, that was a beautiful attempt made, but the Orisa gets out of the way now. The Pharah, Kyle just peppering in from the distance and trying to do what they can to keep this going. Points unlocked, but we're just too busy winning the fight now. We're not too worried about what point where it is, and Hyde's going to go address the cap situation there. Going to be met by Energy on the point. I mean, it just favors the ball here. Recall has to get used, and Hyde can't stay in Hyde. That fight going to roll through, and yeah, we're going to punish that. Gets the Hyde off on that Tracer, and will go the way of Reckless Gamma again.
Yeah, starting out with a point cap here. Now, the numbers are around for Purple Nova. You don't have Hyde, but you do have 4 other players in now. Kyle's gone. There's just no damage for Purple Nova.
Yeah, there's nothing here. This is an extended fight, just drawn out, and now it's just, like you said, getting every pick they can. Flygon's the last to go, and I mean, this is a different Reckless Gamma team with ball in play.
Yeah, you can absolutely see why this Wrecking Ball has been favored here. Pushing up really far, taking a lot of space. Now Spectre has built up to another EMP to work with. We did only see it connect onto one last time, but it was enough to win the fight, and that's sometimes all that you need. Is Primal is going to swap off of that Orisa, move over onto the Winston here to try and follow up with some of the damage that Kyle is putting out on this far, and hide with this Tracer.
Mines go out from energy. They were just, again, just this denial of space, just not letting them even come anywhere near the fight. Primal does get Venti, but I mean, there's still so much in the way. It has to jump all the way over to Mines. And Team Purple Nova, you know, they're just getting separated by all of this. From the high ground, there's a hack. Primal's trying to find somebody, but I mean, you trade one out, but the damage has been done, and Primal's just in no man's land trying to stall this out. Ball is going to chase him down. Energy is there in faces, and that's all she wrote. Reckless Gambit, a dominant showing on Tsarevasa.
Yeah, they are feeling pretty darn good on this Wrecking Ball composition. Spectre making a really great show on this Sombra as well. Struggled a little bit in the last series, but really finding his footing here on the second round of Tsarevasa for the day. And we will see Purple Nova, yeah, on this Orisa composition. A few swaps were kind of made from Purple Nova to try and find kind of an answer to this Reckless Gamma Wrecking Ball. I like that the Pharah seemed to be doing quite a bit of poke damage. I think that the Winston swap was quite nice as well, but unfortunately all of these changes just happened a little bit too late for them.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that Kyle was off, you know, that particular desired element, right? The Cassidy ban really did hurt too. So this is probably the worst case scenario, I think, if you're Purple Nova. I mean, that was probably just, like I said, like that was kind of the equivalent of banning Ball for Gamma in a lot of ways.
Yes, absolutely agree. Well, we are going to throw this to a quick break. We're all tied up now. We'll see what map 3 will bring us just after this.
is the losers finals here at Get Good, and it has been one incredible day of Overwatch. Reckless Gamma tied it up with Purple Nova, and after some intense banning and map selection, and I mean, Rain, this is only gonna get crazier as we go on.
Yeah, it's been so back and forth that I mean we are not at match point yet. We're all tied up 1-1. So there's at least going to be 2 more maps, and well, we do know what our third map at least is going to be. Team Purple Nova had the map pick, and they have opted to take us to the hybrid map of Eichenwald.
Which, okay, you know, we were talking about this. Yeah, I get it. Like, they really want to play, Purple wants to really play Winston. They like Winston comps. Yeah, I get it. This is a great space for Winston, but I have the feeling it's not going to be that easy, Rain, because we have our bans in as well, and these definitely shake up the game a bit.
Yes, so Nova went ahead and started with the Lucio ban. In response to that, Gamma banning out the Brig in the Sojourn, and then Nova wrapping things up with a Tracer ban. So we were kind of talking a little bit. It's when it comes to banning these heroes, where there's 4 heroes to ban, it's really hard to kind of make a ban that is not going to impact your team at all. So, you know, we saw both of these teams were running Lucio. We saw both teams were running Tracer, and well, we were doing a little bit of speculation. Okay, you've just banned out 2 main supports. Well, I suppose we're probably going to end up on a double flex backline of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, still, this is the most interesting one to me because you've taken so many pieces of the dive comps that both team really wants to play. I mean, it really would have been easy for Gamma to just even take away the Winston, which is still a little shocking to me, but they obviously fear the Brigitte enough, and Sojourn, I mean, I guess that's fine. Like, you do have sight lines in B and C, right? So, like, I guess, but I don't think that's going to deter Kyle and his Cassidy too.
No, exactly. The Cassidy is going to be back on the field here for Eichenwald, and yeah, we saw that, you know, the cast ban being implemented on Sarabasa maybe did hurt Purple Nova a little bit. Now, having the Tracer band out, I think, is quite interesting. Tracer, I mean, we've said pretty much all night long, she's basically been a must pick on and pretty much every map, pretty much every composition that you play. But I do think that, you know, if you have the hero pool available, Genji can fit into that same role fairly easily.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you can fill that flanker role with something, it's generally just pretty good. But, I mean, Eichenwald is a bit of a different monster in that regard. You know, you do need that Tracer, so a lot of it. And like you had said, we'd seen a Sombra out of the side of Reckless Gamma. We haven't really seen one out of Purple Nova. So when you look at the option for flankers, you don't necessarily have a ton considering you're losing Tracer. And, you know, you mentioned it, but like, I'm very interested. We do have one sub coming in though to kind of bad us is Majin is coming on support for Purple Nova. Okay, Ana player, sure.
Yep, that's exactly it. So, yeah, Majin has been subbed in once for Team Purple Nova, and it was when they opted to run this Ana in the backline. So, anticipating potentially an Ana coming through. Now, of course, the Kiriko hasn't been banned out here, so you do have the option to kind of run that Kiri to basically negate any of these anti-nades, but, well, looking like maybe Majin not going to end up on the Ana. They are going to be on the attack, so Purple Nova still have an opportunity to move things around. But Sir Olin is going to be showing us the Ana Iari backline here from Reckless Gamma. I mean, when you pair that with a Cassidy, a Freya, and a Wrecking Ball, oh, there is a whole lot of pick potential. This is a very greedy composition for them.
I've always, you know, I was kind of wondering what's going to happen with Spectre. And I mean, that makes sense going to the Freya here. Freya is just like a backline Tracer in a lot of ways. She's so zippy, so mobile. I'm actually kind of surprised we hadn't seen more of her today. But, you know, like pair it with the Illari where, like you just have so much additional healing. You have an extra turret. Like, interesting comp. It will be Flygon on the Life Weaver. Okay.
Interesting. So the Lifeweaver Kiriko, not typically who we do end up seeing the Lifeweaver paired with. When we see the Lifeweaver, it is typically more with a Baptiste kind of a backline, but Kyle on this May. All right, we're looking to try and find some May walls. Okay, Floor. All right.
All right. Floor heard us talking about Kyle's Cassidy and just decided that we can't stand for that. So Reckless Gamma, very swift team kill. Yeah, I don't know. Like I feel like if you like it, because the problem is, right, like Lucio's banned out, right? Like, but you haven't answered. Juno is right there.
Yeah.
Like Juno has a speed ring. That's how you keep the engage. So staying on this this Lifeweaver is an interesting choice.
Yeah, it's not a lot of opportunities to kind of break through this choke point. Already we see the nade come in, and it does force out this ice block. Primal finding an opening onto a whole lot of damage here. Team Purple Nova might be able to break through with that.
I don't know, but Reckless Gamma, you know, look, they have the ball back, but they really have been struggling. You take away a couple of their other very key pieces here, and Energy's just going to go ahead and try to get this, just keep disrupting the backline, but you know, eventually going to get caught out, maybe just still swinging their way through, avoids the Vortex now. 1 HP, there is the stop for Team Purple Nova. They'll finally break past the ball and push on to point here, and looking for shots there. Bolus is up, but sends it in. No, it goes a little bit wide. Does get some damage in, but it's not enough. And Hyde again catches another one. Not who are we expecting maybe on the Cassidy there, but Kyle good for one of their own, and that's finally looks enough for Purple Nova to maybe pass this along. Mine's out, Deadeye as well from Hyde, but I mean it's basically just to kind of zone everybody out. Damage is done. Purple Nova first tick and coming. There's still a chance for a recontest though.
Ooh, yeah, the slam is in. Nice hinder nade there from Hyde, but another tick picked up. It's looking like this first point is going to go the way of Team Purple Nova, collecting that. And I mean, you've built up to a whole bunch of ultimates here. A lot of damage done by Reckless Gamma. You did use the mines there, but you have the Deadeye. You're going to have both support ults ready to go. And since everybody kind of got these close spawns for Reckless Gamma, you are going to be able to kind of get set up on this high ground, which is going to be really, really important for this composition that you're playing. You have the Cassidy, the Freya, even Venti on this Iari. It's a whole lot of poke damage. It's just about trying to get that damage onto Team Purple Nova as they come in, but you're just a little late with the rotation, so already 3 members of Team Purple Nova are kind of safe-ish down here in the castle.
Ooh, great shot from the Freya into there, but Kyle is going to go ahead and wall one off. The sleep is there, sends in the Blizzard. No ice block though, so the 2 from Reckless Gamma get their picks. The Blizzard is for nothing, just a show of snow and smoke, and trying to do their best. Hyde does manage to trade one out, but Floor is there to follow it back up, and I mean, man, this is not the Cassidy we were expecting to see go off today.
No, Floor is really showing up here. We did get to see Floor play the Cassidy a little bit in the first series that Reckless Gamma played, and definitely a nice showing there from them. Now 4 ultimates ready to go. Reckless Gamma, again, set up really comfortably on this high ground, and now you have the timing right that you're going to be able to just rain down damage onto Team Purple Nova as they walk through this choke point.
Sunstrike does catch one, and Floor is right there again to follow up on that damage. Spectre takes the angle, and Floor just throws everything. I mean, it's hard not to talk about a Floor because they are on the ceiling. Eventually, they will end up back on the floor, though, and Purple Nova just going to go ahead and just get out of the way. So, beautifully done. Just, man, what a play from Floor to open that up.
Yeah, and a really nice job cycling these ults from Reckless Gamma. I mean, now you've built up to another mines. You still have this Nano and the Bola ready to go. Team Purple Nova just have not been able to kind of find an opening here, and I think some of it definitely does have to do with just you don't have any speed to kind of walk through this choke point, so you're just taking all of this poke damage as you try to push.
Yeah, the mines and the Bola as well. Spectre gets Majin, and it is just over already. 2 ults, 2 kills. Just trying to get anybody in the back. Yeah, there goes the Cassidy. And Purple Nova, I mean, look, I hate to say that this is just... I hate to say that a team is just losing because of those character picks, but man, it just feels like they cannot even get a foot across the road.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and you've got these ultimates to work with at your Purple Nova, but you just, yeah, you can't clear the space, and now the Nano engage and Flygon. Unfortunately, this Lifeweaver, you're just so flimsy.
Yeah, I mean, your job is to protect everybody else, but you can't protect everybody else if you're back in spawn. Primal sends the Annihilation in. It's good for 1, but, I mean, it's just how many fights in a row have Gamma just won?
Yeah, alright. Purple Nova, they've had enough. It's time to swap things out. Flygon over to the Baptiste. Primal's going to move over onto the Winston as well. A little bit of a chance to kind of put some contest onto this high ground. However, with the Mei Cassidy, though, nobody's going to be able to follow up with Primal. So that engage onto the high ground, Primal can have to do his best to just live as long as he can.
Majin gives her life for that Kitsune rush. Doesn't even matter. I don't know if there's anybody to really take advantage of it. And just, man, another decisive win from Reckless Gamma.
Yep, and well, set up on the high ground. Once again, you get a late kill onto Kyle as well. Now 60 seconds on the clock, and this is so much time that's been burnt off the clock by Reckless Gamma and Purple Nova, just not able to find their way through. And you'd really love to be able to get up onto that high ground, take some of this away from Reckless Gamma. You have the Blizzard, you have the Deadeye ready to go, but every time that you try to push in, there's ultimates from Reckless Gamma ready to go.
I mean, and there's a bolus into the mines, and it is just absolutely just chaos. Blizzard gets thrown in well, but didn't catch anybody, and the Cassidy's will take one to trade out, but Energy is there to slam. There's gonna send in the strike as well. Venti just tries to fire in, but it's not enough. Grab a health pack for Energy, and they still have the position. The Winston is up there, but they're alone. Doesn't matter what bubble you've got nothing there. The boop is the final piece of the puzzle. Energy with a big slam takes out Hyde, and I mean, this has just been Reckless Gamma's story. Never changes. They win another fight. The window is even there to try to stop the ball, but it's not enough. A great little bit of tech to slam up. The Genji deflect is there. Overtime Wick burns down, and Reckless Gamma are just denying. They dominated that round.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip up kind of on first there, but once you get set up kind of on this high ground, this double flex, plus you have the Spectre on this Freya as well, able to just hold, see this high ground advantage. You have so much damage that's coming in. You get a little bit more progress there, but ultimately not a whole lot of space into second point for Team Purple Nova. That choke point was just absolutely punishing for them, trying to walk through and taking all this damage from Reckless Gamma.
I mean, you know what? We had question marks going into this, Rain, about what the adapters are going to be, and Reckless Gamma did a fantastic job bringing in just the right piece. You know what? They realized they didn't necessarily need the speed. That's what makes the map work so effectively, right? Is like it was able to flexibly find different pieces to fit the same puzzle, right?
Yes. Oh my goodness. I mean, just look at these numbers here. Unfortunately, not looking so good for Team Purple Nova.
Kyle is not allowed to play the game.
No.
2K, almost barely 3K damage, 9 deaths. Same with Hyde, but at least Hyde got some damage in there. Wow, I think that shows you just that Gamma understood who they need to keep in check. And meanwhile, Spectres out-damaged both of them.
Combined.
Combined. Like, wow.
Oh, yeah, we were saying, it's a little bit surprising that this is the first time that we're seeing the Freya kind of on the field here, because Spectre was showing, this is how impactful this hero can be. You can put out so much damage, especially where you're able to kind of just stay alive all of the time spent alive. You're basically doing poke damage, chip damage the entire time. So we will have Purple Nova on the defense. It's going to be Flygon back over on this Life Weaver. Majin is on this Ana, so kind of the classic hero for him, and Primal over on the Orisa. So a little bit more stability here in this composition, a little bit more frontline, but you're still going to have to deal with this Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, and Energy has been just incredibly painful to deal with in the back. Already now into the back line. Kyle has to get the ice block immediately, and I mean, thankfully there's no one else there to follow up on it. Arrow sticks. This pull back a little bit. Kyle will get healed up for now, but the rotation from Gamma is good. They've gotten the people around. Slam is in, and I mean, there's finally a little bit of help from the Life Weaver, but immediately stuck again. It's just an all-angles assault on Kyle. I joked that Kyle wasn't allowed to play the game, but man, just absolutely taking shot after shot. Slam comes in now from Energy again, and Venti is the first to fall after all that is done. Hyde managing to get a great click in this now match to Freya. The Orisa's going to spin in to try to press that out. The wall to deny the exit. Is there any picks for anybody on the way out? No. Well, Sir Oling is the one that falls, and Reckless Gamma back to the drawing board.
Yeah, not too bad. Team Purple Nova doing a really good job holding this kind of choke point and doing a good job of just kind of trying to ignore energy on this Wrecking Ball. You don't want to give too many resources over to this ball, because that's exactly what he wants to do. He wants to create space for his DPS to push in, but now we see kind of as that Wrecking Ball's in the back line, that's when Team Purple Nova are kind of pushing forward, trying to take the space away from Reckless Gamma.
For now anyways, but the ball rolls on, keeps on rolling, and just manages to put a little pressure out, keeps going, and just rolls through. There's a slam into the back line, just a little bit more disruption, but Primal trying to hold this front line, deny anybody going in. A great spear catches the Ana there, throws the javelin already, gets the nano, and just decides that they are just going to chase right down. Primal good for 1+ of that, and just beautifully done. Catches more. That nano Orisa just a tyrant through all of this.
Yeah, the target focus from Primal as soon as we get that nano, really beautiful, immediately taking down the DPS from the side of Reckless Gamma. Now, Energy is still kind of lurking around here. The DPS are going to get back in. Oh, we do see the nano. Oh, no, not kind of quite going to come out. It actually goes out from Hydra there, and that's going to allow Purple Nova just to stabilize. Now, Flygon did end up falling there, but Purple Nova has some ults to maybe work with and try and turn this back around.
Oh, the vulnerable Anna eventually falls to there, but I mean, the Blizzard on point was just enough to keep everybody out of range. So Kyle still just now trapped in the small room, trying to get anybody in. Hyde is good for a pick though, and Spectre trades back one of their own. Ice Block out now from Kyle, just to try to deny any ability to keep out there. The tree's up, and it's keeping Purple Nova going for now. But with Hyde down, they have to try to do what they can. Energy rolls through, pushing one after getting the tank out of the way, and High Noon from floor is there. Is it going to catch anybody? It's going to be Venti in the sky. Hopefully they don't get picked out. No, it misses the May. A late pick, and Reckless, after what feels like an eternity, finally get in there.
Yeah, unfortunately for Purple Nova, Flygon did get that tree out on the point, but Primal kind of got baited into taking a fight off on the mini away from the healing from that tree, and now Payload is moving forward. Now, Reckless Gamma don't have that far to go into second point, and they've got 3 minutes to work with. Purple Nova, Kyle has swapped over onto the Soldier here, so a little bit more kind of survivability, and you're going to be able to pick up that first kill too.
Yeah, just a great recognition of, look, if you're getting bullied out, you might as well do something. But speaking of bully, Primal pushing through. Kyle's there to help clean that up and keep Floor out of the picture. And here we go again. We're just defending this choke point. But Energy goes back to spawn, and here we are again, Rain.
Yep, we are stuck at the doors here. Purple Nova have the foresight to kind of get set up on this high ground. Primal kind of deciding if you want to like play on the high ground or maybe be that like ever-present presence on the point here. Does have the Terra Surge ready to go, and with Majin on the Ana and then Flygon on this Lifeweaver as well, you should be able to kind of keep this Orisa alive on the corner. But I mean, you gotta contest the point at some point because there's not a whole lot of space left to work with.
Ooh, a beautiful Bolus catches Majin, and it's going to be another one from Hyde. Trades out, but Spectre continues to do the work. The Golden Box of Victory is in a line of sight, and Reckless Gamma, they're bringing it home here. Mine's on the point into the Orisa. She's got nowhere to go there. She'll have to gallop her way out. But, I mean, Purple trying to fight, trying to hold on as long as they can. Primal gives up that gold, and that is going to be all she wrote. Reckless Gamma bring us to 2-1 and match point.
Yeah, looking a little bit harder on that first point, which maybe a little bit typical of kind of running this Wrecking Ball composition. The first point, not as much space to work with, not as much high ground to kind of use. But once you break through, you just didn't have that far to go. And unfortunately for Purple Nova, even though you got set up on the high ground, you weren't able to kind of find those picks like Reckless Gamma were on the choke point coming into that second point. So once you got a couple of picks in, unfortunately both the supports were the ones to fall first for Purple Nova, and that meant that Reckless Gamma just had a very quick walk into that golden box.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good showing from the side of Gamma through those very difficult bans, right? Like, it was just, that's not an easy thing to do, but they did a very fantastic job just keeping themselves alive and bringing us to match point. They want to get that rematch into the finals, and they're one step closer to doing it now. We're going to take a quick break as we get... Oh, no, we're not going to take a break. We took a break last one. We're going right into game 4. Forgive me. I'm so excited. Look, I'm used to getting a break after these games go intensely long, but it will be Purple Nova's pick for the upcoming map mode.
Yeah, so this has got to be a really good map pick here for Purple Nova, because this is, match point here. You really want to be able to win this next one, at least, take us to that 5th map where you get another chance at it. And we don't have a whole lot of maps kind of left, right? We've played the control map, we played the flashpoint/push map, we've now played hybrid, so we're looking at an escort map here for Purple Nova, and you don't have the whole pool to kind of work with. I'm just taking a look here. So for escorts, you have Watchpoint Gibraltar, Junkertown, Rialto, Havana, Route 66, and I mean, all of those maps that do kind of stand out to me as you could play Wrecking Ball / Winston on them. So no matter which escort map Purple Nova opt to take us to, Reckless Gamma will have that option of a dive, and it's not going to be an unconventional dive.
Yeah, it's going to be basically kind of back to where they want to be, but it's also where Purple Nova wants to be too, in a weird way. So again, it's kind of one of those odd choices. Of the maps you listed though, I kind of actually want to say Rialto's probably the best case. Like, you have so much more that you can do with Winston. You have to control and police a lot of those high grounds. So, I don't know. We'll see what they pick, but I really have to imagine that, given that it's life on the line here, Purple Nova, they know what they want to do, right? They surely have to know.
Yeah, right? I mean, hey, Purple Nova, if you've got some kind of like crazy trick up your sleeve, it's the time to use it. Now is the time. I mean, unfortunately, the Life Weaver wasn't it. So if you have a second crazy pick up your sleeve, now is the time.
Yeah, it will be Rialto for our fourth map, which, you know what? Like I said, it makes sense, just given kind of, like you said, I need to play dive, but I don't want to play the best dive, though I don't want to play the dive that helps ball. So Rialto does kind of lend itself to that.
Yes, I agree. You have that, like you said, the Winston is an option here. Yeah, a lot of high ground. It is going to be interesting to see, you know, what hero bans we end up on, because now that we're in this fourth map, I mean, a lot of kind of maybe the most impactful heroes have already been banned out. So now you got to really kind of get nitpicky about like what can you try and do to get a bit of an advantage here. But both of these teams have just been showing us that they're so flexible on so many of these compositions. I do think that double main support ban coming out did throw a wrench into the plans of Team Purple Nova, but hey, they're back on the field now, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, Lucio and Tracer will now be with us basically forever, so we don't have to worry about that. But I do think, all right, this surely, I'm going to say this, and I can't be wrong again. Surely this is the point where Reckless Gamma, they have the second pick, mind you. Surely this is the point where they ban out Winston, right? Like, surely this is the point where they go, you know, this isn't our best ball map, so we have to do this. But the question to me is, what does Purple Nova get rid of?
Ooh, yeah. Because you like looking through the bans, and I'm like, well, you don't have ball, and you don't have the Genji and Break. You could maybe ban Tracer, I guess. Nope, Purple Nova bans Tracer already.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is, I don't want to beam.
Like, I don't know. At this point, they're basically, them and us are basically just going to be kind of like grasping at straws for what's going to be the most impactful here, because it really does feel like most of them have already been taken out of the fight. I mean, you could try and maybe focus down some of the flex supports, like the Ana has been kind of favored. So, and I think that Ana, you know, could play fairly well on Rialto. But again, it's just like you just have a different kind of flex support step in and fill that position. So it's like, no matter what you ban right now, it might not be as impactful as what we saw the bans in the first few maps.
Well, like you called out, like flexibility has been so important for these teams, and Reckless Gamma have definitely been a little bit better in that regard when it comes to, you know, maybe not being on their preferred heroes, but being able to jump back into those secondary, you know, heroes, the things that do the same job, but, you know, adjust it out. And look, as much as I want to harp on the Life Weaver, I'm not going to. I promised myself I wasn't going to, because you know, it got a little bit of work done, so I'm going to be nice about that. But still waiting for the bans to come in, and yeah, I don't envy Purple Nova. They are just in such a difficult spot to be in, playing for this finals spot.
Yeah, and going to Rialto, so Reckless Gamma has played Rialto already, and thinking back to some of the heroes that they played, we actually did see Spectre make an appearance on the Widowmaker. Struggled with it a little bit, but that might be one of the compositions that Reckless Gamma is really planning for on this map specifically. So, you know, I don't think that maybe you you might not be expecting it if you're Purple Nova, so maybe the Widowmaker ban isn't what you're looking for, but if you saw any of the broadcast, at least you have a little bit of an idea of what Reckless Gamma play.
Okay, so Nova gets Freya, which, okay, I don't hate that. I mean, you clearly weren't winning the Freya fight anyways. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Not my first pick, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I could see how Freya could be pretty beneficial on Rialto specifically, because you kind of mentioned it on Eichenwald. She does sort of play like that backline tracer, and where there's a lot of kind of high ground kind of around the point, especially on first point and second point, there's that high ground to control. Having the Freya kind of set up back there and then able to kind of jump from one high ground to the next, it could be a little bit tricky to kind of deal with, especially if you're going to pair it with kind of like a flex support or someone that's going to sit back there and basically be the peel for her. But yeah, like we said so many times, dude, there's just other heroes that would just fit back in. Like, we could just see the Sojourn make a reappearance, and we could see the Cassidy make a reappearance.
Reckless for their 2 picks. They bring in Sigma and May out.
Okay, the May.
Yeah,
we
sure.
can see the
I
May.
see that.
Yeah,
I
Sigma.
buy that.
I don't know. Whatever, Sigma. Sure.
I
don't think that
do-
we've seen Purple Nova play Sig, have we? I don't think we have.
I don't believe so. No. The last ban coming in from Nova is Iliari, which, like, I mean, yeah, they're not
Yes,
necessarily
yeah.
gonna play that. They're not necessarily gonna play that anyways. But if they, for some reason, feel like that's the case, like the one, sure. Yeah, I don't like. I can't blame Purple for those bans. That was the best shot you have at anything. What else are you gonna get rid of? Because they've proven the Reckless Gamma have proven their flexibility is just so strong against these bans.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Now, so I'm thinking the Sigma, like, okay, we didn't see the Sigma, but okay, what would the Sigma kind of, like, stop you from playing? What would Sigma kind of be a counter to? And I am thinking the Winston, essentially, Sigma can do a whole lot of poke damage.
Yeah.
Well, Winston's coming in, so maybe that means that Reckless Nova are intending to play the Winston dive instead of that Wrecking Ball dive and just banning out the Sigma, just in the off chance that Purple Nova all of a sudden decide to bring him out.
I mean, even if you don't want to play the Winston, it's still good. Like, he's still good versus Ball. He still has the potential to kind of shut down Ball in a lot of cases. So I don't hate that ban if you're worried about like a sustainy hero that can live. Yeah, I buy it. But Rialto is really going to be, it's going to tell us everything. It is match point for Reckless Gamma. So everything is on the line here for Purple Nova. They need to win and force us to map 5 or they are going to be going home. And, considering this Rialto is their pick, I do think that this is probably the best case. Like, everything kind of panned out to be the best it could have been, I think.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, of all of the escort maps that they had, this is what they're gonna get. Does mean that if Team Purple Nova win here, we are gonna be thrown back into a control map, which could be a little bit tricky, but hey, that's for another map to be concerned about. I think that once you get through Rialto, that's when you can start worrying about it, but yeah, being on Rialto, at least you can have a little bit of maybe sustain kind of through it. You might be able to slow down this attack from Reckless Gamma a little bit more. I think with the longer sight lines of Rialto, you can, 1, see kind of the pathing and do some scouting on Reckless Gamma as they're coming in, and then 2, you're able to do a little bit of damage, maybe try and force some cooldowns out as they come in. Well, we are headed in here. It is going to be Reckless Gamma starting on the defense floor. Okay, on the Widow. Oh, yes, I did lie. It wasn't Spectre that was on the Widow on Rialto. It was Floor. NRG
Floor,
is gonna be here on the Ball. Spectre on the Echo here. And then that double flex support backline here from Reckless Gamma.
Okay, but like, I like the Zen. This is the one spot you're going to be able to park your Zen and just let those orbs do the work. I love that pick. Purple Nova showing us a bit more of that classic brawl. I guess this is as close as you're going to get to kind of a poke comp you're going to get, but Clover to the Sojourn. I mean, it's not the normal matchup you get, but we'll see if Clover maybe wants to take that. Clover did come in off the bench, also worth noting in this as well. Kyle, unfortunately, taking the backseat for now, maybe had his moment in the sun, but Clover's got their work cut out for him.
All right, well, some card progress early on being gained here. That is a nice thing about having Primal on this Orisa. You're going to have a whole lot of presence on this card, and you're going to be able to take a little bit of aggressive angles here. Got to be careful of Floor on this Widowmaker. Clover on the Sojourn especially. You're not going to be able... Okay, well, you got to be worried about this end, too.
That's the backline sniper. That volley really just did the work there. This is... I mean, you said it. They gave up the space for the side of Reckless Gamma, but it was almost kind of a trap for them. It was the trap they wanted.
Yeah, once you kind of get into this courtyard, that's where all of the damage is going to be coming in from all of these different angles. We see Spectre kind of just controlling this alleyway. Nice spear here from Primal, though, and that means that you don't have that Discord orb to worry about.
Yeah, that gives Energy a lot more space to play from, and I'm sorry, that gives Primal a lot less fear to walk out into those the sight lines. But Spectre gonna try to hold off one of those angles and maybe just play it from the high ground. Card's gonna round that difficult first corner here, 240 still going. Purple Nova taking a lot of chip damage here, just waiting for this to go. Echo's gonna take to the skies, get out of the way, and ball comes in. Just force out the Suzu from Ray to try to keep the Orisa up. Sleep Dart hits, and that's going to be Orisa just down for the count for the minute being. Clover still just peppering in. It's been a slow but efficient march for Purple Nova here.
Oh, Primal is a Venti hater, does not want that Zen in the fight whatsoever. Goes ahead and takes out Sir Offland as well. So now there's no supports here for Reckless Gamma. The Flygon is out of the fight as well. I have to say, Reckless Gamma have done a really good job just kind of disengaging whenever they're down their supports.
Duplicate in through those mines is going to be the copy tracer there, just to maybe build some pulse bombs really quick in addition to the Kitsune rush. So just trading ultimates out here, but Floor manages to find Hyde. And I mean, Reckless Gamma, they are getting everything they want out of this. They've traded for ults. The pulse bomb from Spectre doesn't quite hit anybody, but I mean, that you got all the value you wanted. 140 here, and Reckless Gamma not giving an inch.
Yeah, and now Reckless Gamma, you're gonna have both these support ults coming online in, you know, the sites from Floor. Sometimes that could be a little impactful. Purple Nova, though, Primal does have this Terra Surge. Again, I've said this about some other times that they're up against Reckless Gamma. It's just really hard to find targets with this Terra Surge. Like, you're not going to be able to walk all the way into the back line onto these flex supports, so you might want to try and just, you know, catch NRG out somehow and then try and get a Terra Surge on him. Maybe a Sleep Dart could be
Oh, this is the perfect point. Yeah, well, oh, I say beautifully done. That was the moment for it, but yeah, no Terra Surge needed, and Purple Nova are going to go ahead and go forward here. The Orisa's a bit dangerously low, going to get healed up, but not playing maybe as aggressive. It's going to be, I mean, it's going to be a trance in response to the overclock. Nade hits, but it doesn't hit at the target they want. Inspector able to find one through there. There's that Terra Surge. It eventually got to the backline, but there's no one home to follow up on it. Sleep onto the Wrecking Ball, who got the nano there, but I mean, all these trades just to maybe get one pick have been huge. Primal finally catches a spear, picks the Echo out of the sky, and Cart with 30 seconds left will get rolling. Floor is gone, and in the nick of time, they will get it to the finish line.
Ooh, it feels like Primal has really come alive on this Orisa, doing a really good job of kind of just avoiding the discords for the majority of it, either taking kind of Venti out of the fight early or kind of just letting that discord orb cleanse, doing a really good job just avoiding a whole lot of utility that comes through from that Zenyatta. And now you're coming into the second point. You did have to use a lot of ultimates there for Purple Nova, but you're gonna have the Pulse Bomb and the Rush to work with very shortly, and that Rush could be really, really detrimental against this kind of double flex composition, because that is what's going to allow you to really just run down the Ana Zen.
They got to get there first, though, as Spectre's just piecing both of these angles as best they can. Hyde's looking for somewhere to try to get that Pulse Bomb, has to blink out of the way, and meanwhile, on that high ground, on that little path, there's just a fight. Purple Nova trying to fight for that high ground. Energy just, again, swinging, just wrecking through, but Venti is the first to fall again. The duplicate Orisa spear immediately followed out, and Clover follows up one. There's the Kitsune rush. It's time to go forward, but Energy is going to drop the mines in the way just to try to deny any effect it can get. And Spectre, spear beats spear as they spin it through. Duplicate over, and again, like, so much committed just to barely get past that choke point there. Slam from Energy left out of the air. Great shooting from Flygon on that to shut this down. Sir Ellen and Spectre team up for two. That's two down, and Primal still just trying to drag this team across the finish line. Hyde teams in for one more as well. Primal is again coming to life. Primal's just not letting this go. Primal wants to cross that line.
Oh my gosh, and yeah, it's just a Tracer hanging around. Floor is going to be sent back to that spawn. Some progress gained here now. What I really do want to see from Team Purple Nova is to just back up a little bit once this engage comes through. Big anti-nade connects onto Primal. Are they going to be able to stay alive? Looks like he should be okay.
Last minute, is there another sleep on Energy? Man, Flygon should just be sitting on this Ana. I've seen so many sleeps land on an Energy, just deny so much value there. It's gonna be a nano out onto Clover there, but one is gonna be matched onto Energy, and I mean, Energy gets the value. Trance is a bit late, doesn't quite get what it's looking for there. Recall back out from Hyde, trying to get some pressure onto the point, but it's just not enough. Comes up with one trying to drag this team across the finish. Not this time.
No, 30 seconds here now. Primal has managed to stay alive kind of through that disengage. Clover is going to be able to build up to this overclock, but otherwise not looking so great in terms of ultimates for Purple Nova. You're going to have an extended overtime fight to be able to build up to anything other than that overclock. Meanwhile, with Reckless Gamma looking fairly good. Hyde trying to maybe sneak this one in, but both those supports on guard here on this payload.
Ooh. Yeah, we're aware of it now. Venti goes down to hide, no one there to protect him, and Ray cleans up with one more of their own. And in overtime, it looks like Team Purple Nova are going to keep this alive. The duplicate Orisa is going to be met by the overclock. Hyde not going to be able to get that out of the way, but in the nick of time, once again, Team Purple Nova, they keep themselves alive.
Yeah, that's really impressive from them too, because I mean, like I said, you didn't really have any ultimates to work with. The overclock from Clover was there, but you managed to get that that copy out from Spectre, who has moved over onto the Genji now, and then Floor over onto this Ashe for this third point. The mines are available for NRG, looking to just drop them right on the card.
Well, for now, it'll be enough to buy time. The last minute south again, and I mean, Primal gonna slowly move in, shooting up that spear, looking for somebody to throw that into. Nice pick onto Venti in the back, but I mean, Primal is just going deep, eventually getting pushed out, falls dangerously low, has to get saved, and that deflect in their face. Spear goes wide, and Energy just continues through and disrupt backline, but this time gets caught out, and Primal gonna go deep, looking for somebody, pushes in, and maybe a little too deep here. They do trade for Sir Allen, and it does get the nano out, so I mean, Primal making done here is the Reckless Gamer just can for all these angles. Eventually catches Spectre in the corner and Floor as well. But Primal, just like you said, just on this Orisa is doing so much work. Just demanding they be respected.
Absolutely terrifying. Just walks into the backline, and then Flygon's like, okay, here, have a nano. That allows Primal to not only stay alive, but also to build up to this Terra Surge. Now, Team Purple don't have all of the ultimates to work with. They throw in that rush and just walk on through to that backline.
Pulse Bomb goes wide there, but I mean, there's no one that's going to attach its hits to Primal making that statement, planting that flag, and just again with another pick. The trance is there, but it's only buying time just for Energy to get in, make a stance. They're gonna bully. Wow, Venti is just not allowed to play this game. Primal's making sure of that, and I mean, it'll be a slam, catches 3. The mines are there, but nobody's going to fall damage to that. Overtime continues to burn, but I mean, it's just staggers and staggers. Spectre gets the nano. Blade is shortly behind. This might be a chance. There's going to be a shot here. Gets 1, and Sir Allen's there for 2. Onto the Ana for 3. That's good. And there's a chance that they put the stop here and deny it from they get Floor over onto the Venture. They managed to turn it back with that nano blade. Well done to Reckless Gamma.
Yeah, really smart there, Sir Olin. I mean, the blade wasn't quite online, but like close enough that they knew that once you get that nano on, the damage is going to come through, builds up to that blade, and then able to finally stabilize on that third point. And wow, yeah, Reckless Gamma maybe getting pushed a little bit further than they really thought they were going to. They had a really, really great run on Rialto the last time that they played this map today. So being pushed all the way to that third point, being able to stabilize before that checkpoint came through is massive for Reckless Gamma. But I mean, Team Purple Nova looked so good, so clean on this Orisa composition. And I mean, this is the type of map where you could run it back. You could run that same composition here on the defense, and it's going to work out quite well for you. Looking like that is what they intend to do. Ray on the Curie. Flygon over on that Ana too. We were talking about just how impactful those sleep darts have been, able to stop so much of the momentum from NRG on this Wrecking Ball. And you know, sometimes that is really what just will shut down a Wrecking Ball, is you just gotta slow them down.
Yeah, I mean, between I'm shocked because Flygon is hit. I'd love to see the number. Every time we saw that dive and that boop, it just felt like Energy was just Flygon hit that. But realistically, the hero of this match has just been leading the team literally and figuratively in so many kills. Yeah, Reckless Gamma, okay, they are going to go back to what works for them.
All right, yeah, Floor is over on the Ashe here, Spectre on the Tracer. So they are going to need a little bit of time to kind of get set up here, allow Spectre to kind of find an angle. Not going to have to worry too much about that high ground, as Primal is actually going to be holding this corner. A really good spot for them to be in. Clover actually is over on the Sombra here, so playing this defensive Sombra, just another tool to kind of shut down NRG on this Wrecking Ball. Yeah, and Energy just scouting their way through, making sure they can get everything that has to blink and refresh their way out of that. So at least they know looking for. Energy's going to roll on through, boosts the Ana, teleport from Ray to help protect there, but you know, it is enough to get something through. Has forces Suzu out as well, but I mean, Ray, in the meantime, Spectre and Soroylin just absolutely dominate from the front line. The rest of those flank angles come in, and it doesn't matter if Primal's the last to die because it was just a slow but efficient decimation. Ooh, Yeah, and I do think that this Wrecking Ball composition is just going to play a little bit better on the attack here. You can play a little bit more aggressively compared to on the defense, and now, you know, you only have one on the card here for Reckless Gamma, so you're not moving it necessarily as quickly as you could. It is going to allow Team Purple Nova to get another contest here. Spots out Clover, who is now swapped over to this Tracer off of that Sombra, so a little bit more consistent damage now available for Purple Nova.
A little bit more consistent, but still have to do everything. They have to send in the Suzu to keep them alive, and Energy is still just trying to hold these off angles, giving up that cart presence for now. Nova's on that. What a sleep from the back, and Eventi on this angle, just absolutely crushing it. Unfortunately, Sir Olin pays for those crimes, and I mean, eventually Primal gets punished for going so deep into it, and Reckless Gamma will get A.
Yep, A capped up, no ultimates needed. It is Clover just kind of lurking around on this Tracer, looking like Hyde wants to maybe come in for a contest as well. The cart hasn't quite moved forward, but Energy has been absolutely decimating all of the reinforcements here, so Clover will get the touch, and then Primal here as well. Kitsune Rush is gonna be committed.
Kitsune Rush? I mean, it is, but it's gonna get met by the Primal, and the counter Kitsune Rush is there as well, but it's not enough. They have to get out of the way, and I mean, wow, I don't know about that investment from Ray.
See, yeah, it's tough because Purple Nova, like, honestly, there comes a point where maybe you just want to everybody get the full spawn so they can get set up on that high ground, and now, because you're getting picked off kind of so late, it means that Reckless Gamma is going to be able to kind of get set up on that high ground. In fact, they're going to set up even closer here. The mines are ready to go from NRG. I'm expecting that those are going to just drop onto Purple Nova as soon as they try to walk through this choke point. They're not aware that that Wrecking Ball is there, so going to have to be really careful about it. And actually really good trigger discipline. Energy's looking for someone specific.
Oh yeah, I mean, Energy's trying to find any weak target there, but Primal just goes in again, just pushes so deep, and Saralin's there to play defensively against Clover on Racer, and Spectre just, again, trying to get any sort of value, create in, push in from one of those flank angles, but the carts move past the hardest part of it all, and 3 minutes is still going here. Purple Nova it just seems like they haven't been able to get anything. A great boop through that window, pushes out Slam G, does isolate another one, and Venti's willing to trade out, but Spectre with the blade catches Flygon in the back, and that's still enough to keep Gamma moving here. The Ash is going to eventually get pushed out of the way, but the rest of Reckless for support, and that's point B as quick as we saw it.
Yeah, this is gonna have to be a very, very incredible defense from Purple Nova as we move on to third point. A little bit contest is gonna be happening, but yeah, it's probably looking like Reckless Gamma are gonna be able to pick that up, especially with yeah, NRG doing such a good job on this Wrecking Ball, just pushing everybody back. But I mean, Purple Nova's still in it.
They're still in it for now. There's 1 meter from the touch, and that, I'd say that Terror Surge from Primal was just enough to hold it out for the time. They'll have to spin out of the way. The roll through from Energy to try to get backline is just tough, and Sir Arlen finds aid. Meanwhile, while they're in the background trying to punish anybody, Kira gets out with her. Never mind. Ray is back to spawn thanks to Energy, but Purple Nova, they're trying, but Reckless Gamma, they're going to commit their ults into it. Those triple shurikens are just eventually ticking away at Primal's life. The sleep onto the Ana. Spectre is there. Dash through. Make it 3. Looking for 4. A 4-piece for Spectre.
Oh my gosh, beautiful stuff from this Genji. The team kill coming through here from Reckless Gamma. Now Purple Nova, I mean, at least you got the Kitsune Rush out, I suppose, because now Ray is going to have a Kitsune Rush of her own to work with. And that Overclock from Hyde going to be available too. Potentially a nice combo for Purple Nova coming into this next fight. Spectre does have this blade ready to go. Not going to have a nano to go with it, but I mean, hey, we just saw what Spectre can do with no blade at all. Just dry fighting, so I would definitely be concerned about this blade if I'm Purple Nova, especially where you don't really have any great answer to it. You don't have the Terror Surge, and you don't have any speed to run away from it.
No, the mines do go out, and they're meant to disrupt that Kitsune Rush, but Reckless Gamma, they're just going to disengage, get out of the way, and wait for the next fight to come through. Floor, unfortunately, gone back to spawn now as Hyde, their counterpart, is there, and just looking for a blade, but can't quite get it. The Deflect is there, and it's going to get met, and the cart's stalled with just a little under 215, and it's going to be still looking for Mao, just poking and holding for Reckless Gamma. They're trying to find this last moment to break in. There's the Nano, there's the Blade, looking in, they see a Sojourn, goes one, gets stunned out, but it's not enough. Zizus is there for it. Nano onto the Sojourn, helps her live for now, and she just takes a chunk out of Spectre. Primal's there to supply the backup, and what a beautiful timed piece of teamwork from Purple Nova.
Oh my gosh, Flygon with the Nano, absolutely keeping Hyde alive. And while I said that there wasn't anything to counter out the Blade, especially not a Nano Blade, but hey, if you can just hit your shots, that's great. That's all Hyde needed. And now a little bit more time burned off the clock. It was expensive for Purple Nova, but hey, you did get that Nano Blade out. Primal has this Terra Surge ready to go as NRG is going to swap off of the ball. We are going to get a Zarya on the field now as Floron quite a flank with this Ashe and Bob. Yeah, Bob is out.
Oh, it's a bloodbath from Reckless Gamma. My goodness, they everything to get that out. The team gong has sounded. They will get it across the line with 1 minute. They will go on to the grand finals.
Beautiful stuff from Reckless Gamma. Pushed a little bit harder in this rematch with Purple Nova, dropping a map, but ultimately are going to be able to pick up those 3 points. Spectre with the play of the game. I don't think this is any surprise to anyone watching. A beautiful 4K here and looking very, very good. Reckless Gamma pushing their way through. Oh, fighting through this lower bracket. I mean, this is exciting for them to be able to go on to that grand finals.
And I mean, for what it's worth for Purple Nova, that was a much better second time around. Like the first time these teams fought, it was a 3-0. Reckless Gamma was pretty definitively in charge there, but this time it looked like they got the better. They understood, and they'd been, I don't want to say warmed up, but they were definitely more on top of the game for it. So a good showing from them, and nothing to be disappointed about third place. That's a great showing from this team.
Yeah, I agree. And it was so much fun to get to see Team Purple Nova once again. They were here in last month's event, so really nice to see kind of return teams coming and showing up in this Get Good tournament. So yeah, third place, not too bad at all. And yeah, like you said, so like they did look way better on this next one. So that is something that you love to see from a team. Great adaptations, and that's the showing of a team that has a whole lot of potential.
We're going to take a quick break and grab energy for an interview. We'll be back in just a moment. We've got that interview in just a second. Appreciate the wait. We're back, and we've found Energy, the winning tank player. Energy, welcome in. Congratulations.
Thank you. Fun game, really well played on both sides, I think, and happy to help my team get through.
I was gonna say, considering this is, you know, a rematch from much earlier in the day, did you guys come into this knowing you were gonna be fine? Did you have any really concerns kind of this match? Because it seemed like you guys were playing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it was fun. I actually got to spec the first one, and then I got the call up for this one. We knew it was gonna be tricky, but especially on the rematch, they kind of know what we like. We got target banned on the first map, which was enjoyable, and you witnessed what happened there. I'm maybe slightly less of a ball one trick than Jacob is, but you know, still our best heroes. Yeah,
Understand.
I love that. Yeah, it's not too often that when you have kind of two tanks on a team that they are still kind of playing that same role. But I think that you guys made it look really good. I am wondering, so yeah, getting that first kind of hero ban coming out. Usually when you have kind of sub players on the roster, you're kind of preparing for those hero bans. Maybe you have a little bit different of a hero pool. But how are you guys finding kind of playing into these hero ban metas where you both maybe kind of have similar hero pools?
Yeah, well, I'll be straight up with you. I got a DM at sometime this afternoon saying Jacob wasn't going to be able to make it. Can you fill? And I said, yeah, what time? And now we're here. So honestly, not much coordination. Jacob and I's hero pools overlap a lot. It's why I've rung for this team in the past in Scrim. They're great people, but yeah, no no major preparation in that regard.
Dang. Well, oh my gosh. Well, yeah, I don't think we would have known. I mean, so I would not have known that there is no preparation here. You guys looked fantastic.
Yeah, I was saying.
Got carried by my team. They're amazing.
Well, you still got plenty of time because there's still one more Grand Finals match. But before we let you go get ready for that, anybody you want to shout out? Anything you want to say before we let you get back in for the Grand Finals?
Let's see. Huge shout out again to the whole team, to Strolin, to Floor, to Spectre, to Jacob, even though he was on the bench, and to Venti. They're amazing people. Been around them a lot, and really appreciate getting to spend more time with them. So thanks to them, obviously. Thanks, parents. And yeah, that's it for me. And thank you guys for hosting everything. You guys are awesome.
Hey, it's our pleasure. We just love watching incredible Overwatch, and thank you for your time, Energy. We'll let you go ahead and get back to the team. But, well, Rain, my time here has come to pass because Gedster is finally safely back with electricity. So it's been fun to be on the desk with you, and I look forward to seeing this incredible Grand Finals conclusion eventually.
Yeah, that's right. So we will have Gedster and myself back in for the Grand Finals after this. We are going to go to a short break, get everybody ready to go, but don't go anywhere because we have an incredible finale to this day coming up very soon.
Hi everyone, I'm back. It's crazy. My power cut in the middle of the second series because a car hit a power pole nearby, but we're back online. Everything's a-okay. And I am here to recover the grand finals with Rain here, who's been here the entire time. What a trooper.
I am quickly becoming, I guess, just a Reckless Gamma follower, I suppose, as we are gonna see them for the fourth time here on this broadcast. Pristine Guardians up against Reckless Gamma, and I mean, Gitster, this is a rematch.
Yeah, it sure is. And, you know, I didn't get to see the previous match all the way through for mysterious reasons that I guess none of us will ever fully understand, but I did get to see that first little bit of Rialto, and it was, well, it wasn't looking very close. But we are now in best of 7 territory rather than best of 5, so there is a chance that the longer format will allow Reckless Gamma a little bit more time to warm up, and maybe their time down in loser's bracket playing up against Team Purple Nova will have given them just that little bit of extra reps that they needed to push themselves over the edge. So I wouldn't count them out yet.
Yes, absolutely agree. Now, let's take a look at these two teams. I mean, hey, we've seen them already, but let's check them out again. Pristine Guardians, we have Ferret and Money Trees, the DPS players here. Gang-a-diddle on that tank roll, and then Sword Out and Mimic rounding out the support line for this team, who has looked pretty good all day long. I mean, you know, you've stayed up here in the upper bracket the whole time, so you haven't taken a single loss.
Oh yeah, not even map-wise so far, if I recall correctly. It has been dominance from the Pristine Guardians, but once again, they're having to face off against Reckless Gamma, who we keep seeing today. Every single streamed match that we have had has involved them. Floor 13, Spectre on the DPS line. Jacob is back on the tank. Had to go for a little bit, but did make it back in time for the grand finals. And of course, Venti and Surlin on support line. It's gonna be a banger. I don't make the rules. It's just gonna be a banger. Like,
yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, this is, yeah, like you said, this is best of 7 now, so you gotta get 4 map wins to take the grand finals here. So we could be in for a pretty long series, as well. We already know which map we're gonna be starting out on, and once again, we are headed back to Oasis.
wow. Oasis first map, I believe, in all of the series we've played today. This is...
Yeah.
What alternate reality are we living in right now? This is not normal. I am not used to seeing this one at all, but we do also have the hero bans in. We are not going to be seeing on Oasis Reckless's first ban of Ram, Pristine's bans of Genji or Ana, and Reckless's final ban of Reaper. This is, I don't think, the exact same bans that we saw last time, but they're pretty similar, if I recall.
Yeah, the Ana band definitely seeming familiar to me, and that Ramatra band also seeming very familiar to me. Now, with this this Ram band coming out from Reckless, I mean, we've seen this team all series long, all day long. They like to play Wrecking Ball. They like to play a little bit of Winston if they can't play the Wrecking Ball. So, well, what do I think they're gonna play on Oasis? I think they might play some Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, probably. So I did go back and look. The Reckless bans are the exact same. They banned Ram first and Reaper second. The difference this time is Pristine in that first series, they banned Ball and Sojourn on Oasis. So this time around, Ball obviously just gonna be on the table, but I think it does get a little bit harder to run him when Ana is off the board. So I am very interested to see how this pans out for the side of Reckless Gamma. It does... I think Pristine Guardians have put a lot of thought into that because maybe they want to save the Ball ban for later in a longer series, right?
Yeah, I 100% agree. Like, you don't necessarily want to come out swinging with that Ball ban because, like, you can kind of ban around the Wrecking Ball to try and make it a little bit harder to run that ball, but I mean, we've seen it from Reckless Gamma. They're just so flexible. Like, maybe, okay, your tank isn't as strong on all the other heroes, but everybody else on their lineup seems to be able to play, you know, 3, 4 different kind of heroes that they can pick between. So trying to find everybody with the ban it's just not doable. Is we are going to be heading into University as our first submap here on Oasis, so arguably the worst Wrecking Ball map of them all, and looks like Reckless Gamma might agree with that, as Jacob is going to be coming out of spawn on this Orisa instead. Spectre over on the Pharah again, so we did see this last time. Now, Ferret's over on the Venture. We did see the Venture make an appearance as well. It's going to be the Lucio Kiri backline, so the difference is Money Tree does have Tracer. Oh my gosh.
I mean, that's just gross. That's just beautiful. The moment that Venture entered Floor's line of sight, they were gone. They were eviscerated, sent directly into the abyss, and just like that, that's just it's a very fast fight win for the side of Reckless Gamma. They're gonna take first control, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, yep, there is the percentage here. Reckless Gamma's going to be able to kind of push forward a little bit as well, hold this choke point. Now, no ultimates on the board just yet, although Spectre has done a whole lot of damage on this. I like this rotation here from Pristine Guardians, trying to avoid some of that poke damage from the Pharah, but you've just shoved yourself basically into a corner.
It's a little bit rough trying to engage from this angle. You're taking so much damage from so far away. This Cassidy in particular is just gonna pump in those bullets. The rockets from the Pharah, if you're in those small enclosed rooms, they're gonna be dealing a whole lot. I mean, Spectre's already nearly at this barrage, so could end up being disastrous. And Floor 13, again, gonna find Money Trees super early in this fight, but Jacob going down means that a lot of their point presence is gone. I'm not sure if they're gonna find ultimates worth using at this stage, so I mean, they are maybe able to retake this.
Oh my gosh.
No,
I mean,
Ferret.
That's crazy. Well, yeah, I mean, that's it. Pristine kind of walking back in. You find that kill onto to Jacob, and that's kind of the opening that you needed to be able to walk onto the point. However, maybe Reckless Gamma are coming back into this. You've got a whole bunch of ultimates to work with. Just the support ultimates currently online for Pristine Guardians. This beat from Mimic could be the difference maker to try and sustain through this, as both support ults in response to this rush.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very, very aggressive play for Pristine Guardians, and you'll take that if you're Reckless. Nobody is going to go down as it stands here. The beat comes out in response to the usage of the Terra Surge. I'm not sure if Hangadiddle is going to be able to make it out of this one consistently. Makes it to 5 health and does get the Mega Health Pack, but players are still dropping like flies all around him. And it's just a matter of time at this point, because surely Reckless Gamma should be able to retake this one, right?
Ooh, I mean, it's looking like it. Hangadiddle does have all the cooldowns forced out. Yeah, Spectre has a whole bunch of damage available, and that is going to be 54% there for Pristine Guardians. Reckless going to swap this back over, but it was expensive here for Reckless Gamma. You don't really have any ultimates on the board. You know, you take a long, extended fight. Probably next fight, Venti's going to be able to build up to this beat, but Ferret has this Tectonic Shock ready to go, and Money Tree's over on the Cassidy now, off of that Tracer, was having a really hard time against Floor 13 on their Cassidy. You're gonna have DPS ults to work with here.
Ferret's dead.
Well, maybe not.
Takes so much damage just getting into the point from the damage from Floor that Spectre's one rocket was enough to take them out of the picture entirely. The Immortality Field is gonna keep Hangadiddle up for now, but it's not gonna be easy to get back in on this one, especially since you now just have to contest on overtime. You do have almost 5 ultimates though, so you at least have tools to work with if you decide of Pristine Guardians, and they're already going to be throwing out a couple of them. Down goes the Tectonic Shock. Not going to find any immediate targets, but Jacob and Serlin very, very low. The beat comes out, and it does connect onto most members of Reckless Gamma. Barrett doesn't get the effect of his team's down barrier though, so it's just a matter of, can they hold out long enough for Ferret to get back? And it might not happen. Both of your supports are gone, and despite the fact that you have their tank out of the picture, that's still a pretty massive disadvantage. But I mean, this is still going.
Yeah, Reckless Gamma, I mean, you have 3 ultimates to work with here. You only need to win 1 fight to be able to find this win on University, and you're only up against a Terra Surge here, so it's going to be hard for Pristine to kind of respond to this barrage of ultimates.
A barrage of ultimate that notably does not include barrage. The flip comes through. Out goes Terra Surge, and Floor 13's out of the equation. Venti and Spectre also falling immediately! Pristine Guardians, they allow the flip to come through, but I mean, this is going to be a recapture for them. And at 90%, they wait so long to kill Jacob off that there's no way anybody's going to be able to get back, except maybe the Lucio, but will it really matter all that much? Venti doesn't even get close before the Deadeye takes him out of commission, and just like that, University is going to go the way of Pristine Guardians, but that was one of the closest points I think we've seen between these two teams.
Yes, I agree. 99 to 99 there. Now, Pristine Guardians, I like that last fight from them a whole lot. You're down in the ultimates. You have the foresight to realize you can let that point flip come through as long as you still have somebody to kind of contest on it. And that's where we see, like, you know, the point does matter, but it's also about winning the fight. And Pristine Guardians recognizing, okay, we can win the fight out, then we can come back and recap this point. So yeah, beautiful showing from them. We take a little look at some of the stats sort out on this Baptiste, making a great showing for his team, showing up in those limbs quite a bit. Oh my goodness. And okay, well, as we head into Garden here, I was thinking that maybe we were going to see the Wrecking Ball make an appearance here, but no, Reckless Gamma are going to stick on this exact same composition. Spectre on this far, Jacob is still on that Orisa. Money Trace is back over onto the Tracer now. We'll see if he decides to stick on that, because did have a really hard time against this Cassidy, kind of constantly getting poked out, as Reckless Gamma already able to get themselves set up on this high ground.
They get up, but eventually you are forced to drop. It is the nature of this point. Gotta be able to contest for at least a little bit here, and I don't know, it's not a great sign that Jacob has been forced to use all of his Orisa cooldowns way before Gang is. And he will be the first to go down as a result, so despite a pick, I believe, coming in for Reckless Gamma at one point there, and another one later in the fight, it's just not nearly enough. The cooldown rotation was just so much better for Pristine Guardians.
Yep, that's a really good point. This Orisa, I mean, Orisa has so much staying power, but it does really come down to just that. You need to be able to cycle your cooldowns effectively. You need to be able to use the Fortify and the Spear kind of off of each other so that you always have at least one available. And now the point in favor of Pristine Guardians here. Both support ults coming online, and Ferret over on this Cassidy off of that Venture, making good value.
Yeah, these shots are connecting extremely frequently and effectively from Ferret. Already has the Deadeye, so I mean, nobody on Reckless Gamma is at their ultimate yet, and Spectre is gonna end up making the swap over onto the Sombra. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
Yeah, I see the idea. I mean, Orisa is a very, like, cooldown focused tank. If you can shut down that kind of cooldown cycle that we already mentioned, you can kind of take her out of commission fairly quickly. But with Cassidy and even Mimic on this Lucio, you are going to be able to spot out the Sombra fairly quickly. Now, ult's available here. Pristine Guardians have pretty much everything to work with. We'll see if Reckless Gamma can find a way into this point. Looking like Kitsune Rush might be the ticket.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush is definitely going to be the first option here. Out goes everything for both sides, though. Money Trees first to fall. Pulse Bomb not going to be able to find anything, and just like that, a whole lot of resources get expended on both sides of the equation. But I mean, overall, you're really happy with this if you're Reckless Gamma. Obviously, you had to use a lot, but you still hold on to your Terra Surge, and you should be able to flip here, even if it's at 99. So.
Oh, yeah, this is what you need. You just need to flip the point. You gotta clean up Money Trees on this Tracer. That overtime has triggered, but it is going to be Reckless Gamma taking control of this point. And yeah, like you said, Jacob does have the Terra Surge ready to go. Spectre has been able to nearly build up to that EMP as well. Could be quite impactful. You know, this Orisa composition, everybody's playing fairly stacked. You might have Money Trees that doesn't get caught in it, but as long as you can kind of find the timing on the EMP, could be massive, but... Ooh, Mimic. That's a big pick.
That is a very, very big pick. Finding the headshot there is absolutely massive, but it is a very, very good sign that they are still getting picks back. Venti falls, but, I mean, you can still find more. Floor 13. I mean, this guy's just a demon on the hit scan. This guy's just crazy.
He's very, very scary. Now, this is going to allow Reckless Gamma to maintain control of this point. Now, Pristine Guardians do just need that one fight win, but you just don't have a whole lot to work with. Ferret has the Deadeye, but otherwise, like, it's going to take a fight and a half before you build up to anything else. And Spectre, not quite at the EMP just yet, but is getting very, very close. So if they can keep Pristine Guardians in this corner, you could hit them with a very big EMP.
Also keep an eye on the potential Kitsune Rush for Serlin to throw out here. I wouldn't entirely be shocked if we see it. The hack does go out as well, so both of those ults do get expended. 4 players hit by that EMP, but no immediate follow-up. Just a matter of what can they find with all of this. Floor falling pretty low, loses the 1v1 to Money Trees eventually. Tracer, one of those characters that's really hard to lock down. The flashbangs can do it, but not if you miss them. Money Trees plays evasive, plays well, wins the 1v1, and just like that, the momentum shifts. And Pristine Guardians, they are able to retake it in a very fast fight, and map 1 goes to them.
Nice showing on this Orisa composition. A good flexibility there from Ferret to move off of that venture onto the Cassidy sort out. I mean, we gave him a little bit of a shout out kind of in between the sub maps on this Baptiste, doing a whole lot of damage, well, doing a whole lot of support as well. So I love to see that from our flex supports showing up in those play the games.
For sure, flex support has always been one of, just speaking personally, one of my favorite roles to watch. I mean, ever since I first got involved in watching pro Overwatch, Jonak was one of my favorite early players. Boombox was one of my favorite early players. When Alarm joined the league, he was my favorite player. Rest in peace, GOAT. But, I mean, the characters that allow that kind of playstyle to happen, Batiste and Zenyatta and Ana, they've always been some of my favorites to watch. And I love to see a good map come out there, so it was a pleasure. But Reckless Gamma now, once again, on the back foot here. So, sounds, I believe, I just heard that we're going to Suravasa next.
Ooh, okay. Throwing us right into a flashpoint after control. You know, you'll be a little bit warmed up here if you're both teams, really, because these are going to play very, very similarly. Now, Reckless opting to take us to Suravasa right off of their loss makes a lot of sense to me. They looked very, very good on Suravasa in their last series. Now, they did play the Wrecking Ball composition. Pristine Guardians have not banned out that Wrecking Ball just yet, so could be an option here for Pristine to maybe take away one of kind of the, I don't want to say a shoe-in win for Reckless, but like it definitely is going to be one of their stronger maps in kind of this map pool.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, again, in that first series of the day that they played, we saw them roll out on the Winston in that third map when the ball got banned, and they were still very proficient on that. So, I mean, even if ball does get banned here, I wouldn't count Reckless out. It's very, like, obviously if we were playing on OWCS ban rules, then they could, say, protect ban Hazard or something like that, so that you don't need to worry about ball getting banned. But since we are on the alternate 2 bans each system, it could very well go that way. So I am interested to see how Reckless reacts to a potential ball ban, or if Pristine even opts to use that here.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, Reckless Gamma, the ball ban wasn't in for Oasis, and I do think that they looked fairly good on this Orisa composition. Maybe not quite as comfortable, but doing a good job kind of recognizing the pacing of things. It is, of course, going to play a lot different than that Wrecking Ball composition where everybody's kind of split up, you know, on their own angles. It's all about finding kind of the timing, whereas when you're playing the Orisa comp, everybody's more or less together. You might have your Tracer kind of off on a bit of a flank, a bit of an angle, but it's a big swap up to go from playing that brawl into playing kind of this dive. And even though both of these teams are very, very strong, it can take a little bit of time to kind of find your groove in those compositions where they just play so differently.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be fascinating going into this one, because I think Suravasa is just one of those maps that allows for so much to work. Dive works, brawl works, poke. I guess it can work, but poke is kind of dead right now, unfortunately. So I doubt we see that. Maybe we do anyway. Who knows? Maybe the bands line up perfectly and we get like Hanzo Ash Sigma compositions, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Oh my gosh, seeing some Hanzo would be pretty incredible. That would be quite the
Be
throwback. Oh, that would be cool. But all right, we do have our bans coming in. Get started. So Reckless starting out with the Venture ban. Christine is answering with the Cassidy and the Wrecking Ball ban. And then Reckless gonna round out with that Baptiste ban. So we are gonna see that Wrecking Ball ban here on Saravasa. I think that Reckless banning out the Venture, very, very smart as well. Pristine did tend to have Ferret kind of towards that Venture on this map. And we did see him play it a little bit on Oasis as well. So doing their best to kind of find a target ban that is gonna impact Pristine as much as, you know, maybe this Wrecking Ball ban is going to hit Reckless.
I mean, we did see Jacob roll out on the Orisa in the last map. Obviously didn't win, but showed at very least that it is a character in Jacob's wheelhouse. So I'm not at all surprised to see that here. Winston also would have made sense to me, but I kind of prefer to see the Orisa in this case. What I'm looking at more, though, is the Pristine Guardians DPS line right now. If this is a real Symmetra, okay, it doesn't look like it is. They're gonna end up going to Tracer. But Reaper is still a very interesting option to me.
I agree. This is a lot of really heavy frontline presence. Now, this does mean that with this Reaper Tracer, like, you don't have any long-range damage other than Gangadittle on this Ramatra. And where Floor is on this Sojourn and Jacob is on this Orisa, that's a whole lot of poke damage that can come in as Pristine's walking forward.
See, as you were saying, there's not a whole lot of long-range pressure, not a whole lot that they can do about this Sojourn of Floor. And right off the bat, we're seeing exactly what that means for the side of Pristine Guardians. They just lose out on their Kiriko instantly, and the fight's over at that point. That's the majority of your healing output. It's gone.
It is gone. And then Spectre on this Tracer is able to combo with the Sojourn really, really well. We saw Spectre basically just getting all of the cleanup kills there for Reckless Gamma, so finding a lot of value on that hero. Now, we are going to have Pristine Guardian stick on this composition. If you want to run this Reaper, you gotta move quickly. You gotta shut down the tank here. Just burn through this damage from Jacob. You really don't want to allow this Orisa to have any space if you're going to run this Ramatra and the Reaper, but they're just kind of getting stalled out at this choke point, and it is because of just how much poke damage is coming in from Jacob and Floor.
Eventually, though, the first pick from the side of Pristine Guardians comes in. The Kiriko of Surling caught very out of position, and now a whole lot of players on the side of Reckless Gamma fall very, very low, and this should be a flip. All you gotta do is clean up Spectre, and Floor shouldn't have a recontest here. I'm pretty sure they ran away anyway, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, okay. Nice little late kill there for Pristine. Now, this is last fight territory, essentially, for Reckless Gamma if they can get this flip over. But you are going to have to get through a Pulse Bomb. You're going to have to get through a Death Blossom and a Kitsune Rush from Pristine Guardians. Gangadittle is going to be able to build up to this Annihilation fairly quickly. Reckless, though, you have ultimates coming online as well, including a Kitsune Rush of your own, which could be all that you really need to kind of break through this archway and walk onto point. But it's really just about kind of getting staggered, getting the positioning as, yeah, both rushes thrown right at each other.
Ooh. Ferret does use that Death Blossom, but gets shut down pretty quickly. It doesn't end up mattering, though, as the rest of his team is able to clean up the fight anyway. I mean, I think you're okay with that if you're Reckless Gamma. Obviously, it sucks to lose the fight so close to 100% on this point, but you still have 4 ultimates to Pristine Guardians 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't look like... No, there is going to be the touch maybe coming through. Venti was positioning for it. Floor is just kind of caught off in no man's land here. And actually, both DPS for Reckless are not in the fight right now.
Yeah, the DPS are preoccupied elsewhere on the map, but that's not going to get you the point right now. Unfortunately, despite the crazy ult advantage, I think that Pristine Guardians just chasing down the survivors of that last fight kind of drove them away from being able to even consider fighting for that point. So, first point goes to Pristine Guardians, just due to a really, really well taken fight and chasing them down afterwards.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Controlling space really well now. Pristine Guardians are going to be able to get positioned a little bit better here for Ruins. It is going to be Reckless Gamma essentially pushing into the point, but like we said, there are ultimates available here. Reckless Gamma have both those DPS ultimates. It is going to be a beat available for both sides here, which could be really important for Reckless Gamma because Gangadittle does have this Annihilation ready to go. This point, it is so enclosed. It is so close together. Yeah, the Annihilation, it's going to last for a very long time.
Oh yeah, it is. Everyone is right there, able to be hit by it, and people will start falling pretty quickly, but enough of a spread has happened that it won't last longer than it needs to take the Kiriko out of the picture, but that might be all you need, especially with Ferret finding 2 on his own on this Reaper. This character who, again, we don't see super often, but playing very well into this composition right now.
Yeah, I agree. Doing a really good job kind of with this mobility as well. Ferret is just like teleporting into really just unpredictable places, trying to get the drop on Reckless Gamma, who, you know, now you've got the Pulse Bomb from Spectre to try and work with. Honestly, Reckless Gamma could play for a little bit more of a long fight here, try to build up to that Terra Surge, try to build up to that Kitsune Rush, but all the while you're doing that, yeah, Pristine Guardians are going to have ultimates of their own to work with.
And they have a lot of them. They're gonna throw out the Kitsune Rush to start the fight, but I mean, Reckless Gamma doing the right thing and just backing off, kiting away from that one. Allowing themselves to play a little bit patiently, but that's a really nice stick from Money Trees. Able to get the kill onto Floor. Spectre gets one right back though, and Ferret does not want to let that Pulse Bomb kill go to waste. This fight advantage state will continue to be pushed for as long as possible. It's just the one player on the point right now for Reckless Gamma. It is Spectre on the Tracer, and eventually he will go down. Sword Out is the trade, but I'm not sure if Venti's going to be able to get back in time to contest this one. They may not even deem it worth it. Yeah, they're just going to back off. 2-0 now for Pristine Guardians.
Ooh, not too bad. Setting themselves at a map point as we are gonna run over towards Palace, and looking like these teams are essentially gonna be meeting up at the same time. This Blossom ready to go here for Ferret, the only ultimate on the board for Pristine Guardians. On the side of Reckless Gamma though, you've got this Kitsune Rush to work with. If you can position yourself kind of towards this point, that could be very, very impactful ultimate to try and win this fight.
Floor was super far forward in that instance, unable to escape, get back to his team. Just kind of tragic, really, all things considered. Spectre also falling, run out of blinks. Happens to every Tracer every now and then, but you gotta mitigate that to the best of your ability. Reckless Gamma, I mean, the dominoes just fell in this instance, right? Like, you lose Floor right off the bat, and then you're missing so much damage, and Ferret can just walk in and take down the rest of your team.
Yeah, Pristine Guardians are doing a really good job of when you find one pick, you're able to just kind of follow up with the momentum and get another one, not needing to use any ultimates. So now you're going to have nearly 5 ults to work with here. You're holding up so far as well.
That's an interesting use of the Annihilation. I appreciate the original thought of going after just Floor with it, but I mean, eventually it works out anyway. Just Floor will walk right back into it, but it's a matter of staying alive at this point, but I am not sure if the rest of Reckless Gamma are capable of it. Eventually, more players will fall on both sides, but I mean, I don't think Reckless Gamma has the presence they need right now in order to retake this, especially not with Surly going down.
No, we're getting staggered out here. Reckless Gamma will have Venti just kind of put some pressure on the point here, but that ultimately just beats. It's a very late kill, and now approaching this 95%. Somebody from Reckless Gamma has to touch, and it is not going to be your Lucio.
Definitely not. And this 1 HP Tracer gonna have a hard time touching as well. Now 0 HP. Much like the other DPS on the team, this looks just about over. There are no ultimates remaining for the side of Reckless Gamma. Everyone has been cleared off, and map 2 convincingly goes the way of Pristine Guardians.
Yeah, and I will go ahead and remind everyone that this was Reckless Gamma's map pick. They really wanted to kind of take it here on Survasa, get us all tied up, but no, Pristine Guardians reading how they needed to play that as Ferret on this Reaper. We kind of touched on it, Kenster, you know, not typically seen a whole lot, but I think that once Pristine Guardians kind of adjusted their playstyle a little bit, realized that, you know, we need to just kind of walk forward onto this Orisa, don't give Reckless Gamma any space to work with, that's when they started finding a whole lot of value with this Reaper.
Yeah, for sure. The Reaper actually did end up working out quite well for them. I mean, you'll recall at the beginning, you were talking about how there's not a lot of range pressure, and Floor's Sojourn was going to be able to take over the match, and it did. For 1 point. I mean, getting rid of the Kiriko at the very beginning of the game was a great start. But they just could not maintain that momentum going forward from there. It was really and truly unfortunate for them, and I'm very interested to see what we're going to end up doing next, where we're going, what the bans are going to be. Because, I mean, they picked Suravasa because they were feeling confident. The ball ban might have played at least a small part of it, but, I mean, we'll see what happens going forward.
Yeah, so we are going to throw it to a quick break here, but we will be back with our third map. We'll see what Reckless Gamma can get done with that just after this break.
Hello and welcome back to the grand finals of the Get Good monthly tournament series here for Overwatch. It is 2-0 currently in favor of Pristine Guardians, and the ball ban is off the board now, so anything could happen. I am Gedster, joined by Rain. How you holding up over there?
We're doing good. We are here for the Overwatch, and we are getting so much Overwatch.
Excellent.
No, it's absolutely been such a blast here getting to watch all these matches. And yeah, Pristine Guardians up 2-0 right now. So I will remind everyone that this grand finals is going to be a first to 4. So we're not at match point just yet. Reckless Gamma, you got a little bit of a buffer here to try and turn things around. And well, you had the map pick, so Reckless Gamma's going to be taking us to Blizzard World for this next one.
Blizzard World, and maybe the strangest set of hero bands I've ever seen in my life. We will not be seeing Reinhardt. We will not be seeing Widow or Brig. And we will not be seeing Mercy. 4 characters I don't think we would have seen anyway, but, you know what? Sometimes you just gotta keep your most impactful bands for later.
Oh,
I
wait.
suppose.
Actually, Getster, I feel like that is very, very big brain. Especially kind of looking at the bands that, like, Reckless has taken out. Like, okay, Reinhardt, okay, Mercy, sure, fine, I guess. But it's a good point. Like, this isn't their back totally against the wall just yet, right? You could still technically lose this one. You really don't want to, but you could lose it and then still kind of go on to have another match, another map to kind of make things happen. So I feel like you were totally onto something there. Like, especially, you know, there's 4 bands per map. Like, at some point, you're just gonna run out of useful hero bands.
For sure. That is the disadvantage of having 2 hero bands per map instead of 1 that we normally see in OWCS. You run out of the ones that are the most impactful very quickly. And, I mean, that's probably what's happening here. But I think that it's safe to say that because these are the 4 bands we're seeing, we're probably going to be seeing some fairly standard stuff on this map. Nothing out of left field, nothing that they'll have to adapt, either team will have to adapt super hard for. I mean, the Ana, the Genji, the Tracer, the Ball, the Ramattra, the Orisa, all still on the table. So
we're back. It's gonna be probably the same comps that we saw on Oasis slash Saravasa, you know, or we could tease the Wrecking Ball, but Reckless Gamma is on the attack, so I don't know for sure that that's gonna happen. But Pristine Guardians, I mean, you are going to be on essentially the same composition that we saw in Saravasa. A little bit of a swap up here where Money Trees is going to be over on the Cassidy instead of the Tracer. And then Sword Out on this Baptiste, I believe that he was on the Kiriko on Saravasa. So a little bit of a swap up here. You still have this Reaper in the mix, which is still pretty interesting. Reckless Gamma teasing this Wrecking Ball Tracer Sombra composition. We have seen them run this before, and I think that I have been fairly impressed with the way that this team is able to get their dives set up. They have a whole lot of synergy. The timing on their engagement's really, really good, so it is what they're going to be rolling out with here. But against this Cassidy and Reaper, it's a pretty heavy anti-dive coming out from Pristine Guardians.
oh yes it is, and I like that plan from them, considering the fact that they know that Reckless Gamma's most comfortable look, especially with Jacob in the lineup, is this Wrecking Ball composition. So, another thing I really like to see so far, Reckless Gamma, they have identified where the hold is for Pristine Guardians, and they have opted to just rush as fast to the point as they possibly can. Now, granted, is it going to work this time around? No, you've lost out on Spectre a little bit too fast, and Serling goes down as well. So, this will have to be a reset for Reckless, but I like the plan in theory nonetheless.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can essentially just kind of ignore that high ground that Pristine Guardians had themselves set up on. The Cassidy not going to have as great of an angle kind of towards the point from that spot. And Jacob is now set up kind of behind, and we see just the kind of the patience from this Wrecking Ball waiting for the rest of Reckless Gamma to get in position. They're going to go in, look for another hit, and now, I mean, even though Cassidy is pretty good for anti-dive, I mean, if he's all alone, might be able to get him.
Lore was hitting some beautiful shots, but does eventually get punished for being in the wrong spot way too far forward. Sword Out is the trade, though, so I mean, getting rid of the Batiste is pretty massive if you're the side of Reckless Gamma. It's just a matter of can you capitalize on the opportunity, and so far, it doesn't seem like the answer is very confident at all, either way. So, Just a matter of finding another pick here, and this could be exactly what they're looking for. Money Trees maybe gets a little bit too aggressive, trying to go into both the ball and the Sombra at the same time, but Reaper is able to force Jacob so far away from the point. Immortality Field is forced out by the Pulse Bomb as well, and Venti gets a little bit too aggressive and eats a face full of Shotgun. Yeah, eventually this is still just a lost fight for Reckless Gamma.
Yeah, and they didn't even get a single take on the board, all the while Pristine Guardians were able to keep at least one person contesting that point. Late kill there onto Floor. It will manage to get the wave spawn with Spectre, but the only thing the Pristine Guardians had to commit in that fight was the window. So you have all 4 of your other ultimates to work with. You are going to get yourself set up back on this high ground. Now, Reckless Gamma were able to essentially just ignore this high ground the last time, and they have the opportunity to potentially do that again because you have these mines you can basically put on point, and then you have the EMP to kind of follow up with. But it's all a matter of kind of just getting people into position first, because Jacob is getting chased on this Wrecking Ball.
Chased down a whole lot. Both Lucio's out of the equation, but Ferret, man, able to walk down a double kill with no problems whatsoever, and with Floor going down as well. I mean, this is just another lost fight. All of this comes down to the fact that I think that Reckless Gamma, they're looking to take these super fast fights and find picks early on, but Pristine Guardians are doing such an amazing job at dragging out the length of these fights so that Reckless cannot take advantage of their composition strength.
I agree, and also Pristine Guardians are just kind of forcing fights in really awkward positions for Reckless Gamma. You say everybody kind of backed up into that mega health pack, and I mean, you know, Wrecking Ball can't do a whole lot in there. Floor kind of lurking here, has that, the recall is forced out, but manages to get out.
Does get out, but I mean, this Blossom could just seal the deal right here and right now. There's nothing they can stop it with. The sound barrier's offline, and the Annihilation's just gonna cut 2 people off. There might be a touch, but I don't think it's like gonna lead to anything. Floor is able to get to the point with a couple of blinks, but everyone else is so far away right now. There shouldn't be a touch at all, unless Jacob can get there, but everyone else is being cut off at the choke entirely. Venti does find a pick onto Ferret, but it shouldn't be enough, especially not with the damage coming out from the Batiste. This is done. This is done and dusted.
Yep, it's a full hold here for Pristine Guardians on the first point. Not a single tick acquired on Reckless Gamma's attack, and I feel like for a team that they've shown so much kind of synergy and timing in their engagements, but unfortunately once they got onto Blizzard World, just not really able to find kind of the openings that they really needed to get set up into position. It felt like Pristine Guardians were kind of catching out Reckless Gamma every time that they tried to rotate into a way to get some angles. And I mean, even just looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Gangadidle didn't die a single time. I mean, the most you have is like double digit or 2 deaths on both your supports, who were both able to get back into the fight, you know, fairly quickly here with the Lucio. Yeah, it's just really stellar defense from Pristine Guardians, playing their composition the exact way that you need to against a dive. Finding the rotations, getting the poke damage in before Reckless Gamma are able to kind of get set up, and you force out a bunch of cooldowns, and Reckless Gamma just looking a little bit lost, as they are going to be on the defense now. Going to have to go for a full hold and just hope for a draw here, which is a really tall order. It's a lot of time that Pristine Guardians are going to have to attack. So we'll see, what Reckless Gamma can get done on this defense, what they're going to swap up to try and make this happen.
3, 2, 1.
Okay.
I think it's a very interesting composition they've opted for on the defense here. Not one that I agree with particularly either. I mean, Lifeweaver is one of those characters who's very good at drawing out fights, but not very good at ending them definitively. Okay, it's over. Goodbye. Surlin's dead. Your Ana's gone. That's most of your support, most of your healing. There's just no consistent way to keep everybody alive at this point, and they don't even step on the point.
No.
There's no contest from the tank, and Pristine Guardians, they're going to take Blizzard World also in a not close fashion.
Yeah, you blink and that attack is essentially over as Sword Out is gonna get another play of the game here on this Baptiste, who's been having a really awesome showing for Pristine Guardians, and unfortunately for Reckless Gamma on that defense, it's really hard. You only have one tick that you can give up, and when you have the Wrecking Ball composition, you don't really have a whole lot of point presence, so it's really about kind of finding the picks before Pristine Guardians get to that point, but Pristine Guardians were just on a tear. They just absolutely speeded onto the point, and that's it. Blizzard World's gone, and now we're at match point here.
Mm-hmm. The Ana being that far forward was definitely it was a choice. It was a choice. I think that you can get away with it if you're playing Life Weaver because he does have the life grip. But I noticed a distinct lack of life grip in that instance. And the Ana dies anyway. So, like, in the most polite way possible, I don't know what we were doing, Reckless. Like, that it just didn't work out. The plan didn't work out. But that's okay, because surely it'll work out on map 4, right?
They had the foresight to not use all their most useful bands. That's what they had. They the Reinhardt, the Mercy bands, okay, whatever. So now Reckless Gamma have all of the tools that they need, save for, all the heroes they banned out in their first 2 maps, to try and start a reverse sweep here, which is a very tall order. Pristine Guardians, they look fantastic. I mean, they're on this Orisa composition. Tracer has been fantastic. Even the support line from Pristine Guardians has looked really, really strong. I mean, seeing just how impactful the Baptiste can be with the damage, with the heals, the lamps, the utility, everything for Pristine Guardians is just, they're running like a well-oiled machine right now. So trying to come back against a team that looks this good, it's not impossible, but it is very hard.
Oh, for sure. The difficulty that is on display here is absolutely absurd. I mean, obviously, you're already playing into a team who has kind of dominated you on the first 3 maps, but I mean, in terms of reverse sweeping in a best of 7, I have to bring this up every single time this happens, but it is a near impossible task. You have to win. At least this next map is your map pick, and I think it was Havana that Hippie just told me. Yes, it is Havana. But if you win Havana, if you want to complete a reverse sweep, you then have to win on 3 of Pristine Guardian's map picks in a row. And I will remind you all, we are not in a format where you can ban maps. So they could just end up taking you to a map that you don't scrim.
Yep. It can absolutely happen. Now, Havana, this is going to be the first time that we've seen Havana here on the broadcast. We've been seeing a whole lot of Rialto. So getting to see something a little bit different here. And I do think that Havana, it's a little bit different in terms of comms. You can definitely still run this Wrecking Ball that Reckless, kind of seems to favor. I think that the double flex support is also a pretty good option here for Havana. You have a lot of those really, really long sight lines, which can work. And I do think that Reckless Gamma, in terms of kind of the DPS that they play, tend to have a little bit more kind of long sight lines. We're seeing the Reaper make an appearance a lot from Guardians, and I mean, it is working very, very well, but it's not going to be as easy to run that here on Havana.
Definitely not. I mean, this is one of the maps that is most dominated by those long sight lines, right? This has historically been Widowmaker's map. Like, Rialto, it's a Widowmaker map. Let's be real. Junkertown, also very much a Widowmaker map. Havana? Widowmaker map. Like, definitively so. This character has been dominant on this map, historically speaking. And we did see one of our team. We did see Reckless banning out Widowmaker on the previous map. So, they can't ban it out, but there's a chance Pristine can. And I wouldn't be entirely surprised, considering the fact that they seem to be very comfortable on this Reaper. So, we'll see what happens, but even if they do get rid of the Widowmaker, they still have to deal with a potential Sojourn, or a potential Ashe, or a potential Freya. Then again, they did do that and win on Saravasas. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, speaking of the Widowmaker, I do, like you mentioned, Reckless Gamma isn't going to be able to ban that out. Now, we did see Floor 13 play Widowmaker on Rialto in one of the last series, and, you know, did a pretty good job. Maybe had a little bit of a struggle just kind of with the space that they didn't really have as much to work with on Rialto. Although, yes, you can play Widow. Not quite as long of a sightlines as Havana will have, and Widowmaker can play a little bit safer, I think, on Havana, where you have kind of the billboard sign that you can set up, and then the other high ground. So could potentially see some Widowmaker come out from Reckless Gamma, but Gitster, I hear that we do have the hero bands ready to go.
We do, and they are not going to include Widowmaker, so she is on the board for this map. Instead, we are going to be seeing a Reckless first banning Lucio, Christine banning out Sojourn and Juno, and Reckless answering with Cassidy. So 2 hit scans and 2 speed-based supports off the board. I am thinking definitely Widowmaker. I mean, it's going to be really hard to rush those characters down without a Juno or a Lucio in play.
I agree. I'm feeling Widowmaker. I'm feeling double flex support. Maybe Ana Zen. Maybe Zen Bap. You know, we could potentially maybe see the Lifeweaver here. I don't know if Lifeweaver is meta on Escort. I hear that you can play him on Circuit, but otherwise maybe a little bit out of the loop regarding when and where Lifeweaver is appropriate. But I do know that double flex support, you can 100% do it here on Havana, as we are going to have Pristine Guardians starting out on the defense.
There's no way. Are they... What?
It's gotta be a spawn hold, right?
I mean, yeah, it has to be. Like, there's no way you're going for anything else on
crouching.
Havana if you're doing this composition. Like, I mean, they have to be sneaky about this.
Yeah, everybody's crouching. They don't want them to hear.
I think the thing that can really throw a wrench into this plan is Jacob on the Roadhog. If he's able to connect a hook onto, say, Sword Out or Mimic, there's a pretty solid chance they can get the elimination there. But he's not going to stick to it. He's going to end up going over to the Sigma. Widowmaker will likely be swapping. Yup, we're going to see it right off the bat. It's a full sail swap right off the bat. That's going to be a Far Mercy in the air. That's going to be a Bastion on the ground. That's going to be a Ramatra also on the ground. There is going to be a whole lot of sustain here. But no, we are going to see the Roadhog. And Sword Out is going to get the first pick of the game onto Spectre. Surlin also goes down early. Oh, this spawn hold is already looking real good.
Yes, I like the swaps coming out from Reckless Gamma. It's just a matter of kind of timing these things right. Basically, you want to don't push out the door that Money Trees on the May is holding. Oh, and the second thing is get a nice hook. And Jacob has done it.
At long last, a pick comes through, so we likely will not be seeing this spawn hold just hold the entire distance. Reckless will begin to push. And we're already past that dreaded 5.12 meter mark from all those years ago.
Ooh, yeah, and look, sticking on this Pharmacy Bastion composition for Reckless Gamma, they're gonna try to get as much space with this as they possibly can. I mean, for their credit, Pristine Guardians have not swapped their composition either, so still on this May, still on this Reaper, and as we move further into Havana, it just gets worse as a composition.
Oh, for sure it does, especially, I mean, you get to that third point, do not run May Reaper. Do not, under any circumstances. I assume that we probably end up seeing a couple swaps here, now that they finally lost a fight, but I mean, it could still go either way. There is a chance they continue to walk out on these characters, but no, we are going to be seeing the Widowmaker and the Freya, I forgot her name for a moment, make a return to the field now. But Venti's still staying on this Mercy.
It's potentially just because we're so close to that Valkyrie, but also the damage boosted Freya is very, very scary, and we do see Venti giving that blue beam over. Oh my gosh. Oh, Floor, that is a good start.
It's a great angle to take so early when you know that they're playing those up-close heroes, those very brawl-centric characters. Money Trees, by the way, is going to be staying on that May for now. Probably to use that Blizzard very early, and I honestly agree with that decision. There's no reason to swap off the character right now, so just hold on to that ult. You still got 4 of them, so.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think Pristine Guardians will be able to get another contest here, which is where the Blizzard could be super impactful. Going to be hard to kind of get value with the wall to kind of trap everybody in the Blizzard, but if you can at least kind of force out some cooldowns early on, you know that Pristine Guardian, or that Reckless Gamma is going to be playing kind of on this card. So you got the Blizzard, you have the Blossom as well, you just need the touch.
They do get the touch. Out goes at least one ultimate for now, but losing out on Money Tree super early, not the best sign. May not end up mattering, though. A whole lot more players are going to fall on both sides of this, but Reckless Gamma definitely going to get the worst end of it. Venti, in the midst of all of that, uses the Valkyrie, but I don't know, it just doesn't get that much value or doesn't push them over the edge enough, and it's really not looking good for Reckless Gamma right now. 30 seconds left, and they only have the Infrasight. And the Bola, I guess, but
Yeah,
hard to lock people down.
we are still keeping Venti on this Mercy. This is a lot of pressure on Spectre to find some picks here. Uses the Bola, but doesn't find the pick that's really needed.
Definitely not what they need, but a whole lot of damage pressure goes out onto Gang right now. He's hurting for sure, but it's just a matter of, will it end up mattering? More players will fall, so you may not even need to end up taking out the tank first. Obviously a huge priority and a lot of point presence, but doesn't end up mattering too much. They do get the point. The Money Trees Tracer cannot stall forever. And a lot of long-range damage will be what tips the scales in the favor of Reckless Gamma on first point.
Yep, 100% agree. Floor is going to swap off of the Widowmaker over onto the Ashe here. Spectre doing such a great job on this Freya. Most of those kills coming through actually didn't even have the Mercy pocket. Just able to do so much damage on his own. Now, Pristine Guardians on this defense are going to have both DPS ults coming online. But this Bola from Spectre, this is an opportunity to potentially find that Bola kill that we really want. You just got to kind of wait for some of these cooldowns to come out. Ferret with this this Wraith form will be able to avoid it. Money Tree with a recall will be able to avoid it, so just a matter of getting it in the mid-fight.
As you say, a whole lot of that damage that could have been done avoided by the side of Reckless Gamma, but okay, that's a 2K Blossom. Not entirely expecting that one, but a couple players will fall, and Mimic hits a very nice headshot onto Surlin, so this should just be wraps. I mean, they get a nice trade back onto Money Trees, but that should be all they wrote. Jacob falling as well at near the end of the fight, so basically staggers real bad. Should be a res though.
All right, a little bit risky there. We did have Sword out looking at that Mercy, but able to get that res off now. Reckless Gamma, 5 members ready to go. Kitsune Rush and Annihilation soon, but big window is gonna force everybody away from that courtyard.
Yeah, have to go inside, and nobody is able to support Jacob in that moment, so another free fight win for the side of Pristine Guardians just off the back of using that one ultimate. Money Trees does also throw the Pulse Bomb in at some point there. I missed exactly who the target was, but I mean, the way you charge these up so quickly in this matchup, all you gotta do is blink up to an Ashe or a Freya, and you've got it, like, in just about a minute, so...
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, less than 30 seconds now. Pristine Guardians, the Kitsune Rush, and the Annihilation good to go. But there's a Kitsune Rush and Annihilation from the side of Reckless Gamma as well. Ferret. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's just a masterclass. And I mean, the earlier Annihilation with the help of the Kitsune Rush just seals the deal. There's no way Jacob can get in and do anything meaningful to Gangadiddle. This is a very solid hold for the side of Pristine Guardians, and they only need a little bit of an effort on their attack to win this grand finals in an extremely convincing fashion.
Yeah, they've just looked so good. It's not too often that we see kind of the checkpoint being stalled out at the very beginning of second point of Havana. Usually you can get it in at least a little bit kind of to under that bridge where you're usually seeing the defense team kind of hold on that second high ground. But Pristine Guardians were just positioned so well, kind of holding this high ground, doing a good job kind of rotating around as well. We saw them taking the fights over in courtyard. Ferret on this Reaper has just been the bane of the existence for Reckless Gamma, always kind of teleporting into an unexpected spot, always kind of finding the flank angle, and then when you combo that with money trees, you just put out so much consistent damage. And Reckless Gamma, this is maybe looking like they're gonna go for a spawn hold as well. Spectre on this May, floor 13 on the Venture. That is a hero that we have not seen from him just yet. It's the Brig Bap backline as well. So you're gonna have the burst heals from the Baptiste and the AoE heals, both from the shift of the Baptiste and from that Brigitte. So right now, Reckless Gamma are just looking to burn off as much time as they possibly can from this clock, as they are holding kind of towards the right side here. So a little bit different of an approach to this spawn hold, but from what Money Trees is hovering, I think the Pristine Guardians might be aware.
Yeah, I think they have to be at least somewhat aware of this. Oh, it's already bad. I mean, if you want this spawn hold to consistently work, you've got to be able to win at least one fight doing it, but you've already lost out on a player. Venti going down earlier means you have like 0 sustain for the rest of your team. That Inspire passive is so important for a spawn hold on a map like Havana, and within 30 seconds they're moving already. This is extremely bad for Reckless Gamma.
Oh yeah, we are gonna see floor 13 swap over to Widowmaker here. So off of that Venture, Spectre is looking to stick on this May, already kind of in the fight here. The wall coming through doesn't quite catch a gang it out, but does do a whole lot of damage. Forces out that Nemesis form at the very least.
A lot of pressure, but this, I mean, the Mimic Kiriko is... This borders on disrespectful. Just the backline presence, just looking for the constant damage that the other team just fails to do anything about. Widowmaker shot and misses initially. If floor 13 can hit that, it's an absolutely massive moment for the team, but Mimic going down as well here eventually is punished for the overaggression and hubris. And the Blizzard should come out here to punish Gangadittle. So at very least, Reckless Gamma does get one solid fight to hold on. Or do they? They lose out on Jacob as well. Money Trees is committing the orbital to this as well. So there's a very solid chance that they're still able to take this one away. This is disastrous. Pristine Guardians, they still managed to win despite such an awful start to the fight. I mean, you lose out on your tank, who just uses ultimate, and they still make it to first point.
Oh, yeah, and Ferret is getting very aggressive here. Okay, will get punished for it, so that's going to allow Reckless Gamma to stabilize a little bit here. All 5 members did get this close spawn. Nice wall plus window combo coming out as well.
It's a nice combo, but I'm not sure it'll be enough in this instance. Everyone's still able to get away with barely a scratch on them from Pristine Guardians until eventually floor 13 hitting one of those headshots that we've seen earlier in the day. We know he's capable of doing crazy things on these hitscan heroes, but we need more miracles like that in the moment, especially since Spectre's just gone down. Jacob popping this annihilation on the point here, needs to be able to take someone out of the picture, but it's not gonna happen. More players will fall. Ferret with this Death Blossom may have just sealed the deal. A couple more meters, and I'm not sure if anybody can get back here. They've just now swapped over to the Wrecking Ball, a slow field at the door, and that should seal the deal. Pristine Guardians gonna take the grand finals for nothing. I don't think they dropped a single map today.
This is the clean sweep for Pristine Guardians. You know, 3 3-0s, and then you wrap it up with a 4-0. This team looking so incredible today, putting on an amazing show. Ferret on this Reaper. We mentioned it kind of earlier. You know, we don't necessarily see a whole lot of Reaper anymore, but this team showing us that, you know what, maybe we should bring back the Reaper meta.
I mean, it worked out on Havana. Like, I would like to reemphasize that. I did not think this was going to happen going in. I thought that the moment we saw Widowmaker floated through, other characters like that floated through, like we saw Lucio and Juno get banned, there was no way for them to consistently get rid of the Widowmaker except just by ignoring her, I guess? And it worked out for them on their attack. Floor 13 was getting a couple of crucial headshots in there for the side of Reckless Gamma, but it just was not enough in the end.
Yeah, really nice try here from Reckless Gamma. They were so fun to watch all day long, but that is going to be the second place finish for them. Now, we are going to show a quick break here because we are going to get Sword Out in here for an interview. So we'll get that all set up. Don't go anywhere. We will have a chat with the champion after this.
Welcome back, everyone. The games are over, but the festivities are not. We have Sword Out here for a brief little champions interview. How you feeling after that rather one-sided affair in grand finals?
It felt really good. Like, we practiced really hard for this, and everyone just execute game plan. The vibes were up, energy was up, so it's all good.
Absolutely love to hear it. And I mean, I've got one question for you in particular, because I mean, throughout that series there was one character that we kept looking at as like potentially a weak spot that ended up being the complete opposite of that, and that was the Reaper. The entire time, just completely consistently, even on Rialto, a map where long range hit scan have historically dominated, you made the Reaper composition work. So tell me about practicing that sort of unconventional composition going into a series like this.
No, our Reaper is Ferret. Ferret is very good at Reaper, so we just played him to his strength and let him run wild in it. So that's just that. Ferret doing Ferret things.
Getting the job done 100%. I'm wondering, Sword Out. So, Pristine Guardians, what is next for you guys? Are you planning to play in any of your leagues? Are you gonna make an appearance here again in the GitGud tournaments? Just wondering, what do you guys have planned next?
As of right now, we don't know it yet. We just take things like maybe one map at a time, but it gets us closer to our goals or where we want to be, you know. But we maybe come again. I would like to defend the belt, you know, run it down again. So maybe, but who knows?
Love it.
Well, they are monthlies, so you got an opportunity in August, and we'd love to have you back for sure. It'd be a great time seeing if y'all could manage to hold that crown above your head once again, for sure. And we'd 100% love to have you. So I will let you go rejoin your team and celebrate for now, if you would like. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, one thing I want to say, we haven't dropped the map. We haven't dropped the map. we only gave up 2 points, I think. So
Yeah,
Kinda
I did
crazy.
notice that. I did notice that. You did do really well. And I actually can't believe I was about to send you off without asking this next bit. But
10-0.
I
We
mean,
finished
10-0.
10-0.
10-0. That's crazy. But
Crazy.
is there anybody you'd like to like shout out real quick?
Shout out the entire team, man. Shout out Mimic. Shout out Ganga, Ferret, Money Trees. You know, they all put in the work and we're here. So
Yeah.
shout out them.
Yeah, absolutely. Super well done to you guys. Now for real this time, if you would like to go rejoin your team and celebrate.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank
no
you.
worries at all.
Oh,
All right.
amazing. Wow. We love to hear it. Team player for real. Shout outs to everybody. Well, let's take a look at this bracket. I mean, you heard it from Sort Out, this team with the 10-0 here. A clean 10 maps, not dropping any. Yeah, just absolute tear through this upper bracket.
I mean, it was gorgeous Overwatch the whole way through. We didn't get to see that first series against Fellas in Paris. That one got played off stream, but I mean, we know what happened. We we saw what happened in their 2 series against Reckless. We can infer, I think, that it was a pretty strong performance from them. So, I mean, again, congratulations to them. Hopefully, we will see them in next month's Get Good Monthly. Speaking of which, I believe we do have the days for that. And keep in mind that the tournament's signups are still open. So, if you're watching, you got a team, and you want to give this a go, then you are absolutely welcome to come and compete and sign up for August tournament, which takes place on August 9th and 10th.
Yeah, we would really love to have you here. Like you guys just saw, there's some really great Overwatch happening here. So the sign-up fee is $25 per team, $5 per player. And yeah, you get to come be on these broadcasted matches. You get to play against other teams that are really, really good. And just have a whole lot of really fun Overwatch. So definitely go check out those sign-ups if you haven't yet. Because yeah, like Gedster said, there's still time. They will be monthly.
For sure. And if you're looking for something a little bit more long-term, keep an eye out for the signups for the next season of GGEU and GGNA, both still on the way. So, not quite open yet, but once those roll around, feel free if you want something a little bit more long-term than just a single weekend of play. I personally really like those long-term ones. They allow for just a whole lot of growth, not only as an individual player, but as a team together. A lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And so I will also remind everybody that, hey, if you have a Prime sub, you can sub to us. Hey, you want to just sub anyways? Just go for it. So all of your donations, subs, bits, all that good stuff, it goes directly to the production staff, that's us, and also the tournament organizer so that we can keep these high quality broadcasts and tournaments going for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I believe that's everything we had to say this evening. So thank you all so much for joining us this evening. It was a blast. Rain, I have not casted with you before tonight, and I don't want this to be the last time. That was so much fun. Thank you so much for joining me on this one. That was a lot. It was a lot of fun.
We will be back. Yes, hey, monthly tournaments, everybody. You can catch me and Gedster here once again. We'll give a shout out as well. Thank you so much to Rhino, who was doing our OBS, and to Hippie, who was running our productions for us. And, you know, shout out to the teams as well. Congratulations, number 1, Pristine Guardians, Reckless Gamma picking up that 2nd spot, and then Team Purple Nova in 3rd place. So thanks so much everybody for coming out, and that's gonna be it for us.
Of course, there is also one other person to thank, and that's Soav for not leaving Rain alone when my power cut. Like, Soav, my goat. Legend. Love that guy.
True. So true. Oh my gosh. Yes. It could have been disastrous.
But yeah, that's gonna do it for us. I've been Gedster.
Rain.
Yeah. And that's it for us. Everybody have a good night.
Have a good night.